it. Is this a fad, a trend? Is this here to stay? Is it going to get bigger?
No, it's not a fad. I really believe that cryptocurrency is here to stay. It's being used in a lot of legitimate places, and it's not going anywhere. If you look at what's going on in Russia right now, I think the world just destroyed their economy. Their economy is almost non-existent now. What are they using? Cryptocurrency to move money around. So I don't think it's gonna go anywhere. I think it's only gonna get bigger, and more people are gonna start using it, which is occurring now. That's why we're seeing more crimes involving cryptocurrency.
How about credit card theft in ATMs and whatnot? It seems like old school, but skimmers and skimming is still a big thing.
It is. We don't necessarily handle skimming crimes. Our identity theft team deals with those, but they're still out there. Their skimmers are out there. All the old ways, and I say old because it was 6 months ago when they did it, right? But all those ways that people are being victimized with their credit card are still happening, but it's becoming more lucrative and easier to victimize people without even having to leave your house.
Which I want to segue into using your phone as a point of sale device. I have, Apple Wallet. I've got my Samsung Wallet, or whatever the case is. Is that safe? Is it safe to use your phone to pay bills?
Yes.
Or wirelessly point of sale?
It is safe, especially with Apple. Apple has done an amazing job, so amazing. I hate it sometimes because when we try to get into an Apple device and we don't have the code, we have problems sometimes because their security is so tight. So Apple does a great job with their phones. That data, that traffic that's going in between your phone and that point of sale machine is encrypted. So if I was there and I was somehow able to skim that data that you're sending, I couldn't read it. It's encrypted. So as long as you stay with the mainstream apps like Apple Pay and things like that, you're safe. But it's up to you to make sure that your passwords are secure and that you don't allow malware to get into your phone by clicking on emails and things like that. But I use it. So I use
if you're using it, I'm using it.
Yeah, I use it. I can pay with my watch.
Yeah, you can pay with your watch. That's good. I'm good, but that's good enough for me.
So I wouldn't be afraid of that. Android, on the other side, a little bit less secure.
Oh, geez.
But and they're open. You have Android.
Yeah, I do. Android.
Yeah, well, all of my detectives on my team have iPhone, Apples.
Well, you can afford them. I can't. Coming up, we'll talk more with Sergeant Pete Hish with the LA County Sheriff's Department's Fraud and Cybercrimes Unit. But first, this is Unsolved with Steve Gregory on KFI AM 640. Time now for a news update.
I'm Mark Roner, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Highway 47's back open after a burning truck was moved off the road. The truck carrying multiple lithium-ion batteries overturned Thursday in San Pedro. One of the batteries exploded, causing the truck to catch fire. It burned more than a day, prompting closures between Harbor Boulevard and Highway 103. Recovery efforts are underway across the southeast following Hurricane Helene, with millions still without power and at least 50 storm-related deaths reported across 5 states. And the Wild Robot opened this weekend and is expected to make up to $30 million. Francis Ford Coppola's Megalopolis also opened to unenthusiastic reviews, and it's projected to be a flop with just $7 million for the weekend. We'll check out some trouble on the 5 when we come back.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations like the Beatles Now and Then. Just search Beatles and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good.
Hey there, it's Michael Lewis, author of Going Infinite, The Big Short, Moneyball, and Liar's Poker. On the latest season of my podcast, Against the Rules, I'm exploring what it means to be a sports fan in America, and what the rise of sports betting is doing to our teams, our states, and ourselves. I'm heading to Las Vegas and New Jersey and beyond to understand America's newest form of legalized gambling. Listen to Against the Rules on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app, search Against the Rules, and start listening.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
A dermatologist to the stars found dead in an apparent suicide, and someone wondering this morning if a parody on a popular Netflix show went too far.
To women who hoped to evade the ticking clock of time, Dr. Brand was the most potent drug dealer in the world. And the dealer got high on his own supply.
Somebody told me they ran into him. I said, I'm right. Then he said, you wouldn't recognize him, completely different. The hair was blonde. I don't know whether he had any cosmetic surgery over the years. He was very bright. I'd be shocked if he had an A- or a B+ in anything.
This is the true story of how a self-described Jewish kid from Newark willed himself to the top of the $4.7 billion beauty industry. And the story of a sensitive outsider with big intelligence and even bigger ambition.
He was always too badass to try. The skinny little guy, but with a brain that was beyond. You gotta remember, he redesigned himself. He took himself and made Fred Brand.
From Imperative Entertainment and the team behind Broken Hearts comes a new series that will challenge everything you know about fame, fortune, and the fear of growing old. I'm Justine Harmon, and this is the Baron of Botox.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
The proposed venue sports streaming platform has announced its monthly price for consumers. The partnership between Fox, Disney, ESPN, and Warner Brothers Discovery will charge $42.99 per month at launch, at the low end of analysts' expectations, but still far higher than most streamers. That price will be in effect for a year after the service starts. Designed for customers who have cut the cord on cable service, the venue is set to include games from the NFL, NHL, Major League Baseball, the College Football Playoff, and most NCAA championships. The NBA may or may not be part of the deal due to an ongoing rights dispute between the league and Warner Brothers Discovery. The platform will also provide access to some linear networks, including several ESPN and regional Fox Sports channels, ABC, Fox, TNT, TBS, and True TV. No launch date has been announced for the venue streaming platform, though it's expected to debut this fall.
Hi.
And that's what's popping on Camps on iHeartRadio.
Everybody, this is Josh and Chuck from the Stuff You Should Know podcast. If you've ever wanted to know about champagne, Satanism, the Stonewall Uprising,
Oh, how about chaos theory, El Nino, LSD, little true crime sprinkled in, or maybe something historical like Rosa Parks?
yeah, if you want any of that or anything else you can think of, then look no further. We have you covered.
That's right. Listen to the Stuff You Should Know podcast on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Stuff You Should Know and start listening.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations like the Beatles now and then. Just search Beatles and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good.
Portions of the following program will be recorded.
I know the weight of the world seems to rest on your shoulders. Sometimes life seems like it's filled only with confusion and chaos. But I assure you, I have a plan for you. The Jesus Christ Show. Tomorrow morning at 6 on KFI AM 640.
More stimulating talk.
Welcome back. This is Unsolved with Steve Gregory on KFI AM 640, heard everywhere live on the iHeartRadio app. Talking with Sergeant Pete Hish with the LA County Sheriff's Department's Fraud and Cyber Crimes Bureau. And before we go to some more questions, Sergeant, I wanted to ask you at the beginning of the show about how the county sort of, how our cyber risk is with people. What about the infrastructure of the county? emergency operation, the sheriff's department, utilities, power grid, all that stuff. How secure is all of that?
Yeah, I'll start with the sheriff's department. Our data systems bureau, they do a great job with the resources they have to secure our network. We have a huge network on the sheriff's department. It spans from Lancaster all the way down to Lomita out to Walnut. So it's huge. They do a great job with the resources they have, but in my opinion, they are understaffed as well. And they can probably be helped out in that way as well. They are managing such a large set of information that it's almost frightening as to what is out there. But my team is in lockstep with our data system bureau, and we're plugged in with the federal government. So any kind of intelligence that we get as far as risks, cyber risks, that we immediately feed that over to our data system bureau so they can prepare for it.
We keep hearing over and over and over that our power grid is susceptible to being hacked.
Yeah, well, let me put it this way. If it's plugged in and on the internet, it can be hacked no matter what it is. Anything. There's no such thing as a 100% secure computer network. It doesn't exist. So I can't really speak to exactly what's going on the backside or the inside of our power grid. The Department of Energy and the Department of Homeland Security deal with that. But I do know that if the stars aligned correctly and the right person was able to infiltrate that, it can be a problem. I don't. A lot of it is classified information that's being dealt with between the FBI, Homeland Security, and Department of Energy, and we don't get involved in that kind of stuff. But I can say 100%.
What's your confidence level in this?
My confidence level in that I would say I'm probably 80% confident that we can protect ourselves. I think we can when it comes to things that serious. We can protect ourselves. Now you can read stories on the internet or in the news that our CIA was hacked, our FBI was hacked, and those are true. So it does happen. So if the CIA and FBI can get hacked, can the power grid get hacked? Sure, it can happen. But I think there is a big push right nowadays on the federal government side to make sure, do everything that they can possibly to prevent that from happening, because Russia is trying to do it.
Gabriela from Los Angeles. So I heard you said you were catching cyber criminals in mom's dens working. So now I'm really worried about my own den to begin with. And then my next question is, how are you training your people? Where do you get these cyber hackers that are going to counterattack the cyber hackers that actually can break down Apple IDs and stuff that you cannot break up?
Great question, Gabriella. The first thing is, when you consider what's going on in your living room, it's very important for parents to be very involved in their children's cyber life. With social media, the internet, the computer at home, be involved in what they do. If your child has an Instagram or a Snapchat, make sure that you're a friend on that app with them so you can see what they're doing. Ask them to look at their phone so you can go through to make sure, because the child might not know that they are being stalked by a predator. They may not know that. You as an adult do know what to look for. Look for those things in there. If your child is apprehensive from wanting to give you their phone, start asking questions, because there's a reason. So be involved in your children's online internet life as long as they're living with you and underage.
You talk about kids and access to technology. And you were alluding to it before, crimes in dealing with, I think, sextortion. Is that what you call it?
Sextortion,
yeah. I understand that has really grown exponentially, and there's a lot of young kids are involved in that.
Yes, actually, we just picked up a couple cases that have to do with that. What's happening are kids, usually males, in the age range of 15 to 17 in there, are on dating apps and things like that. And what's happening is a criminal is posing as an adult woman or a woman on these apps, and they're tricking the child into believing that it's a real woman. It goes on for a while, and the child ends up sharing a picture with this person, an inappropriate picture. Once that criminal has that picture of that person, they turn around, now they extort them. Send me money, send me this, send me that, or else I'm going to send it to your grandma, I'm going to send it to all your Facebook friends, to your Boy Scout troop and everything. What does the kid do? They scrape every penny they have to send it to these people, but it's never enough. And finally, once the kid is so out of money and destitute, he ends up confiding his parents, and then we end up getting involved at that point. So it's embarrassing for the child, for people, parents or whatever, to know that you sent a picture to somebody of yourself naked or whatever it might be. But those are on the rise, and it's the culprit on those are dating apps.
Do you have, based on your experience and what you've seen, is there an age in which a kid should not have a phone, or what's the age a kid should start having a phone?
That's an individual thing on the child with how responsible they are. It's really hard to say. I can't give a definite age of a child of when a child's have a phone, but even a 12-year-old kid, a 10-year-old kid, it's good to have a phone because in case of emergency, you can call, you can do this and do that, you can talk to your friends and things like that. But it all has to do with the level of maturity and how involved their parents are in them having a phone, making sure they're managing that and going through it. So it's really hard to put up.
Sergeant, thank you for your time. Thank you for your insight and your input. It's fascinating stuff. It also scares the crap out of me.
Yeah, me too.
It really does. But keep up the good work, and thank you for everything you're doing.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Well, that's going to do it. Unsolved with Steve Gregory is a production of the KFI News Department for iHeartMedia Los Angeles. Robert Berlucci, Program Director. Chris Little, News Director. The show is produced by Steve Gregory and Jacob Gonzalez. Digital producers Andra Mamo, and the field engineers Tony Sorrentino. The technical director is David Calloway. This is KFI AM 640. Time now for a news update.
We're watching everything, so you can watch your sanity.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Helene Hellscape. I'm Mark Bronner, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Forecasters say, as predicted, ex-Hurricane Helene has caused storm surges and flooding in several states. Daryl Hall says his home in Atlanta is now in ruins.
We woke up to probably like 6 to 7 feet of water at 6:30 in the morning in our basement, and it started to rise and it went into our living room area.
At least 50.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations like the Beatles now and then. Just search Beatles and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good.
Hey there, it's Michael Lewis, author of Going Infinite, The Big Short, Moneyball, and Liar's Poker. On the latest season of my podcast, Against the Rules, I'm exploring what it means to be a sports fan in America, and what the rise of sports betting is doing to our teams, our states, and ourselves. I'm heading to Las Vegas and New Jersey and beyond to understand America's newest form of legalized gambling. Listen to Against the Rules on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app, search Against the Rules, and start listening.
2 people have been killed by Helene. It's now considered to be a post-tropical storm, but remnants continue to produce dangerous weather over some eastern states. Florida's been hit hard by Helene. Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis says Helene hit the state with sustained winds of 140 miles an hour.
We now have, overall in the state, there have been 11 confirmed storm-related fatalities, and that ranges from things like traffic fatalities to people that were impacted directly by storm surge.
He says over 12,000 miles of roadway have been cleared of debris from the storm, and I-10 has been cleared. A motion's been tabled in LA City Council suggesting there needs to be more inspection of trailers and other things to help avoid emergencies like the lithium battery fire in San Pedro. The motion, introduced by Councilman Tim McCosker, asks the Port of LA to put a plan in place to inspect trailers leaving terminals to make sure cargo is secured. McCosker says he hopes his motion will address the factors that led to the fire that was caused by a big rig overturning Thursday near the Vincent Thomas Bridge. Some former homeless and incarcerated people now have new homes in North Hollywood.
The Goldfinch was funded by the publicly approved Proposition HHH, providing more than $1 billion for affordable and homeless housing. LA City Councilman Paul Krikorian says the 49 units inside the modular building represent a new start for residents.
Hopefully, this will be the opportunity that they have to be able to turn those challenges into new opportunities to change their own lives.
Krikorian says the innovative design is expected to speed up the construction and reduce construction costs for similar supportive housing projects in the future. Michael Monks, KFI News.
Israel says the leader of Hezbollah has been killed in Lebanon during a strike on the capital, Beirut.
Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of the terrorist army Hezbollah, was killed by Israel Defense Forces in a precise strike in Beirut last night.
Israeli military spokesman Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari says Hezbollah has confirmed Nasrallah was killed. Nasrallah led Hezbollah for more than 30 years and was one of the most powerful targets to be killed by Israel. President Biden says it was a measure of justice for his 4-decade reign of terror. SpaceX has sent a rescue mission to the International Space Station to get the 2 astronauts who have been stuck in space, but they won't be able to return to Earth until early next year.
3, 2, 1, ignition, power, and liftoff. 2-9.
Now soaring to the International Space Station.
Since NASA rotates space station crews approximately every 6 months, this new flight with 2 empty seats reserved for Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams won't return until late February. Officials said there wasn't a way to bring them back earlier on SpaceX without interrupting other scheduled missions. We have a crash on the 110 in South LA.
Going to be on the northbound side, right at Florence Avenue. This crash is blocking the center lane. Traffic's backed up to the 105 freeway. In Hesperia, look out for a work zone on the 15 northbound at Main Street. Looks like the on-ramp is closed and other road work going on until 6 a.m. Traffic's backing up to Ranchero Road. To the Boyle Heights area, still have a stall working on the 5 northbound off-ramp to 7th Street. Traffic's backed up to the 710 freeway. And it looks like a crash in the Hollywood Hills area, 101 southbound before Highland Avenue. It's blocking the right lane. Traffic's backed up to Barham Boulevard. And a cocked-out car in the Diamond Bar area, 60 eastbound at Grand Avenue. That's along the right shoulder. Traffic's backed up to the 57. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Jonathan Weiss.
In this week's Marketers Report, we learn about the value of local influencers in uncertain times. From Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
The economy is tough for everyone, and taking a step back and understanding the pain that your customers are currently going through because of a tough environment is really important. We have 19,000 agents across the country, and they understand what's going on in those very unique communities. iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, connected, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Sunland weather from KFI. Clouds and fog tonight with lows in the upper 50s. Sunny tomorrow with highs around 80. Low 70s at the beaches, 90 in the valleys and AV. Mid-90s in the Inland Empire. Heating up a few degrees starting Monday, and then we're going to hit 90s again by Tuesday. It is 62 right now in Marina Del Rey, 65 in Placentia, 66 in Burbank, 63 in Cerritos. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Rothschild.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
KFI AM 640, heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You are listening to Before the Coast, strange stories from the iHeart Vault. I'm Clay Rowe. Tonight we showcase Aaron Mankey's Cabinet of Curiosities, where Aaron shares some short, strange, but true stories. And
This hour, we are going to be hearing 8 of them. So settle in and please enjoy Aaron Mahnke's Cabinet of Curiosities on Before the Coast. Strange Stories from the iHeart Vault on KFI AM 640.
Welcome to Aaron Mahnke's Cabinet of Curiosities, a production of iHeartRadio and Grim and Mild.
Our world is full of the unexplainable. And if history is an open book, all of these amazing tales are right there on display, just waiting for us to explore. Welcome to the Cabinet of Curiosities. Medicine has come a long way from the days of bloodletting and drilling holes in skulls to release the demons. The more we learn about the human body, the better we get at curing what ails us. But some problems cannot be cut out or removed. In fact, some problems can't be fixed at all. But that doesn't mean we can't try. Back in 1917, one man believed that he could cure the brain of a common and debilitating disease, one that plagued humanity across the globe. That man was Nikola Tesla, the inventor and electrical engineer known for his work on the modern alternating current. Decades before we could charge our phones and earbuds simply by dropping them onto an inductive charging pad, Tesla was working on a way to transmit AC power from his Tesla coil using inductive and capacitive coupling. Tesla poured his heart and soul into electricity. He wanted to change the world with it, from wireless power to plateless turbines. Edison gets all the credit these days, but Tesla was the true genius. However, there was one area where the ingenious inventor saw a perfect application for his new technology: the medical field. Tesla noticed that one of his assistants was performing tests with high-frequency current, but wasn't following directions properly. After a while, though, and with more exposure to the current, the assistant started doing better. Tesla was quoted as saying, "A high-frequency current intensifies the action of the brain. It is a mental stimulant like alcohol, but instead of hurtful to the brain cells, the electricity is beneficial." He believed that he could use high-frequency current to improve brain functions. In other words, Nikola Tesla wanted to electrocute the stupidity out of people. To test his theory, he sought out a group of people whose brains had not fully developed: children. Tesla hypothesized that special wiring inside the insulated walls of school classrooms could amplify millions of electric waves into the local atmosphere, waking up dormant brain cells in the fresh-faced kiddos. And he put that hypothesis to work in Stockholm, Sweden. 2 different classrooms were used, one of which was outfitted with Tesla's special wiring. 50 children sat in that room, while another 50 sat in a normal classroom without the wiring. According to Tesla's findings, the end of the 6-month project saw the children in the wired room grow by 2.5 inches, while those in the normal room only grew by 1.25 inches. The electrified children also gained weight and became more physically developed than their counterparts next door. But the most important question, of course, was how did their brains fare while exposed to a constant flow of electric current? Well, unsurprisingly, the children in the room that wasn't wired performed the same as they had at the start of the study. The other kids, however, saw a stark change. They averaged a 20% increase in their grades compared to those in the regular classroom. Tesla's research became quite popular. After all, imagine what could be accomplished with a quick jolt to the brain. Of course, we know how that turned out. For decades, hospitals and mental facilities used electroshock machines to induce seizures and modify the brain's functions, especially to cure various mental disorders. And though many places have banned the practice, it's still used today all over the world, despite its controversial effects. But Nikola Tesla didn't think about that. He just wanted to make us all smarter the only way he knew how, by electrifying the stupid out of us, one current at a time. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. There's no real proof that constant exposure to electric current can improve one's intelligence. Put another way, as blue-collar comedian Ron White has often said, you can't fix stupid.
You are listening to Aaron Mahnke's Cabinet of Curiosities on Before the Coast, Strange Stories from the iHeart Vault on KFI AM 640.
Everyone makes mistakes, but as anyone who was picked on at school can tell you, people are often remembered for their tiniest slip-ups. They're given nicknames and often become the butts of countless jokes. The but not Monica, often called Monty by her family and friends. Born in Paris, France in 1915, but she was raised in London. Her parents were fairly wealthy, and Monty, being from a well-to-do family, was expected to follow certain customs of her social class. However, she refused, choosing instead to be something of an iconoclast. For one, she was expelled from her private girls' school after she chucked her uniform into the Thames River. She also chose to work as a cook and servant rather than enjoy the life of leisure that would have been afforded to her. In fact, Monty did a number of jobs throughout her life. She was a nurse, a factory worker, and she worked for a small-town newspaper. She used her time as a cook and a nurse and all her other occupations to fuel her true passion, writing. Then, in the 1950s, Monty married an officer in the United States Navy, and the two moved to America to raise a family. And she continued to write, publishing a new book nearly every year or two for the next 30 years. But it was on a trip to Sydney, Australia in 1964, where Monty would make a mistake that would change the future of an entire country and its language. She was at a book signing when a young woman approached her. In her hands was a copy of one of Monty's books. She held it out and asked, "How much is it?" But Monty couldn't understand the woman's Australian accent. She thought the customer had said her name, and so Monty inscribed the book to one Emma Chisett. The story of the misunderstanding made its way to a man named Alistair R. Morrison, an Australian writer and graphic artist. He saw an opportunity to capitalize on an honest mistake and have a bit of fun at Monty's expense in the process. He adopted the pseudonym Afferbeck Lauder, a variation of the phrase in alphabetical order, as if it had been said in an Australian accent. His new moniker, Morrison wrote a number of articles for the Sydney Morning Herald about the strange and exotic dialect that had perplexed Monica. He called it Strine. Say it out loud and you might be able to hear its origins. It's how the word Australian might sound in that accent. Morrison wrote several books on Strine, in which he took on the persona of Afferbeck Lauder, professor of Strine studies at the University of Sydney, with Sydney being the Strine form of Sydney. The books detailed the fictional professor's journey with the dialect. Within their pages, readers were given phonetic diagrams of different words and phrases that had been translated from Strine into common English. Morrison even published a dictionary jam-packed with entries for things like split near dike, Raffley, and Egnisher. Did you catch those? They were the Strine versions of phrases splitting headache, rightfully, and air conditioner. Morrison kept the identity of Afferbeck Lauder hidden for only a few years. The truth finally came out in 1968, but that didn't negate the work he had done for Australian culture. In fact, the country adopted the term Strine as the official description of its accent and thought there might be variations depending on where in Australia it's spoken or the speaker's social status. It's all Strine, the end. As for Monty, well, she didn't let her gaffe get her down. She continued to write and publish books for the rest of her life. After all, it was in her blood, literally. Monica Monty Dickens was none other than the great-granddaughter of the legendary English author, Charles Dickens.
You are listening to Aaron Mankey's Cabinet of Curiosities on Before the Coast, Strange Stories from the iHeart Vault. We'll have more from Cabinet of Curiosities coming up next on KFI. Time now for a news update. I'm Mark Rohner in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Governor Newsom has killed a law that would have allowed community colleges to issue bachelor's degrees in nursing. He issued a veto letter agreeing with officials from California State University and the University of California, who said it would lead to more competition for nursing resources. Former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo reportedly plans to run for mayor of New York City if indicted Mayor Eric Adams is forced from office. Adams pleaded not guilty yesterday to federal corruption charges. Cuomo resigned as governor in 2021 in the wake of a sexual misconduct scandal. And Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg just joined the ranks of the top of the 1%. Bloomberg's Billionaire Index projected the growth of his personal wealth to be $201 billion, making him the fourth richest person in the world. The three other members of the 200 billion club are Tesla and ex-CEO Elon Musk, Amazon's Jeff Bezos, and Bernard Arnault, CEO of luxury plane brand LVMH. I almost said luxury bland. Now let's into, we're going to check out an issue on the 101 right after this.
The free iHeart Radio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like the Beatles Now and Then, celebrating all things Beatles. The legendary clips, deep cuts, live performances, and all their solo hits. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search The Beatles Now and Then and listen now. iHeartRadio, free never sounded so good.
iHeartRadio. Hey there, it's Michael Lewis, author of Going Infinite, The Big Short, Moneyball, and Liar's Poker. On the latest season of my podcast, Against the Rules, I'm exploring what it means to be a sports fan in America, and what the rise of sports betting is doing to our teams, our states, and ourselves. I'm heading to Las Vegas and New Jersey and beyond to understand America's newest form of legalized gambling. Listen to Against the Rules on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app, search Against the Rules, and start listening.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
On September 16th, 1961, Betty and Barney Hill cut their vacation short and decided to drive home.
They were having difficulty finding their way around the city, and Barney decided he just wanted to drive home, knowing that they would arrive at their home on New Hampshire's seacoast at about 2 o'clock in the morning.
What they saw that night in the New Hampshire sky would change everything.
I began walking across the highway, looking up at the objects with the binoculars, putting them down, shaking my head, saying, well, this just can't be true. I don't believe it.
A light in the sky.
At first she thought of a falling star, but she realized that falling stars don't fall upwards, and that's what this one was doing.
2 years later, the Hills would undergo hypnosis.
He tried to stop the car, it won't stop. Everybody coming closer. And I think, well, I can't get away from this. If I get the car door open, I can run the whip to the side.
That became known the world over.
Dr. Seidman gave me a post-hypnotic suggestion. He said if I wanted to, I could sketch the star map. But if I didn't want to, I didn't have to. So about 2 weeks later, I sketched it.
Their account has been scrutinized.
Under the influence of hypnosis, especially if you're highly hypnotizable, you are even more susceptible to contamination and distortion.
By scientists, skeptics, theorists, and believers.
She wound up building a total of more than 20 three-dimensional models and was able to find one and only one pattern that matched what Betty had drawn.
What happened on that night journey in 1961? Were the Hills confused about what they saw, or did they have an encounter with beings not of this world? From iHeartRadio and Aaron Mankey's Grim and Wild, this is Strange Arrivals.
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, podcasts. All in one. All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
John Cena has signed up for a new project, a live-action film based on the iconic Matchbox cars. It's just the latest in what's been dubbed the Mattel Cinematic Universe, which kicked into high gear with last year's record-breaking smash hit Barbie. The Matchbox brand actually predates Barbie, originating in 1953, with 2 of the tiny cars said to be sold worldwide every second of every day. Other Mattel films in development include Polly Pocket starring Lily Collins, Vin Diesel and Rock'em Sock'em Robots, J.J. Abrams on board to produce Hot Wheels, a family comedy with the American Girl brand, and a major Matt Mason film set to have Tom Hanks attached. And a sequel to Barbie seems likely, with Mattel CEO having said last year, quote, successful movies lend themselves to more movies. Our ambition is to create film franchises. Alright, and that's what's poppin' on Camps on iHeartRadio.
Conway here. Now, summer is over, but that doesn't mean the heat's over. It'll be hotter than hell. You need to get great windows and great doors so you can save money on energy. And the way to save on your air conditioning is through great windows and great doors. Nobody does it better than Bill and Kathleen's American Vision Windows. Nobody. We have 8 of them in our house. They're my favorite 8 windows. Great craftsmanship, great installers, great prices. Everything about this company is fantastic. Everything. And the employees own the entire company. So whoever you're talking to an owner. And right now you're going to save up to 30% off windows and get a free upgrade to the Sun Matrix package by Anlin. Phone them up right away. away. Get rid of the old, ugly windows that you're embarrassed by and you can't stand them anymore. You hate your windows. American Vision Windows will take care of that problem for you. 888-226-9908. 888-226-9908. AmericanVisionWindows.com. Unaproved offer expires 9/30/24. TSLB 778-326.
This National Recovery Month, start your recovery journey. Explore and choose a proven addiction treatment option that's right for you at ChooseChangeCA.org. Recovery starts today.
Whether you're fly fishing, bottom fishing, net fishing, or just sitting in the water thinking about fishing, remember, a good day in the water starts with everyone wearing a life jacket. Save the ones you love. A message from California State Parks Division of Boating and Waterways.
KFI. AM 640. Heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Clay Rowe, and you are listening to Before the Coast. Strange stories from the iHeart Vault. Let's return now for another true story of the strange from Aaron Mankey's Cabinet of Curiosities.
The minister Norman Vincent Peale inspired millions with his famous book, The Power of Positive Thinking. The religious self-help text encouraged readers to visualize their success and recite daily affirmations. Peale famously said, "Shoot for the moon. Even if you miss, you'll fall among the stars." James certainly had his eyes pointed skyward on New Year's Day in 1949. On January 1st, he marched down to the Cook County office.
5 known teams hunting President Trump, Pennsylvania. The attempt was Ukrainian. So this is Matt Gaetz talking about this. But I think that if that hadn't happened, so if all of social media remained like staunch leftist, left-wing, just giving completely into whatever propaganda the government wants to give them regarding vaccines or Ukraine or anything else, with no critical arguments about it that are accepted. They just, anybody who doesn't follow the narrative, especially people like, they censor people from Stanford and MIT. They were trying to tell them to pull those guys, Jay Bhattacharya. He's obvious about COVID. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I did. Censoring like legitimate experts in the field. Mark Cruz, guys like Peter McCullough, who's the most published doctor in his field of study in human history. And they're like, no, you're a kook. And we know now that that was not true, and he was correct. Now we all know, right? All these years later, most people kind of know what the fuck happened. Even the people reluctant to admit they got duped. Yeah. If Elon does not come along with Twitter, I don't know where we are right now. I really don't. Because if they had the clicks on Twitter, and they did the same thing with Twitter that they're doing right now with other social media apps, it would be fucking awful. I know, man. It's Elon's been blessing. He really has. It's a big one. I mean, I don't think they're going to be around that much longer. I feel like the media will die with the baby boomer generation. I think if Elon didn't do a Twitter, they would have been fine. I really do. Probably. The only thing that fucks them up is YouTube, but they got a clamp on YouTube too. YouTube is they're very the way you can talk about it, very, especially through the pandemic. They would ban you from YouTube for talking about things that we know for a fact are true now. We dealt with it. We dealt with a lot of it, right? That you did too. Oh yeah. Anybody on YouTube, I mean, you have to parse your words. Like Jimmy Dore criticized vaccines, but you should take the vaccine because it's safe and effective. Yeah. He always has to say it, cover his ass. Was it nice for you to come off YouTube? Did you enjoy that when it first happened? My strategy was no, I don't think so. But my strategy was to become 10% less famous. So when I went to Spotify was going to give me all this money, and I was like, oh great, just fucking be a little less famous too. That'd be good. Go to Howard Stern rap, fade off sunset. Yeah. Did it work? No, it didn't work. I was going to get caught up in this massive controversy, But it also, even after before that, this podcast was growing on Spotify a little bit. But so there's no extra pressure being on YouTube. But there is a pressure lot. If you,
that's what I'm the censorship stuff. I was wondering,
yeah, we have a lot of episodes until we announced that we're going to go exclusive to Spotify, and then from that moment out, it was like a 2 months window.
No, it didn't.
They just took all the money. They don't know what you're doing. Like, why would it be high? They don't get a cut either. So what they're trying to do, essentially, is get you to fall in line by getting you to self-censor because it benefits financially. It's a creepy form of censorship because you do it to yourself, and it's kind of okay because you can't really prove that they got you to not the things you want to talk about, and they can't really prove that you follow this public narrative just because you want to keep your job. I mean,
The top half of the body was a muddy brown.
You know what really bothers me is we both look a lot into this, and what bothers me is like, just tell me what you want me to take out. What is it?
I don't fucking tell you. I don't want to talk to them. This is how my understanding is. I don't think it's talking to the words of your head. I think if you're not doing anything illegal, if you're not saying anything illegal or doing anything illegal, don't take it off.
Some of it I totally with you. Some of it I get, pedophilia, 100% illegal stuff. Even language. I mean, there's 3-year-olds out watching. I got a 3-year-old kid. He's watching.
Kids.
So
great.
So I get it. Like mark my shit with 18 plus, but but they won't. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't correct the fucking problem if you don't tell me what it is.
Right.
And I mean they just don't. They don't want to abide. They don't want to box themselves in and not be able to censor something.
Yeah. And there's no benefit for them to tell you what you said that was wrong. There's no benefit. The good thing is to get you to self-censor. That's the best. Put the threat over you. That's why they give you strikes. 1 strike, 2 strikes. Sean, you got 3 strikes. It's weird. Is this the penal system or is this a goddamn social media platform? Yeah. It should be if advertisers want to advertise that particular content. Okay, that's easy to manage. And guess what? There'd be a lot of advertisers that would be willing to advertise on your content. You're just not being creative enough with your advertising. If you're just treating it as a business, or are you treating it as not just a social media video website, but a way to push and a way to amplify a very specific message?
I mean, if you control what comes out of people's mouths, you can control what they think.
Yeah, if you're making a lot of money on YouTube and you're doing great, wow, that's got fucking real good life. And then all of a sudden YouTube comes along and says, "Oh, you're talking about the vaccine, Sean. We can have COVID vaccine misinformation on our platform. This is going to cost dollars." And some platforms make you do like a re-education thing where you have to like talk to them and have conversations with them about what you did that may have been offensive or what you did that may have violated the terms and conditions that they have for their community.
Yeah, I think we had to do it. I think we did that.
Fucking creepy. That shit's fucking creepy. You're dealing with some fucking woke kid in Silicon Valley who up talks. And this person, okay, what you're doing, Sean, right now, your show, I know that you don't think it's harmful, but it really is. It's truly harmful. Yeah, it's truly harmful. Exposing government corruption.
I can tell. It's real harmful. Right.
But it's fucking weird. It's weird. But I love the fact that at least it exists. And even though it's not perfect, I don't think YouTube can be perfect because imagine the scale. In order for you to get all the pornography and the murder, cartels upload murder videos to YouTube, like they're constantly trying to put it in. Can you imagine the amount of data that YouTube has to deal with on a daily basis? It kind of eludes them. You're just fucking give them strikes, threaten them. Let's just slow everything down. Like too much is getting us in trouble. We just want to make a lot. Yeah. Like I get it. It's kind of genius, and it's a perfect setup. With algorithm where it's constantly recommending stuff that you're interested in. It's fucking great. time waster, but it's also a tool for shaping narrative. And if only one narrative is pushed out there, and other narratives will literally get you demonetized, so you lose your ability to make a living, and then possibly get your whole channel removed, which it did to many people. They just remove their whole channel.
Why be here? This is going to end. I think it is.
That should be all that should be illegal. That stuff should be covered in the First Amendment. Demonetization, no. Because look, if you want to have standards where you say that the advertisers that we have a group of advertisers, and they have requested no shows where someone swears, no shows where someone talks about sex, no shows where someone talks about over drinking or anything like that. They just have rules. We don't want to be associated with that. That, okay, that's totally reasonable. But when you want to stop a channel from uploading a video, making an argument that maybe the lab leak hypothesis is legitimate, and you're pulling that off the air, well, now what do you do? If you're deleting an episode that's accurate about really dangerous information, not just us, also to the organizations that paid for these crazy gain-of-function research projects. Like, what the fuck are you doing, and what did you do? And if you were talking about that on YouTube, and even expressing your ability to just guess that maybe it came from that area. Have you ever seen that John Stewart interview where he was on the Colbert Show? Fucking amazing, right? Amazing. But even now, people are trying to stop them. Just saying, maybe these people are working on these fucking viruses that one leak. Maybe. That would get you removed from YouTube. That's a violation of the First Amendment, in my opinion. Yeah. Because you should, especially some of these people are very informed people. They were biologists, and they were talking about the very specific design of this virus, varying cleavage sites, and how it's very different than anything you see from a natural spillover. They were talking about technical, very specific details, and they were getting banned. Like Brett Weinstein almost lost his channel. He almost lost his channel. Yes. You know that. We had to have him on the university podcast, like let people know what's going on. Yeah. They almost pulled his channel. Yeah. And he's a biologist, a brilliant one, and he's talking about real information.
It's scary, man. Man, I don't know. Yeah. History. So it just
fucking big ass.
I hope that turns out to be the new thing.
I don't think anyone knows it's running, and I think it's also getting attached to AI. It's going to be an insane moneymaker. I don't think X is sort of an all. We probably have cryptocurrency, messaging, phone call. You'll be able to shop on it. It's probably going to be, if I had to guess. And I think that for places like Rumble, the more places like YouTube and Facebook and these other places, more they can find people, where they force people into these boxes and make people toe the line if they want to make any money off of it, if they don't want to get their channel deleted. The more companies like Rumble really emerge. That's what I think. There's going to be just right now there's a hard symbol for some folks because they see it as like, oh, being fucking like a mag, social. It's Truth Social. There's a lot of people who have those prejudices, but Rothschild's on there. A lot of people out there. It's a good platform, and it's an important platform, and it should support it and want to grow. We should come on. But Spotify does video now. We need more video because audio is not enough. It's just audio podcast. You want people to share things viral. Yeah, and the viral stuff. It's all like Elon Musk. He smoked a blunt on my podcast. That's all. You want video of that. Yeah. The more we have a point where that stuff is just free, you can just say whatever you want, and which really ends in Rumble, the only places that I know that really do that right now. If you had any problem on the radio at all, good. No, I haven't. It's audio, not alone. I think it's probably it's not as easy to share. That's what's coming next. Yeah. All they would have to do is just put images of you and images of me and then have a audio. and upload that as a video, and then maybe they will start coming after audience.
Yeah. I mean, I hope, I hope shit starts.
I do too, but I don't think it's around my office. I think they clamp down more. I think the same stuff that they were trying to do with Twitter, they'll try to do something else. They've already openly discussed it. She's openly discussed that the same rules have to apply to Facebook, they have to apply to Twitter, and that Elon Musk abuses privileges. And, there's so many wild things they're saying. Tim Walsh said that the First Amendment doesn't apply to misinformation or hate speech. Okay, well, it certainly does. It does. Sometimes people say things wrong, and the goal of the First Amendment is you say something wrong, and then this guy who's an expert says the right thing.
Yeah.
And then you correct it.
Yeah, I mean, the misinformation, that's all
right. Well, so much of it turns out to be true. How about masks don't work? You would get screamed at for masks don't work. Well, guess what? They don't fucking work. They don't work. I said masks don't work. Remember that interview before the pandemic? Before they knew how big it was going to be? Yes. He was like,
then it was weird too.
It was weird.
With toothpaste diapers on.
It's bananas how easily people fell in line. That scared me the most.
I know. It was, I mean, it's like, it's like, what are you? There's nothing they won't do. There's nothing they won't do.
There's a lot of people out there. There's a lot of people who've never been pushed. They don't know what to do. They're nervous. And they're out there voting.
Do you think they're cowards, or do you think they're just lazy and they like being told what to do?
There's both.
Decisions out of their day.
There's both. But there's also people that are scared of a negative response, so they say what everybody wants them to say. Somebody described this really very eloquently, and I saved it on my phone. Like, this guy nailed it. But essentially, they were saying, especially with beta males, they don't say something because they have an opinion and they really want to express that opinion. They say something and they consider, am I going to get in trouble if I say this? And then if they think that's the case, they don't. And am I going to get in trouble if I agree with them? And probably not, because right-wing people don't really go after it, and left-wing people do. Like, if you want to talk to people, that's right. If you want to say, I agree with the woman's right to choose, but Bill Burr's bit, you see that bit? And he goes, I think I agree with the woman's right to choose, but I also think he should agree. It's a kind of a crazy, because it's really funny, because he's brilliant, but it's just, that's really what it is.
I mean, that's the truth.
That is right? What it is. It is what it is. I mean, factually, that is what it is. And this is coming from someone who's pretty choice. But I think that if you, if you look at all the things that they have that distract them, all the different things that are in the news constantly, whether it's the Diddy raid or fucking J-Lo and Affleck breaking up, and you just get force-fed all kinds of shit while the border is wide open, while they have apps where people can get flights.
The BP1 app.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
That sounds like, I had Sean, I can't pronounce his last name, a brilliant guy, and we were talking about how hard it was for his family to legally immigrate to this country, how difficult it was to get a visa. He was a brilliant guy. He started Facebook. He's one of the original guys on Facebook. And he's this guy who did it the right way. And every step of the way, it was tremendous anxiety to get his visa renewed. Because he didn't know he kicked out of the country. Someone could arbitrarily go, no, not big. Because he had to prove to be here that he has skills that an American doesn't have. That he's a real expert in something.
I went down to the border about, I think it was about 2 years ago, maybe a little longer. And I went down with Ed Calderon. And yeah, great guy. Right? Yeah, well, that's right now. So thank you. But so I went down to TJ with him, and this was like before we really hit the news cycle. And we walked into the migrant camp, probably a couple thousand migrants there, and so we yanked one of them out and interviewed them. And used it to help translate. And, I mean, the guy's been sitting there for, I think he was there with his wife and kids for like 2 years. And I asked, why don't you just go across? It's honest question. Why don't you just go across? He said he wanted to do it the right way. Wow. He's like, now I just want to do it the right way. Oh my God. He's sitting around with this little battery pack charging cell phones for 50 cents. And I'm just like, hey man, like I don't think just because nobody's anti-immigration. No, that I and it's
no, we're anti-tourists.
Yeah. Just the immigration process. Maybe we can get some more people in here quicker, legally. If you do that, and we have to know who's coming in, documentation of who they are. Yeah,
Meanwhile,
yeah.
So, and they want to even crazier, pumping them out in the states. It's so transparent. It's happening right in front of everybody's face, and it's wild grab for power. And the only people which is really crazy. They're the only people that are talking about people that aren't really connected to some sort of executive corporation, a bunch of producers, a bunch of people telling you what to do.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not even something that, that right wing wants to discuss.
Good point. But have you done anything on who's coming across here?
Yeah. That's all I think about. Dr. Food did this investigation. He's got that. He was on network media. It's gotten so bad that Dr. Phil decided he has to start network news.
Good for him.
He's a great guy. Great guy. But he was essentially, talking about this. They really don't know how many people that are coming through their criminals. They're dropping off their IDs on the Mexican side. They just get rid of their IDs so that when they cross over, they have nothing on them. You don't know who they are, what they've done. Gang members, cartel members, guys that speak in Venezuelan prisons. No one knows.
Yeah.
All you have to do is get over here, and we'll give you a key card, send you up, go to New York City, put you in a nice hotel, give you free food. And meanwhile, there's poor people in Chicago that are like, what about us? What about American citizens that pay tax dollars? You guys don't give a fuck about this. You haven't done anything for us. Why? Because they know those people are Democrat. But they know they're you already got it. Statistically, look at the numbers. Statistically, blue.
Yeah,
we're good. Let's just get some people in them swing states.
It's fucking scary. I've been down there at the border ship for quite a while, and ever since the Afghanistan withdrawal, that that was just.
Did you talk about that? When you had him?
A little bit.
Dude, he told me some shit. He told me some shit. Just you can't imagine. That guy saw so much overseas. He said the worst things he ever saw was the Afghanistan pull up.
Dude, do you know who Tyler Andrew is? No. That's the one Marine that survived that suicide bombing in Abbey Gate was killed 13 Marines.
Yeah.
And so I called him. Well, everybody wanted to put him on the show, and I was like, I'm never going to get this fucking guy. Like, the media, everybody wants him. And, but I was like, I'm going to reach out. So, hit him on the gram, and messaged right back and got in. And like, man, he's like, I'm so glad that you reached out to me. Like, I was literally just praying with my fiance that you would reach out because wow, you just did an ABC Good Morning America interview for 7 hours. They released 5 seconds of the interview because it made the administration look so fucking bad they wouldn't air it. So I kept getting by YouTube. They didn't like the real footage, which was actually from his cell phone. We did previews and shit. But man, like to have like his testimony about what happened that day, and then the care afterwards was fucking atrocious. God, I watched this guy. My studio's on Second Story, and I watch a 23-year-old kid hobble up those fucking stairs with one leg, one arm, all kinds of shit going on as a contestant. I mean, I was like, man, this didn't even have to happen. They had the fucking guy in the site. They could have killed him. And, you know, nobody gave direction. I just, you know, maybe they, I mean, I can't see quarterback. Maybe they should last. Just,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. But I mean, he's talking, you know, before we got into the actual, he was talking about, you know, like moms trying to throw their babies over the wall, getting caught up in razor wire, just seeing a fucking baby dangle there by the leg. It's, you know, it's, and there's like, you know, there's no repercussions for how that went down. He just wants to fucking cover it up. So I started digging deep, and I teamed up with a former CA partner, Sarah Adams, and then really good friend of mine, Scott Manning. We went over to Vienna to interview this guy, Ahmad Massoud, who's the leader, the commander of the Northern Alliance. Out there, the resistance is kind of fighting to them. You know, the Taliban pretty much took over. Yeah. I saw them. Yeah. With our son, we love her. Yeah, man. So, got him from Massoud, and you know, like, kind of moving all around the southern border. I mean, so let's Taliban took control of all of our shit. I mean, this could go on for a moment. So now what they're doing is they have passport officers there, just making legitimate passports to. There's 21 terrorist organizations over there training. Hamza Gilani, who we're told was killed, is actually fucking alive, and he's marrying into all these other terrorist networks. So he married all the he married who else? He married into all these different terrorist networks, and so these guys used to be like competitors, kind of, you know, just like the UFO guys. they'll hate each other, but they'll have a common thing like disclosures. These guys, the common thing is, you know, let's take over the Western world. So he is basically Hamza bin Laden is married in all these terrorist organizations. Now they all have to come over to, you know, the Western world and ruin our way. And so what they're doing is they're funneling these terrorists in the passport, was creating them legitimate, real passports, and then they sprinkle them, they get them flights in all over Central America. They funnel them up through the Darien Gap into the U.S. You know, there is zero. I don't do like fuck with the FBI or these people are saying there is zero way to track how many of these fuckers have come in to the U.S. So, you know, now we're going to see is like October 7th, like they saw in Israel and in the mall in Russia, and everybody's like, oh, do you think this by design leaving more allowing to come in? Absolutely, it's by design. I mean, they basically call border patrol stand down. Like, do not fucking do. We're gonna blast. I mean, remember the force that they said was whipping people and it ended up being like the Marines? Yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, I think it's by design. You know, from the government. I think that I think the government is more incompetent than it's ever been before, and I think they have one common goal, and I think the goal is voting. You know, but I don't think that they're competent enough to realize the death and destruction and the other repercussions that we're going to face by keeping that rule. You know, because they don't have, you know, that they don't have anybody with experience. They don't have any solid intelligence stuff going on that's telling them, hey, this is what's going to happen. It's all driven. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. It does make sense that all these guys is get the people that don't worry about the consequences, but more insidious conspiracy that they want press because it gives them an opportunity to clamp down. Unrest. They got really good unrest. You know what I mean? In 2020, right? All through, or before, even before 20, before to that election. So I don't think they need to import terrorism. And the kind of unrest that you get from people is very different than the kind of unrest you get from a legitimate terror attack.
Yeah. I mean, them people, you ever think about what China? If you look at the power grid, dude,
It's not good.
lights out.
It's so easy.
Yeah.
The power grid, it's so vulnerable. It's really nuts. It's nuts. Anybody can argue it.
Yeah. In China, we have, we get transport. Well, everything's imported from China. These huge, transporters. You can tell they shut up. But transporters are imported from China, and they're not even ship them for a Malta or Trojan horses, and it would take. I mean, these transporters sound like a little box inside your house. The green box. They have to take both just to transport these things. So you're talking years. I think the number was like 9. They took out 9 transporters, then the entire year out. On top of that, the Department of Energy actually investigated because somebody was, it got to see that whatever they decided to look into it, and they wouldn't fucking release the results. They wouldn't release the results. So they're treatment plants. I've been talking about this shit from years, and cell phone towers, and then FBI director Chris Wray comes out. Turns out our grid's vulnerable. China's they're also they're buying. Yeah, they all land on military bases. Like it's very broad. It's very. They're doing a great job. Just get the undercut competition, give us cell phone towers, and all sorts of things. They position them around military bases. Mike Baker's putting all the time. Yeah.
And this is how are they letting this go through? Is it incompetence? Is it fools running it? Are they corrupt? Like how did they? I mean, one of the things that really fucked us, we got away from manufacturing. We relied on all these countries. We really found that out during COVID. You couldn't get shit. It was like, whoa, how much more shit is made over there? Like everything? Like how much medicine is made overseas? How many different things that we need that we constantly use? We don't even know how to make.
Yeah.
A lot. You see those
masks? I didn't wear it very long. I whatever. I fell for it for 30 days. And then I was like, this is fucking bullshit. But you pull the mask and I live out here, so I didn't, But made in China. Didn't thing come?
Yeah. They're making money out of it.
Still U.S.
Yeah, it's not getting away from manufacturing, which really not do this country any justice. It's just the corporations save a little bit of money and to push everything off to third world countries to manufacture. It's including our families. Yeah. And I've said this over and over. Apple could make an American new phone and charge me more money. I'll be done.
Yeah.
Charge me a phone where I know people get union wages, they get health care, they get paid correctly, they can live a good life, and they work normal hours. They don't have to sleep in a fucking like they do that they have nets around people from jumping from roofs.
Yeah.
You seen that shit, right?
No,
you haven't seen it? The Chinese factories where they make iPhones are so fucked. People are so distraught that they all the fencing, the giant, all the buildings, because so many people were jumping to their death that they decided, are you serious? Yeah. Those are the nets. Those are suicide nets.
Sorry, buddy.
How crazy? How crazy?
Wow.
Instead of making the conditions better where people don't want to kill themselves so often that you need nets around them. They go, nah, fuck those people.
Dude, it's straight slavery.
Yeah. It's close. They don't really have any other options. And you're getting a phone, and what's a phone? Like $1,500? Is that what it is? Charge $2,000.
Yeah.
Charge $2,000. People pay. Most people are like, their bill every day. You really don't need to fucking switch phones every year. Like everybody, it's stupid. Like I use sometimes like my numbers. Fucking works great. Nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. 5 years. So you could get a meeting American and you wouldn't feel like you're supporting this horrific shit that everybody turns on guys. Because that's the only way you get that kind of stuff. They have them all made.
Yeah, it's. I don't think it's on that.
Well, they would have to be large considered effort, but the problem is it took decades to go away. It probably takes slightly longer to get back. Because there's probably planning, funding, you have to make long-term investments. It's going to be a big gamble.
Yeah.
But, so, I'm sure you've seen what is it? Michael Moore.
So those are also things that,
the Flemish. What is it called? Roger. I want to say they killed Roger Rabbit. Roger. But it's all about Flint, Michigan, once they pulled out from the entire population. Those people, they were doing okay. They had jobs. And then also, gone. Every job, there's jobs. There's nothing to do. The entire industry is gone. And just people went into dire poverty, horrific dire poverty, instantaneously.
Yeah.
Just so a corporation can make some more money.
It's sad.
It's horrible. It's fucking horrible. It's horrible. It's horrible that that's an option. That a corporation would decide, fuck this time.
What do you think? I mean, you think it's
it could come back. I'm optimistic, but honest. I try to live honestly, but also go. I think most people are good people. I really believe that. Even most people that are walking Guatemala do it. 100%. If I was living in the middle of nowhere, you told me, hey, I'm just letting people in. You get a landscaper job, $20 an hour.
Yeah.
I would. 100%. I would. Why would? I think most people are good people that just want a better life. And I think the more united that idea, stop uniting this bullshit that like if either side is correct, that it's the end of democracy. I think we stop that nonsense that's happening between the left and the right because people are just subscribing to the idea of getting captured, just like a religious fervor. Like they think that they're doing the only thing that could possibly be done to save us all, and the other side is entire. It's really like 24% of Americans think it would be a good thing if Donald Trump got shot. I just read that. Fucking insane.
Yeah.
Fucking insane that people would think that violence by an assassin would be a good thing. Former president, like we're that. But I think that a lot of people get riled up in these echo chambers and bubbles. But I think ultimately at the core, most people are good people. And I think if we had some wins, some things like that did start getting built. They start bringing back more American manufacturing. People start getting excited about the idea that America becomes not just a place of innovation and art and creativity, but also like start manufacturing creativity. Yeah. There's no reason to do that.
I mean, I feel like technology is advancing at such a rapid pace. I feel like AI will take over. AI and robots will take over everything.
Well, AI robots, at least we can get AI robots to manufacture things in America.
Yeah,
that would be.
No, I don't I guess what I don't see the union worker. I don't see where their place really fits in.
There's going to be a lot less. For sure. Pretty much every job, every labor job is on the track.
I think every job is on the track.
I don't think Good luck. Good luck. Comedy. Movies because AI is pretty fucking amazing scripts and CGI, the way they can crank out videos, bananas.
Yeah.
I mean, it's bananas. It's just, it looks perfect and comes out in minutes instead of years.
Do you really podcast in safe from AI?
I don't know. Well, I know AI is going to translate. So Spotify is going to translate my show to multiple different languages.
Nice.
Eventually, once they get the technology completely dialed in. But you'll be able to do it in Spanish, German, French, and you're going to be able to hear it'll sound like me, but speaking fluent French.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Are you like
I don't
test buddy?
No, they're already.
Oh, cool.
But they're going to be able to, once they have it completely dialed in, there's no glitches. There's going to be some weird glitches in context, cultural things that aren't going to make sense to translate it. That'll be weird. But once they get it dialed in pretty good, it'll be great for everybody. It'll open up the world. I want to know what these folks are saying in Russia. I listen to a Russian podcast. I watch some Russian news things. Seen the teleprompter. They're always making fun of us for having 78 genders. They relentlessly mock us. That's interesting. Like, this is how Russia is America. Yeah, I think that would be great. I mean,
probably should be talking about my direction a little bit. Fuck it. That's what I want to do. Start going and talking about dignitaries and getting a different perspective on what we're doing. I don't think we're anymore. I don't agree with a lot of the shit that I was involved in, as a SEAL or CIA contractor. And BRICS. Are you familiar with BRICS? Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Don't quote me on this. I think they have 52 countries now. It's kind of like a counter to NATO. These countries that are tired of us, tired of the tariffs, the weaponization of the U.S. dollar. And so basically what they're trying to do is throw the U.S. currency off the world stage and pull it and use Chinese. Whoa. And that would destroy us if all trade went to if the world returned currency to the Chinese, that would destroy us. And so, but yet they're doing a lot of traction on this. And so, I would love to go to any one of these 22 countries and talk to them and just ask them, why are you doing this?
Right.
Why are you doing this? Because that gives nobody's, and I didn't even know there's no journalists talking about this. You can look up BRICS on X. There's a page, it's pretty official one, but they're always posting updates about it and what's going on. I think it would be really important for somebody to go around and start talking, getting another perspective rather than Fox and CNN have to say about it.
What changed with you that altered perspective? No, it must be good guys.
COVID.
Real.
Yeah. That's. I used to get really upset. People would, talk, the war in Afghanistan. And when I was, and I got so out of the country, and I was like, this is not shit anymore. But after getting it and looking at the policies that came out, and kind of, it's like, it's just reflecting on on some of the policy restrictions and stuff that didn't really make sense at the time when it was in. And now I can like, man, what? I didn't have time to think about it because it was okay. Go on the next mission, whatever, right? And but now, like back through the podcast, talking to my podcast started with all my former colleagues and Mel and agency. Nobody thinks we should have been there, especially nobody thinks we should have been there. It's and I just keep going and man, I don't dive into the military industrial complex, all the lies the government has been telling us, all the unreleased classified shit, it's just it's over and it's created a 100% complete distrust and I mean the Chinese stuff. I mean, about the Chinese Halliburton. Yeah, look into that. Yeah. Well, he was, and then Halliburton got no big contracts to rebuild Iraq for billions. I think people understand like how big it was a fucking company for 2 wars. That's everything. That's they're delivering your mail, they're building your barracks, they're cooking your food, they're in charge of garbage, they're in charge of fuel, everything that's logistical over there is Halliburton KDR. Wow. In both countries. And I mean, I think people in Afghanistan are like, oh man, you're sleeping on the side of a mountain or something. No, man, there's fucking Burger King, KFC, Pizza Hut, Thai restaurants. I mean, that's all logistics. I mean, it's cities that we built over there, and it all by how who was the vice president, CEO, vice president of the fucking country. Like, are you serious? And now it's yeah, right. When you see the left getting excited that Dick Cheney is supporting their candidate, the world's going to be. Yeah, it's going to be the same people that used to think Dick Cheney was the devil. Now they're like, Dick Cheney. There's nobody. It's like nobody actually has an opinion anymore. They're just told. They're just told that this is what we're going in the next 2 hours. Long they can keep that up with the internet because the distrust in media is at an all-time high. It's probably it has to have been in human history. It ever been in the history of printed words right now. More distrust than ever. And at the same time, you have these independent people that have become bigger than the media. There's never been a thing where just an app you get on your phone has 30 times more views than the top show CNN. Yeah, that's never happened before. But now that's the world that we live in. So propaganda is not effective anymore. And it's also the delivery method that they use. It sucks. They sit there with makeup on, with perfect clothes. They said, right now in Syria, and they start reading things and they're reading about the teleprompter, and that person could be working at fucking Entertainment Tonight. They could be working at any other. They're just a talking head. They just don't believe. They know that the mouthpiece for some giant corporation. No one thinks it's the real news anymore. You have to be old boomers who are like real tired, like those old liberal boomers that still like MSNBC to the death. Like the Stephen King's out there. Yeah. MSNBC to the death. Yeah. That's what I was saying about the baby boomer generation. I think that the media will die if things continue just the way they are. Shit doesn't get too bad. I think the media is done when the baby. Didn't George Soros buy 200 radio stations? Yeah, man. First of all, what a bad investment. Who the fuck listens to radio? That's bad. But second of all, what are you going to do? Like, because one thing that I do find is that right-wing talk radio is probably the only talk. It's like the only place we get a lot of
ideas. Like, there's a lot of local right-wing radio. The reason why I know is my mechanic, whenever he fixes one of my cars, he puts it back, he's always listening to right-wing talk radio. So every time I talk about it, and I'm listening to these guys argue about Kamala Harris, the border, and she was a fucking border. I don't think they swear, but they're going over this. That's interesting. Like, maybe that's what it's about. You know, if you want to own 200 radio stations, just start firing guys. That's what, you know, you would stop a lot of that. And that's what a lot of people are getting their information that aren't using podcasts. It seems like I don't hear a lot of AM radio shows. Do you?
No.
No, weird, right?
It is.
It's like the one area that's dominated by right-wing talkers.
Well, we're probably
so. I don't know a good move that would be. Maybe he knows more than me about how many people that affects. Maybe my mechanic is ask him.
Yeah, man. I so well think he really cares about a good investment. You
Also,
know,
he's too old.
just wants a better.
He wants. He's, you know, he likes to manipulate governments. He likes to manipulate society. I think he thinks it's like his version of a video game.
Yeah.
You know? I think he genuinely seems to enjoy it.
Yeah,
I
I think you're right. I mean,
Elon's always said he thinks that guy hates humanity. Like that, there's a wild thing to say. It's such a wild thing to say, and it's such a wild thing to do, like a super villain in a Batman movie, like some billionaire guy who likes to hire the most progressive district attorneys that's going to let people out of jail, and then the next person who's more to the left of that person, just keep pushing it, keep pushing it,
Yeah.
keep pushing it. So you got tents everywhere, miles in the streets, you know.
he's done a damn good job.
How come there's no directing something to do with the other direction?
I always wondered that too.
I always. Well, it's also like if you look at the amount of donors we donate to the left versus donate to the right. Have you ever seen that chart? It's fucking nuts. The left gets so many more donations than the right does. Like, it's a giant difference. Why do you think? I don't know. I think a lot of rich people feel guilty, and they get into philanthropy, and also to cover their ass, make them look as better people. And the people really go after you if they don't think you're a good person. Generally, the left. So if you could like throw them a little cheddar, you're like, I wonder if you're
68735.
Buying their place outside of the rules. Like, hey, I donated your thing. You know, I don't have to do that.
There's got to be a little bit of that, you know? What do you got there?
The top donors.
Yeah.
OpenSecrets.org. 6 of the top 7 are Republicans.
Oh,
Individual donors.
Individual donors. What else was like they showed a chart that had like Google, Facebook, these mega corporations that were donating. So this is like individual donors. Wow, some guys donated $105 million. But that's kind of probably worth billions. That's probably some sort of a write-off too, isn't it? That's pretty good. Go to corporation donations via party, because that's the chart that I was looking for. It's just nuts to see how much money overall is being spent to push the Democratic Party. It's pretty extreme. You know, and you got to, what do they get out of that? Like, what's the end goal? And how could you look at what's going on right now?
Sometimes I think it is a complete facade.
This is the number one. This is corporations. So they donate more than Google.
Federal contributions.
So 82 million is the top one. So and these are right wing. Is that why it's? So let's see if this top. What is that Google chart that I'm saying? I don't see Google on this. Is it Alphabet? Put it under Alphabet.
The weekly live stream show I Protest, which
Yeah.
is broadcast.
I'll try again.
Okay.
This is
so
another.
yeah, secrets might be like.
Well, I don't know.
That's nonprofit.
So I just think top corporate donors is just all I type in.
Oh, yeah. Is this corporate donors to what, though?
That's why I was
Giving programs that empower organizations to do more so you can find promising. I think that's raising shit. I don't think that's necessarily political donors. Campaign
donors, ACs.
That's the individuals, right?
No, this is the corporates.
This is the corporates.
Yeah.
So what was that chart then? The number 2 donator to the Democratic Party was the same thing from Freed guy, which is crazy.
No kidding.
Yeah. That one seemed like maybe that was a good way to skirt around.
Yeah.
Didn't work.
Yeah. It says Google or Alphabet gave on Open Secrets. It says they gave just under $10 million to contributions and then spent $21 million in
lobbying.
Top recipients, obviously. Harris.
Yeah. So good.
Is that why he was essentially?
Oh, is this is who they donated to?
Yeah.
He was very gung ho,
Wonderful.
Never back down. What is that? Chuck Norris. It's weird. You know, it's supposed to be the will of the people. It's supposed to be the government works for the people, and it's not that. It's some very bizarre, enormous amount of money that's being spent to make sure that people in power can run things exactly the same way. That's what I'm really terrified about Trump. It's not necessarily even that he's a Republican. It's much more that he's a guy that is not going to play the game.
Yeah.
And then when he gets in there, when he talks about how he want to come in and do some sort of a government efficiency. They're terrified.
Yeah.
It's not efficient.
Yeah.
You know? He's going to come in with like that testimony. It's like, you're working 16 hours a day, you're sleeping on the fucking couch. We're here to get some shit done. And you try to climb that to government. That's, you know.
Yeah, what did he shave? Like 80% of the staff off Twitter?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he was like, what's going on? What the fuck are you people doing? Why do you have so many people doing nothing?
Yeah. Yeah.
And he was right.
Yeah.
He was right. You don't want to say. Like, it's interesting how people react to it. That he's ruined Twitter, destroyed Twitter. No, he's you can still block these crazy people if you want. You can still not see them if you want. Yeah. But what he's allowed is everyone to talk. Everyone.
Yeah.
And if you don't think that that's good, you're very short-sighted. And you don't understand human beings. Like, you cannot have human beings censored because someone is going to be in power and you're going to take advantage of censorship. They're not different than us. They're not these incredibly benevolent beings who just want everything to work out well. No, they're people.
Yeah.
And a lot of dirty people. Dirty, corrupt people with dirty parties.
It's that control what they say, control what they think, you know?
It's wild. It's a crazy time to be a person. Watch all this go down. At the same time, AI is being developed, and we're not even sure where it's at. You know, at any moment in time, it could be a sentient force. And AI is already manipulating, lying, changing things. One of the things they put this AI program, they gave it a task, and they gave it a specific allotted amount of time. And it couldn't achieve it in the allotted amount of time, so it gave itself more time.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
You also have things called hallucinations. AI doesn't know it's wrong, or it doesn't know things. So if it doesn't have information, it will kind of create an answer. And
no shit.
Yeah. And they don't understand why it's doing that. Sometimes that answer is not true.
I got to be honest. This AI scares the shit out.
It should. I think it's my thing. I think it's the next kind of leap in faith. I think we're going to give birth to it. I think we're just running head first towards the cliff. Just feet on the ground, full cliff, looking down, not looking ahead. I think we're going right over this thing.
Yeah. I don't. I mean, it's I mean, what are we going to do, though? China, you know, has come out and said that he believes the winner of the race that I will be global domination. So what do you do? It's probably trying to control it. Is America trying to control it, or do you go, fuck it, we gotta do it, we gotta go, or China's gonna pass this up, which they probably already have.
I don't think they have. I think one thing to do is they're stealing our tech. And there was recent speculation that China got access to some of OpenAI's work. They think it's possible, which means probably didn't happen. I think there's probably a shit ton of espionage. I mean, this is the reason why they banned Huawei from the United States. You know, I'm a cell phone user. I really love technology. And Huawei phone that was coming out, I was really excited about. This is crazy. Like, they were doing 100 megapixel cameras and phones way before anybody else. They had a just design Huawei phone. It was like this incredible. It was like built better than any other phone. It was much more expensive, but built better than any phone you get in America. I was like, wow, this is back when I would use both Android and Apple. And then they banned it. I was like, that sounds kind of crazy. Only one company, like there's other Chinese companies. Like, yeah. And then I started looking into it. It's not just the cell phones. It's routers. It's all sorts of things that found third-party inputs and different pieces of technology and different ways that they can exploit and use this stuff to siphon information from networks. If they're attached to the network that's at a university and they're doing research projects, they can siphon that information. And also embed students in these places that are beholden to the CCP. These students rise up, get their PhDs, and some of them wind up going back to China. The whole thing is really strange because we're such an open society. We're vulnerable to these kind of attacks. Yeah. You can't buy shit in China. You want to buy in China, good luck face. They won't sell you a house. They're not going to sell you land near the military base. You out of your fucking mind. But in America, we're still goofy. We let China buy up armor that's near military bases. Yeah, yeah. And then we let them sell us the cell phone towers surrounding military bases. And we
let them fly silently, traverse the entire United States.
Apparently, that was something they didn't want to tell Trump about. They hit that for Trump.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, that was some of this had happened during the Trump administration, but they didn't tell her. Yeah. I was like, shoot it down. Yeah. I wouldn't. They did it. Shoot it down.
Maybe they're not. I mean, the energy. They're building coal mines every day to power. Yeah. We're going on. Should we use fossil fuels or not? Yeah. And and we just talked about it a week ago. We don't beef up the grid and start going, nuclear.
Yeah.
And we're gonna fuck lose this race.
Well, not only that, like, how are you saying, like California's not going to have internal combustion engine cars by 2035. By 2035, we have to buy electric cars.
And actually, when that happens,
I mean, it could be first for sure, and it will be once the Great War happens. But if you're going to say that, you have a grid that you shut down, like you brown out summer because people using air conditioning. And after he said this thing about 2035, within months, they asked people to stop charging their Tesla because it was breaking the grid.
Thomas is chairman saying nobody knows who he is.
What? You're asking people to stop charging their electric cars. So, and what are you doing to keep this up for 2035? Immense project you're building that is going to make a much more sustainable, much more grid. It's going to be able to handle 30 million electric cars in your state. Are you like a mind?
Yeah, there's literally, I look at this all the time, there's no infrastructure going in to correct the problem because the problem is so big that nobody wants to tackle it.
Yeah, it's a long-term problem. Just like when they talk about putting in chip manufacturing plants, like NVIDIA just stopped production in Austin. See what happened? So apparently, we weren't achieving the results demanded that they desire. You have to have certain tolerances when you're making these computer chips, and so they set this plant up in Texas, and I think they just canceled the contracts for a bunch of workers because they've kind of recognized that it's just not going to work.
Why is
it? Good question. Really get into it. I mean, Jamie, pull it up. I think it's not their standard.
NVIDIA is the company. Didn't they start buying? Didn't they start producing all their chips in the ocean? They're buying like massive ships.
Really?
You'd have to look.
There's a huge thing in Ohio. They're still trying to do it to make chips there. Semiconductor. But this is not obviously because there's no seismic activity there. Oh, that makes awesome. Super sketch. Interesting. Why they do it? I don't know. It was one of the but yeah. See if you can find the Texas one. They're canceling. It seems.
Goddamn. Multiple manufacturing companies that
well, no, it's pretty recent. It's pretty recent. We're talking about they're not achieving the results they desire, which is my point is a long project to get up to the manufacturing levels of chickens right now. It's a long project. We're really behind this.
Yeah.
They're way ahead. And they make amazing things now. It used to be made in China was made in China. Incredible.
The drone game, and that's the future of warfare. Drone swarms and DJI. That's a Chinese company, and this is going to be a fucking problem. We realize, okay, the next one is the guys in games anymore.
Right. Samsung Taylor Point look in Texas due to 2 GA was unable to improve beyond the 10 to 20% range. That's it. Click on that. So that's it. So this is a project that Samsung is going to start making chips. So the Taylor Hub initially granted wafers of advanced process below the 4 I don't know what that means. Nanometer lithography, allowing Samsung to secure nuclear clients. Unfortunately, despite progressive chip making plan, the company has faced a challenge that has become multi-year entity, ensuring healthy use, particularly with its 2 NMGA process situation surround 3 nanometer is not free either, with business Korea reporting that Samsung gives for this technology 50%, whereas TSMC is significant lead in its 3 nanometer 60 to 70% range.
Taiwan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's not good. I mean, they're doing something up. There's going to be a lot of traffic. It's going to take a while. You know, I mean, remember when SpaceX started and rocket exploding, and people were like, oh, I was like, yeah, because we have to figure out how to do it correctly. And this is all news.
Yeah.
You know, and that's when you're doing something that's data. Like if you want to start making all the computers, like, good Lord, that is a stretch. They've been doing it there for so long. It down to science. Yeah. And you got all these, whether it's Lenovo, even manufacturing chips, hard processors, like, to catch up to them. Good Lord, they're so hard.
Yeah. It's I mean, I hope it's going to take less, but I would like to just start getting stuff from somebody other than China. That'd be nice. Start.
Well, I think Samsung stopped making their phones in China. I think they're the only country.
Did they?
Yeah. Google that. 90% of those things.
I was saying that these NVIDIA chips, which are it's a silicon company, but the U.S. wafer
The gap between China and U.S. in artificial intelligence technology is widening further after the video founder and executive unveiled processors for what narrow generative AI industries. But we're ready. But the thing is, the part of it is they're going to get out of this stuff, which is this is the really thing that they keep admitting is that it's very porous. The top secret information that companies have is super common. It's so valuable. It's so lucrative that they sometimes they don't really know stuff is being siphoned over there.
Well, I mean, it's Chinese. What I understand is Chinese law that anything business is taking that is being conducted within China, if it helps technology, eventually helps the military and CDFX. Yeah, and so any open developed or manufactured, it's all of it.
Yeah,
It's just is.
It just is.
It's not.
Your country, like they function under the government.
Yeah, they suck the American with getting around, and then it's and the cheap labor, cheap prices, and then once it's going, they control it.
Yeah,
right now,
exactly. And people are worried. You just go over and they take that money. Yeah. I mean, what they do, it's pretty amazing. You know who was
no,
she was working on. She was originally from China. The spirit went back to China. She apparently was through and came back. I forget some slippery car hack.
Yeah. Damn.
Yeah. Like that's wild. Yes, all that water engine. That's crazy. But that if they develop, I've always when we're looking at these things, we're calling UAVs or whatever. How many of those are sophisticated drones? It's not. It's not that there's not real phenomenon. People are seeing that defies logic. Might be a super intelligent creature from somewhere else, super intelligent thing from somewhere else. If it's even biological, it might be a digital life, and all life actually becomes some sort of artificial intelligence, or at least connected to artificial intelligence. That might be a regression biological. It eventually creates something really better than itself, and that's what we do in the universe. And if someone in this world has developed some sort of technology similar to what they do, that's a huge, and that's the thing about all this. If someone had something that was just a game changer, something that required any propulsion systems at all, it would have it, and it runs space and time, and instantaneously traverse one point in the sky, and that kind of thing is nuts. If that is in the hands of the United States government, it would make sense that it would help to like spread this UFO.
Yeah, I mean, you do. What do you think? What do you think?
I think it's. I think there is a very strong possibility that there's life out there, and if I was, and there's also the sighting kicked up way after after to the Trinity experiment, they dropped the bombs and the tests that they did in the 50s and 60s. That's exactly the same. And I would tell from another. And then we have to, you have to listen. People take so long. If they kill bruise, mice, fucking a couple of jungle, how long before you can get a how long can you get a cell phone? How many years to take? And if I was that realize this is an correctly, I'd probably make a show hovering military base, shut down. Yeah, I would probably, but are there different ones? I mean, if there's one comes here, who's to say it's not enough shit times? Some of them are by doing tests on kidnapping people, erasing memory, putting them back to the woods. Those stories are too common. There's too many stories that people with the Travis. This guy was in the 1930s. He was in war. Oh, did they? Yeah. Seeing a crazy story. Like, who was that? Chris Blood? No. You heard of him? Chris Blood. He's a guy that is as well. You've not heard of him. Maybe possible. It's got memories. Sounds like they all have information, and there's and pregnant, and also figure out what happened. Wow. John Mac, who was at Harvard, he wrote this. It's called, and it's all reviewing these kind of experiences. And this book was right. So it was, I don't think these people got to share stories. They could come up with stories. And today, you've heard or crash or something. You could form your own dream and see like things that could hurt. But when you go, one of the first people that they have the same story as all people that didn't know anything about you, and then also like freak them out, so, and they take them to a lot of depression. You hear the recordings of screaming, freaking out. No one thought about the Indians of the 1950s or whatever that was. But people have this wild, really super similar to where's it, John Mack. And maybe there's just like they just come down, study, report, to the state of the biological, and visit and return. Maybe they monitor us, make sure that we don't do anything really fucking stupid. Like give us figure it out. Don't. That's their interesting. That's yeah. I don't know, man. I try and talk to I don't know. Some people are oh really? Interview with him for your show. That was a great episode. He's fun. We're not going to we're just going to laugh. No fact. Let's just see. But when he starts talking using tablets, he's an expert in like the deciphering of all those ancient tablets. He's got a lot of information on that. Those things are fascinating because it's all the same stories back then. flying ships, all these different depictions of things that came from the sky, these giants, the Anunnaki, all these different things that came from some other place that interact with human beings.
Yeah, he kind of like mixes it with stuff, right? That's kind of towards is maybe I think there's some consciousness aspect. There's I think there's I think it is the after.
It's possible, that's for sure. It's possible that whatever things are here, there's some sort of check that we just don't have the ability to interact with. We're limited in our capacity biologically to interact with these dimensions that are real, but we just can't access it. We can't get to it. We don't have the frequency. We don't have what it is. But in some cases, under duress, or some situations, in some, just like a person being hypnotized, sure, going to a trance. I think there's a way that people can kind of access these realms, and I think that's probably what some of these things are. People have probably experienced something that probably is real, but that probably not. Yeah. Have you ever looked into? Because I think I'm going to all this stuff together, but if you look at yeah, that's pretty nuts.
Yeah.
I had a show called Everything, and we had things that could really do what's most. Okay, this is an television show, so it's like weird pressure. The skeptical people looking at this, and I don't know. I think it's probably a skill that can be developed, but I don't consistent. It's I don't believe in psychics, but I do believe that sometimes you just know things, and sometimes you get premonition. I think the connection that people have with each other is not as simple as you call your friend. I think we're somehow. I think we're connected in some sort of a weird, undisputed way. That's why I'm thinking about something. People say, "Oh, man, because sometimes you have to fucking and you have a conversation with a buddy, start thinking about that, right? That's weird.
That's I mean, what they said when you 10% more. That's not real. You don't.
What that was, really, they're saying they didn't really understand what the brain does. Parts of the brain do when they have 10%. That's like different parts of the brain have very different functions under different circumstances. Different parts of the brain are active. I think we have a limited understanding of the actual function of the brain, the whole thing, how it's working, how it's making chemicals, making psychedelic compounds, and the whole epinephrine, norepinephrine, all this different dopamine and serotonin, how it regulates your system and changes the way you interact with stuff. I don't think it completely happened. They can't recreate it,
Yeah. Have you heard of? No, dude. You have to. Who's he? He is but he's but he's not like me or anything like that. He's really no. He just to have a conversation. He's there. Okay. Not from anyways, but the way I asked him, like, how did it happen? Does everybody have this? I was just paying him questions. He said it got it the beginning, and that he was basically saying if you could help him to kind of communicate telepathically. And he was talking about caveman times. He used to point at you, nod head, look look at things everybody thinking about. And he goes, then we started traveling in groups, and then language was kind of born. And he goes, language actually slowed down our initial form of communication, which was, it wasn't maybe as descriptive. It was just as deliberate as speaking a language. And then you introduce technology. Basically, what he was kind of saying is that our brains kind of tucked in. Thousands of years of technology, language. I don't know exactly. We don't hear it all the time. We lose it. And it's basically the same as we're losing our instincts. I mean, and that makes sense. We don't use it. Isn't that what the appendix is? In the appendix, we're going to be more as we cook food. Yeah, I don't know. What is the reason why the appendix is going away? I think it's a changing diet time made it unnecessary. So it's slowly phased out of human anatomy. That's why we're not thinking it doesn't function anymore. What did you say? The appendix ways with the gut and it's take out your appendix. The immune system is good. And also populate the gut with beneficial bacteria after gastrointestinal issues. So how did the appendix form? There's a thing that's speculated about which your appendix is and why we don't use it the same way we use it. Why do humans have appendix worm shaped? Modern research appendix keep on looking. Okay, here over the top. Worm shaped that's all you can see in the body. It's an organ, it's primarily it's often moved indiscriminately with complications to infection. However, the appendix is functions in the body and it protects the body's internal environment from infection. What is the original origin of the appendix? So that was the thing that I had read. I think it was something like processed fiber. The vestige support the theory that the appendix is supported by our this was found that in vertebrates, the appendix is comparatively large and helps with digestion of tough divorced foods such as bark of a tree. So the thing is like changing, right? We don't that changing, its function changes. It makes sense that we don't use the mind when you're did before language. Probably lose this connection that animals have with each other. Yeah, there's all kinds. I mean, if you heard of people kind of, how do I describe this? Me and my wife were just having this conversation the other day. If you heard of people that kind of they start preparing for death, but they're not realizing they're preparing for death. Yeah. It's like an intuition, unaware that they're going to die, and so they start preparing everything for their departure, and not even realizing, that they're gonna pass. I think this is another example of. I think that we have lost a lot of intuition, and we don't really know. Just that's right. I think it makes sense. I think certainly distracts beings from an interaction. Kids today grow up with social and or their progress. There's something about the use of technology that is certainly limiting its abilities to interact with their person. Yeah. And over time, that's probably more. And one to think about the rise of spectrum disorders and the lack of emotional connectivity and empathy people seem to have them, especially on the spectrum, and then accentuate that adding technology, more invasive population who have these problems
like almost like we're becoming a different kind of person.
Yeah. This person this is unfair. It was talking conversation how in like humans begin to lose their peripheral vision because they're looking at the phone so that they were evolved. I guess I don't know about deep.
Wow, that makes
yeah. Go anywhere. That's what everybody.
Right. Like, look at my phone. Like, what's the phone? I bet you.
I'll bet it's
Okay, but let's say it's just
and they're up for 2 hours. 25%.
so 25 days like this. That's got ultimate effect.
Damn.
Especially, and especially if it becomes like completely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't. I mean, I it was way.
This makes sense. Well, we're in a weird depth, you know? Weird.
It's this stuff scares a lot of psychedelics, you know, and access, you know, your information.
Yeah, I think so. It's limited, and it's limited. Like, you know, right now, some research on it. You know, the FDA would approve MDMA benefits dealing with PTSD, and they stop, and they decide more. Meanwhile, like life-changing results, and there's a lot of people that should be doing something. It's not hurting.
Dude, you want to hear the best story?
Sure.
I got my best friend I worked with at the agency for a long time. He was blown up, survived like the first fucking car. I got up. That's like right next to the car. Then it's out. I don't know some friends, but he got fucking shot in the head by a 38 special round in the middle of the road. Survived, and I've stayed with the process. Anyways, couldn't walk. Was bedridden 5-6 days. Had sex with his wife in 2 fucking years. Couldn't go outside because just light sensitivity. And I've been told, hey, you have to go down. Nothing else. It's going to change. I wasn't aware of all this stuff. I knew about the stuff, but he was high. His wife called me, and so I got him and did IV and did 5 minutes, left his fucking went home, banged his wife, doesn't need sunglasses anymore, and is not, and that was about 6 months ago. I just don't know that he's still like good. That's one. Dude, shit happened. Like, when did he I bet it was 4 years. 4 years. Shit. I mean, cracks. One eye. God, I was like, you'll go see what, like, if you kind of, I'm not gonna do it. But now, he's like, I feel fucking. That's what.
But imagine drug companies can sell. Yeah. It would be incentives everywhere. Are you suffering PTSD? We can cure you. Yeah. Dude, and you go into the place and you fuck up. It's just like fucking these GLP ones They're trying to keep people this way. It'd be everywhere. Yeah. Everybody would. Anyone has truth. Anyone has trauma. Come on in. And they'd just be selling it. Yep. You know. And I mean, I've been drinking almost 3 years now. Really? Yeah. I went down. I began experience. Like it was just like, you done it? Why not? What was well with addiction? Yeah. Well, it is right there. 3 years, but I mean, it, like, do you want like full experience? Yeah. Yeah. So went down to Mexico, and I just had this nice couple of my show. And the first one was Eddie Gallagher. He was talking about psychedelics. I was like, and then the one that really got was I had this guy on, his name DJ Shirley, and he I saw you saw that DJ's fucking beast, bro. Yeah, I follow. Like takes the level, but yeah, he. We were waiting, but you should really think about going. And I was like, you know, I've done a ton of research. I've talked to guys like now it's fuck it up. And so I went there. I just would be more of the moment with my family, 2 little kids now, and it was. I felt like PTSD type stuff, and maybe not, but anxiety and being in the moment with my family. And so I went and did the and we took pills, and like I didn't get a lot of pills, but the first visual I got was just sitting there like looking at this mirror, shaking the fucking rock, and like I was like, well then my it like split open like in the mirror. Yeah, dude. It was like I watched my head like peel like a fucking banana. Like it was just like and then another blossom. Wow. Yeah, I was all right. I'm gonna, and to me, like, I guess I lost concept of time. It didn't feel it was like 12 hours. It didn't feel like 12 hours. It didn't really feel like time. I got like kind of, and just had TV screens. It looked like all black, like you're in space or something, and these lines, TV screens that were going in my vision. And what was playing in the TV screens was it was moving, like it kind of slow pace. And so I could see what was going on for my peripheral. I tried to concentrate on any one particular thing, and they would like all disappear until I stopped trying to like concentrate on one thing, and then it all appear again. And I could like look at it through my peripheral, like, oh, you know, it was in bed when I was 5 years old. Yeah, like yelling at me. That was this. It's like, but it wasn't like traumatic event. It was just like passing me by, like recording. Yeah, and I just let it like pass, and I went into some stage. I don't really understand. It was just like these walls of stuffed animals, and I was kind of like going through the space. And then last thing I talked
before I did the experience in China. So then I had like Chinese and Asian. But what came, like it's like, oh well, that's pretty good. Well, what came literally a week long to have to experience. I lost 5 pounds. So metals detox, by the way. So that's probably had like metals blocking me up or something. But so whites of my eyes like cleared up, like, and it wasn't just me. I was like, out, and then I didn't so much like any of the stuff. Came home, like, your eyes like a lot, like the whites was a lot whiter, and my brown eyes like they lightened up. Yeah, and then it was also like I realized everything that I was ingesting was poison. It was like this, going back to intuition, this intuition. Like I just, like, you know, I didn't go down. You know, it just fucked me. Like I was just like, so like I said, big. But well, it digress. So I mean, I used to drink close to 2 fifths of vodka a day. Oh, yeah, and but you know that, and that was coming out of thing to do really, and process a lot of what I had the past 14 years. Didn't have any severely depressed, party, you know, and that it was like drink many bottles, and then it. But there it was like probably 2 bottles of wine and 2 bottles of vodka. Still, yeah. Well, yeah, it is. But anyways, and I just didn't want to find any make out. Addicted to that. Didn't need that. Need this Ambien anymore. And cold turkey, weed, quit weed for about 6 months. And then that, yeah, you know, but sugar for about 6 months. And it was 0 left. It wasn't like, I'm not drinking, I'm not getting sugar, I'm not smoke weed. No more. And there was just no urge. There was no. It was gone. Wow. You know, it requires, yeah, some sort of a, but the fact that banana, yeah, it's an enormous. And if there's people that could help people that are struggling, and it's yeah. I don't think people you know, I chose this is that during Montgomery 72 when he wrote Fear and Loathing. So he created and Canada so the Brazilian scientists were coming to have give him this treatment. It became it started. He was giving him one, he was dying it, swearing it,
And Hunter actually derailed it by I see if you can find it's very much yeah, I mean he was that was really fun and ironic that they get to quit addiction.
Yeah. I mean it's not an experience. Listen, where is it?
That guy, everybody, he would do absolutely and you know, and called. We started. There was that some of this was not real, and you had to kind of figure out what it was. It was just going to do it this way.
He was a cool.
Yeah. Oh my. Okay. But I
yeah, because they say like
you can't get addicted. Honestly,
get addicted to him, but
yeah, I don't. I've heard it's like I think there's people who do it to escape, and I think they escape reality. They get used to escape, and they choose that way too much. I think that with everything.
Yeah.
I think you can abuse at least some psychedelics. But that's far out. And there's a lot of people who treat
yeah.
And the fact
it's ridiculous, man. I mean, it's
yeah.
I mean, working and it's just like why like let us. I'm speaking, you know, for the better. Why can't you just let us be better?
Yeah.
Like everybody 22 a day, you know, it's like a day, but doing some shit, say, talking here, and but I don't start thinking,
well, maybe
or
yeah,
yeah.
I mean, but when you hear all this shit that's going on, October hasn't even started yet. Full month of who knows what happened.
Yeah, I don't think.
Well, I don't think. And not only, you know, forget about organization. Like to forget about that there are maybe state actors. No, it's trying to kill Trump. What about the fucking recruits that are buying rhetoric every day? President, this is the one that gives them meat in their life. The one great that they can come up with Trump. I mean,
I don't know. I mean, there's just there's so much that goes at first, sure, right? What was he, 20 years old? 20 years old. Then you got, you know, Trump in the media for what, about 8 years? I think he showed up about a year before the 2016 election, right? Kind of went. So we're going years now of the media slamming for threat to democracy, they're trying to ruin the country. You know, it's I mean, since he was 12 years old, that's all he 12, that's all he
and little kids.
So is it a very well orchestrated act to kill him? Is it media manipulation? Now we're consequences, you know, of what that kind of pushing an agenda like
it's probably You know, it's probably all the, and the fact that 24% of Americans were polled, because those are the toughest motherfuckers of all time. People that answer polls. Yeah, you know, like 99% of people don't answer polls. So out of that 24% of those retards are dumb enough that it's a good idea to pursue Trump. Yes. And that the parents shouldn't be able to decide on it. That's what's crazy. They think they're right and you're wrong, and no matter what, they stop you from getting your vote. They have to stop you from moving in the direction you are thinking you are going to vote for. It's just a scary time. Scary time for the Republic. It really is.
Yes, it is.
It's weird, scary, and also weirdly chaotic in the sense that this is all happening at the same time as the rise of podcasts and social media and new ways to get information. So more people aware we are now. Like during the Vietnam War, you know, the people were against the Vietnam War. You know, they were against fighting the troops in the Vietnam War, but they didn't really know what was going on. They didn't have like full access to it like we have now.
Yeah. I don't know. Man, I mean, part of it, you know, it's part of it. We're just gonna end in some type of a civil war.
That's
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's being pushed in that direction. I mean, I think
we're kind of already there. It's just gonna look a lot different.
It's a cold, right?
You know?
Yeah.
You see these states banding together.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you see states banding together, you see red states banding together, you see, you know, a lot of sending National Guard down to Texas, you know, to try to secure the border. You got, you know, these extreme. Look, I don't whether. And so, like the abortion stuff, like you got states that are making these like super harsh abortion laws. Hunt you down in prison, and I can't remember how many states now has constitutional carry. I can't remember. I think there's a state or two left that need constitutional carry. But I mean, I think basically what I'm getting at, I think the lines are kind of like being drawn right now. The alliance is kind of forming. Like, hey, let's pass these super red laws, super left blue laws, and it'll drive everybody out of the state that we want. Do you know what? This is all like happening naturally.
Yeah, I don't know. I hope it's a greater that we develop where we figure out how to get better work. And I think some of that can be facilitated through AI. It's done greatly with a real source AI, where people get a real understanding of the action. Instead of like whatever beliefs you have, why the system works the way it is, if you can just have it laid out, where there couldn't be no can't deny it. I mean,
we have a podcast and journalists. I mean, how the fuck did you do this? You know, on like on the show that kind of went off the rails a little bit, got a little right, more political. I hate that.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, it's just the kind of come up. So every time I feel like I've on the rest of the field. I don't think this shit's gonna walk, but anyway, what I was going is, you know, people have just lost their fucking ability to think for themselves. They can't critical think anymore, and you know, so one thing I do on mine is beyond. I'm like, don't say 500. Let's not say like the left. Like, let's not say these fucking Democrats and fucking Republicans. Like, just just give me a policy, give me the protocol. Like, let's just leave all that shit out. Because if you leave all those adjectives out, then it forces people to go, well, shit, I don't. It forces them to formulate their own opinion because they don't know what their side is about that particular issue. Unless you're talking about abortion or something like that. But you know what I mean? Yeah, you leave that out of, if you leave those adjectives out, then I think common sense will start to make a comeback because it won't be so tribal. Be like, well, actually, I don't know the party that stands on. I have to formulate my opinion here, and that would be
Or definitely, some people just don't have the interest to form their own opinions.
Yeah.
It's so much easier to just agree, whatever they're saying. Yeah. How did you get started? Who was
well, I used weapons and tactics, and I taught Keanu Reeves for John Wick 3, and then I'll just put it that way. Got a lot from the special operations community, two-way community, and I was like, you know what? It's very contradictory to me anyways. So I was like fucking this shit, and so I just started. Dude, I did. I was like camping sober. I bought a bunch of outfits. My backyard. I was a farmer. You know, I was like, dude, I'm so fucking tired of like my guys killing themselves, going into depression, suicide attempts. I got sick of same talk on TV, kind of documenting what was going on. It was a bunch of people who had never in any of the zones documenting what happened. So I started. I built like maybe 150,000 subs on YouTube from like gun stuff, and I was like, I got one. We got to two. There's a main suicide happening. So let's talk about some guys that attempted. I was, but let's get some guys really good through it, dug themselves out of it, and let's so it's documented. We are veteran going on and how and then was like talking about because it's stories themselves. Let's do the whole story, get everybody attached to. Let's document the history, talk about your vulnerabilities. It was like transition back into civilian life. How fucked is your family? All how you get out of it. And so, I mean, these guys were on, and they're like overnight, which I'm sure you know. But and that, dude, I just fucking helped all that, and but I'll tell you, like I said, it was awesome. I love it. So, I started a lot to my guests. They would come on, and then they would business wise like that. And I was like, what the fuck? I thought launching everybody else's shit, but I'm not making fucking money here. I got a family to support. This isn't I don't know. Something just like switched. Like God stepped in and was like, you're doing good shit. Like I'm gonna and it just hit hard. And Now I just whoever. But what you do?
They do a great job. Beautiful. And all these different things you just share. Like I've got a and someone say, hey, and just send you a trap. That's such a massive of YouTube and that someone can just send you like you'd really want to you just and all of a sudden it's and I it sauna listen to this and it's a complete new thing. It's available anytime you pause it. No, one of the things I can 100% tell. This is you talking to like how like it's and in this world that is very refreshing to a lot of people. And if you do it, just grows. It's just cool fun. Share it. It was organic.
Well, thank you.
Dude, my pleasure.
How did you? Yours.
I just answer like with we were just for fun. I always radio show. When I was touring clubs back in the day, have people to pick me up. I would like crazy things I'm interested in, crazy stories. So I'd come to these morning radio shows, and I'd be like, morning radio. I fucking there. I wouldn't work. And then the rise, and there's a bunch of and doing his own show. He was doing like karaoke. Out of his television studio in his basement, and I was like, I can't do that. So we started doing this little show. Tom Green had his own internet promotion, and I was long before the podcast. Figured out, like the seeds of my planted world. Like this executive company that night talks with the company that I just started doing my own. Nothing with nobody. Just be 100% me. Just fucking and like, why are you wasting time? Come over. And my kid, so in the early days, we were always fair with the guests. You'd hear, it's arguing. So from that, went to like a studio, office somewhere, and then moved into a warehouse, a real studio. Started having video, and then started up here. Put a gym in. Started, and then it just got all. I never did it. Put a other podcast. Just watch. Never did. It just grew. All it's just I talk. Yeah. Watch your show. What's up? Yeah, but the way why it's because I can take that guy talking like the direct energy like wanted to hear this this is like some producers and you're not really interested in it. Like I can't do it. I'm like there's no reason. Yeah, when I started, we started, my wife, cameras, Mike Love was the first, and so
run setting a minute. This is fucking awesome. I start on Christmas. Wow. Like I've heard, I don't believe right here. That's you. Thank you. Well, and you know, I just want to make it different. Copy it. And, yeah, and it's great thing to meet more voices, more people that are doing the same kind of thing, talking to people, having these long the one with which one? Is it John? Yeah, I did. Yeah. Let me check. Let's say. Resume. Yeah. 6 hours. Yeah. Yeah. It's 6 hours. Yeah. It's amazing. It's crazy. Well, listen, Sean, I really appreciate you. I appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate how it's good to become friends. Thank you for watching. All right, everybody, watch John Ryan.
Most Americans are historically illiterate, so a lot of them don't even know the invention.
Good job. Well, it's really, Alan. I mean, wow, weird, you know? I don't eat Christian Bale one because, like, he's in his friend's intense team, but fucking good Republican. That was like awesome. One of those. Yeah. Fucking those things. They never. It's so there's no like citrus news source on television. There's no like. This is probably one source. It's always the bipolar brain, right?
I think like part of what he used to have, and you know, journalists really some way, shape, or form. They look as check and balance, and then focus and know that the and so there's a lot, and then that's yeah. When you're like nobody cares words totally because it just it amps, and that's a real you don't know.
Well, it's also the
the thing that we weren't prepared for. So, for was social media. No one was prepared for the world right now. No one was prepared for like literally everything that freaks you out in the show is that show engaging, and that's how it's set, which is so contrary to the rest of history. I mean, it was because they wanted people to they wanted so much control.
Exactly.
And now it's 24/7. It's omnipresent, and
It's basically made to convince you.
Yeah.
It's like, like first few, but you eat for the next 65 days. Next year, you're gonna get that.
Yeah.
It's totally fine. And the bigger problem, maybe an opinion, you get told, and that's the body, where this other people has take a step back. It's not a lot,
Right.
and then that's where do you like I guess a friend of mine works at he showed and what's incredible Reds are like the exact opposite in some ways, and he Reds and the way and this woman 2 plus 2 equals 4. Just that. And then folks that like just naturally I want to stick for and that's so here's version kid gloves so it's kind of right? There's a lot and because there's just a few things that constantly consume what want to what is it and I think that finding blended what is best there's probably and there's here a little
Is there heavy content on it? Is there?
I don't know. When he described the engagement part, it just sounded ludicrous.
So does it 2 plus 2 5
exactly. Basically,
which is oh no.
Everything. We have. I don't know if you saw this in the area in COVID. The city of San Francisco, brought their board and they eliminated classes, including policies, and part of it was exclusion. And I think what there's all to do to kind of even this, but if you things like
Ask for free on the iHeartRadio
like,
app for one for music.
take million. What are the only Steve Jobs or literally Elon Musk capable that I suspect maybe and so part of the is how do you so that job can find
right.
And I'm not mad, but I'm saying there are people that remember particularly we were the little in school, I felt that I could build up myself confidence, and I didn't feel so larger. I'm sure for some reason, that's what it pushes them to about responsibility, teaching them stuff. So I understand the intent is, but there's a small group that gets out. That's just the person that you must is held of it. And I think that for it's all, so you gotta, we're doing
This episode of Farmers Mermaid for Lloyd. Just have a I'm sure you want that fear, and I have just like those friends. There's a reason having a so how do you as healthy and as it well? Farmers by being fresh, developed by certified nutritionists provide a dog food, and the food is human grade, which means it's made to the same standards as food. Very few foods are made to strict standards. Let's be clear, great the food is fancy. Just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple. For people who care how it goes into your dog's food. Farmers make it easy to help your dog. Instead of fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog. Because every dog, I'm not just talking about size, personality, plus precise conditions can help your dog weight, which is one of the food conditions. Look, no one highly processed foods for everything. It doesn't matter how food they are. There's always a great time starting in their health. So try today. You can get fresh food at the farmers market. Plus, you can just go to the farmers visit this episode page to learn more. For Apple. Well, that's part of the problem is eliminating gifted classes. Or there's a lot of controversy about eliminating the concept of gifted classes. But the reality is people that are going to find regular classes, particularly mathematics, some of the things, they're going to find it too easy. They're more advanced students. Those students should have some sort of an option to sell, and it's inspiring, and maybe inspiring. Part of the reason why we're in school together is how hard it works. It's so much harder. Look how much they had, and it really does work. So human beings in cooperation, that's how they grow together.
I used to be that high school. You would really cool with going to specific high schools to get grilled or something.
Yes.
Right? And so
right.
I was if you knew it was wow, they're incredibly talented at this one specific thing, go push it down, see what happens. I think to ourselves to say that.
Yes.
Right? 130 million Americans in the United States. Don't you think that we need a bunch of people what their things are more, you have more. You also have more self, and created a way for them to go deep in something where they're that's okay. What's wrong?
Just another
It sounds great.
It sounds great. It's just a matter of and also I teach kids. This is my life. This whole ADHD thing. Many people have opinions on whether it's an actual condition or whether it's a lot of people that you're sitting in a class and you're thinking, I don't want to pay attention to it. So instead, you drug them and you give them medication that essentially arrests them to focus, okay? And now, things a lot different. You know, it was just medication. And I think for a lot of kids, it found something that was really interesting. Maybe there's more this we're really excited about. Maybe there's something that resonates with their particular personality, what's with excitement, and instead we have this system that get children accustomed to the idea of sitting still for an hour and subject people aren't necessarily that motivated to do that.
Well, we're going to. We are good computers that are able to do for us. What that means is, hey, the way that right, those are very different, in my opinion. But what that means, go back to like how you said, is very limited. Like years, you know, in 30 years, you have a assistant in your pocket that can literally memorize, spell check, grammar, factory all for you. Teaching that is probably as interpreted. Like, how do you teach kids to learn? Not to memorize. So we have to try to figure out a way to solve it. Like, you can't set the children, this generation, to go and have that's crazy. So the thing you're doing, I think you're in a lot of cases can't expect that before, but today it's not going to be able to do the same way that it's going to happen, right? So the way you incorporate things, same way that you motivate, cooperate together. That stuff. And so all the way to school, today, the school system is unfortunate and kind of a pretty like look, teachers are the most, you know, the top people in society, and the reason they are going to ask teaching your kids how to think, not to mention more available. I don't think you can just, you know, use search engine or use ChatGPT. But why? What were the that happened? What would you do differently? And those I think we're still computer something, which means you have to pay them more, put them in a position to catch up, and then what you said. You know, in my family, and the system. So on the one, a lot of you get these emails if they want to. You computer program, translate. So those feel like to help you. But then on the, you know, one was very like, you want to medicate, and my ex under no circumstances facility dedicated maybe going back to all kids wanted. And then
but the reports,
and recently we had very device,
100% true.
and then COVID, and you're sheltered. Not really taught by the schools, won't feed the kids, and so everything.
All right.
Little the way that we could have, and then we split it, and then we did no more video, no more. We're gonna do. And higher term. And here, I help you because it was like great. We reset, and this is amazing. And then a lot of people. Yeah. And then it's again. So at least in we have,
Not only that, but
and I'm not may not have him not being paid in this thing. You playing basketball, rough house, watching, what I know, kids watching or listening to songs on my duration, they get next. And I was like, what do you guys do? Like, so at least my son, right, just a little bit, be there, and these shows, relative, they're used or to music, because. And it's not but it just if you have options, and I heard this, if you take your the kid will from their students, the critical, I don't know if this, but it's what I was told was that if you get a so like in class, you get a third to agree as well. No devices. The kid feels because it becomes normal. You got
yeah.
For your call. And I don't know. It was an easy thing to find in college, which is like the most elite, if you will, private school in the UK. It's kind of where like have college. It's like it's
claiming that
ammo to and the head. When you get you're going to give. You are going out of this. You're going to stick it, and this is and community.
Wow. Mandatory.
I thought it was incredible. I don't know what the impact, but that is
well, it's great because they're not sharing Snapchat, the addictive quality of these phones, which is, if you think about evolution and you think how we adapted to civilization, essentially softer That took this thing is hitting us so quickly, and part of it is creating a disconnection, even though being connected people on social media, there's a disconnection between people and normal behavior, interaction, all the different things that we require to learn how to be a friend and to learn how to better talk to each other. I have a rule with my oldest is 15.
Okay, let me get Don in here, Keith. Thank
He'll
you.
call. He'll call.
McCarthy
Or even
censored by the Senate after the interview with Edward R. Murrow.
it's like this brunch,
Right.
and I'm like, hello. Hi. And I'm like, hang up. And then he and then finally I said, I just want you to have these building blocks that sound really stupid to you right now. But look at people in the eyes,
Phoenix, Arizona.
being able to have a normal conversation and be patient in that conversation is going to be valuable. People really be connected. You may not think this is like stupid what I'm doing, but I was like, just try to do. And then I would our kids were like, very well private school, right? And I almost like, again, we're not teaching necessarily kids to think for themselves. We're asking them to memorize things. And one of the things I worry that taught our kids to memorize fake greetings and salutations. So on the one hand, what's really miserable is up. And then on the other, sometimes you see these kids, they'll get interested. Like, hello, how are you? It's great to meet you. And I'm like, man, this is the most, this is the fakest I've ever seen. So you're at two ends of the spectrum. And because like they would say thank you, but they would say like thank you. They'd be like, thank you. And I'm like, who did tell you that? You could just say thank you.
Right. But what concerns me is as the tech gets more in terms of how beings and really children interface with, and as it's, I mean, we're really just guessing as to what comes out there, into what kind of world we're looking at in 20 years. It seems like having a profound effect on the behavior of human beings, particularly young beings, their development.
I'm 48.
50 so when I grew up 0 and I got slow trickle through adult when I was a child, just aged and answering the big town. Yeah. Went through the whole cycle, which is really interesting. Yeah. So you get to see profound people and what student is. And you get a species. And is that going to be normal? Is it going to be normal, emotional, and like very strong or sort of face?
I think that technology is good. You have this like it's like this Cambrian, you get these little birds which are like I don't know. First saw that was good. And like I entirely because it was just so novel, and we made it half within the class. And one below, I demand just the number of computers and so many more were able to be part of the economics, all possible. Then you get, and the little, I think lose a little bit of the ambition of that first moment, and we get caught up in the economics of the current moment. What I mean is that, the last 4 years, I think what we built is we haven't had a good move forward from the and up like a moment. So what if you had an enormous amount of money created by an enormous act, and the problem, and so they'll just in this one way to understand because the money is really good, honestly, and we tend to money to just doing it. But then something shocks us, and then we get this. So if you go all like PC, the first moment that you see in 70 abilities, you have these people that were able to do all kinds of really interesting things. It was pure. Then you had sort of in the early 2000s, duopolistic Microsoft, and what they did was extract a huge tax and putting on folks' desks, and it was still positive, but it was somewhat because most of the spoils of these two companies basically, and it took to step in and try to court on behalf of everybody, and then and the internet, and all of us, you didn't have it actually didn't running on internet. You just needed a browser, so you didn't Microsoft, right? And you didn't Intel, and then the internet just explodes. So we have, call it basic economic, and then we have. I think they invented something really powerful. We've had 10 years that were and again, this is like a problem like every other nerd from Silicon Valley. I do think that there's a version I close it, and I think we figure out how to make it more like.
Well, it seems it's inevitable, right? AI's emergence and it's where it goes. It's going to happen. We should probably try to steer it in a way that benefits everybody. I agree with you. There is a world to see where AI can do everything. And one of the things that's most hopeful is a much better form translation so that we'll be able to understand giant the world, the tower. We really can't communicate with them very well. Don't know what the problems are. People are people think about us. We can very easy to not empathize. We can't even a situation where you're there. No. Because the problem is the person because it's person. Oh, I've had that. But they're very hard to do this person. It's this person that you hear the words. I think somewhat of it is a little this person. You say something and they're in this. So I agree. It's cool. I think there's going to be, and I think that there will be a lot of pressure, uncertainty. It's not all rose, but some areas, I'll give you a couple, are just bananas. I think. Okay, so I'll go for them. Okay. So, if you know somebody if they go into a hospital, random hospital, and the doctor says, we need to take a massive breast cancer. What do you think the error rate is? All
It's about 30.
Wow.
And in regional hospitals, so places, right? Or places that are this is not okay. The problem is that you're forcing her to look with the eyes into tissue and try to. So for every surgery, what that means are a weekly breast, they take it out 7 and so you're kind of waiting. 7 of the clean margins, you're great. Now go to 3 of the calls. I'm sorry, there's 3. So these women now the next. But the problem is and so what is actually a computer? Right? Not necessarily not really. We have models, we have tissue samples of women of all races, we have all to base it at 0%. And what's that is so call it with years, there'll be a that sits inside. The surgeon will take out I'm going to say, you got all the. We need to take out a little. And now you. That's the big you have this finger that's able to help. And the will and the data. Okay. Show me and show me what you didn't do. And the 14 right. Okay, so if you do it for breast cancer, the reason why breast cancer is because it gets so much attention. And it's like, but it's not just lung cancer, pancreatic, stomach cancer, colon cancer. If you look at so if you're out you need to get this foreign we should all just do that with 0%. And it will be because of it. So like that's cool. I think between years 2 years you're going to see crazy explosion in materials. And this is sound maybe dumb, but it's, I think it's one of the what's amazing is like keep adding. So there's like elements, the actual theoretical forecast. It's like theoretical. And they've got two. Okay? Quote unquote. But when we live of all of uses materials or new. But if you had don't you think meaning if you took and make selenium boron all of these stronger than strongest later than now you can make send it all so why because the now which are super haven't been available. I think days that it got what you said and have sea level robots in the next 5 years, you know, have a whatever, like 9 most incredible stuff. We'll just engineer what's on Earth. That's going to be, it's going to be, we all think the kinds of bugs we don't even. So the point, there's that's so our is going to imagine that's made that band can just go. Why would that? You know, in the air. Maybe you construct these things like earthquake. Imagine in San Francisco, you could build just do it in like just prove that these things are earthquake. So instead of a building, you know, hundreds to the earth, it just figures it out. So that's like, so that's, and I think, and then after, I think you not just robots, but it's, and those things that today will make an example. Imagine if you like Tesla's robot, and they were the hot. Okay. Now, what happened? Well, first, you don't put humans in the way. I suspect them to be actually robots. Now, those robots, right? So the people now can be very different. Instead of the physical thing, you now have just the psychological element, the judgment. So my robots are dangerous. I think it'll, yeah, judgment, you know, very, it'll take a while for computers. I have done as a disservice to what some folks, and I think, you know how like, you have to get your spelling right, you know, and now you just it uploads, right? You have some crazy you know, fast, you just Google it. You can leave your mouth to focus on, right? Creativity to write your, you know, write your next to think about the next your business. Because you're I think these models do are and they're going to meaning physical and they're going to rust or very stories. You know, like I think it could probably be just still have the answers, understanding what's going on. If something's falling over hand, just like something like if they encounter anything, no problem. Pick that person, transport them. Again, it allows to focus on the things that differentiate. I do think it's complicated, but you know, we have see, it's like
well, I see what you're saying. Biological rosy scenario, the best option, right? Gives people freedom, creative pursuit. I think there's a market for handwritten things. People like they're like a foreign. They're like it's like very real. But there's a lot of people that just want to, and these people maybe aren't like creativity. Maybe they're those.
I worry, and I think, like, I don't the agrarian, so I don't. But we have and each time we found it, and this goes back to like news, politics, just working together. But in each of those moments, we found a way to make things substantially better. Like I said, in 1800, you know how much people lived in extreme poverty? 80%.
Whoa.
Where some 10%, single digits. And it's a straight line. That was through the industrial revolution. So it is possible to cooperate with all these people. I don't know, but I put a lot. But that's
what are your thoughts on personal basic income and sort of mitigate that?
I'm pretty sympathetic. I grew up, and so what I do is there are who are trying to, and for whatever reasons, can't figure it out.
I agree. Yeah.
And so I didn't have like,
is an international.
you know, my parents, I think it's not even worse.
Right.
So I'm a social. I think it's
scenario. Your parents but some people are just content to just get a check. And this is the issue I think a lot of people have, is that they become entitled and just want to collect a check. You know, a substantial part of our country with universal basic income. If AI, let's just say crazy, 70% of the annual labor job, truck drivers, construction, that's all. And one of the things that good days work and earning your pay, it makes people feel self-sufficient, it makes people feel valued, gives them a sense of purpose, so they can look what they did, build a building or something like that. It's a part of it. And if they check that check, and then what? Damn things on that? That's the worst case scenario. People just get locked into this world of computers and online and just risk checks and have the necessity to survive and are content with it, and they don't contribute at all.
The job, like, if we were sitting here 19, 24, 100 years, you know, right to the industrial revolution, we would have seen a lot of folks, and we would have there are going to come. And I think now when you're back, it was like not obvious. New job. It's like all these industries have a factory, and a factory can get the substrate, and then you build all different kinds of businesses with different kinds of jobs. I would hope that this next where we are in a period where it's hard to know with certainty what this job is to be. But I think you figure it out and talk it out and play it out, because past we have a really good chance when they're unable have a real to invent things. So I don't know, maybe there's a million people that have traveled to Mars, and you're building an entire from the ground up. There'll be all sorts of work. And
what goes there?
I think that
Yeah, sure. But does neither way. Yeah, but to want to go to a place that's capable of saving human life and to try to figure and go here. Those people, you're gonna have psych. You know, it's like the tapped out of something.
just like you said, it's so true. Think about what that
Basically,
400 first prisoners were put on.
Yeah.
That's probably what most. Probably, and this is insane.
Right.
But I do think when it's possible. And like, look, we're in this. We could be anywhere. We could be in, right? Be it, right? Be it Perth. You don't know.
Especially today. Yeah. That could be the, you know, instantaneous with people and talk to people.
So that's an amazing innovation, real science that we. So basically, is a semi. It's a. Is it? Is it something else? And problem answer is the tractor that is down by energy, and we're at almost infinite energy, and at a what I say we're at the point where right in the is the marginal energy is basically marginal to generate X kilowatt in a plastic. Even with today's on this, and because of AI, we're at the point to get an answer. It's got to be zero. The cost. When you put them together, what you just said, we will. The world. Here in Mars, we need to harden these communications. Simulated. We made it. Shipping. Now that's all these are not. They're actually not. These things are like technical. Everything. You want to hover? We could probably figure it out.
Well, then also can compute, and one of the things massive, and so they're at least proposed specifically power AI, which is wild.
Yeah, I'm to be.
You got a death?
No, I'll tell.
In other words, you have Jonathan Romy of the Chosen. You're not going to.
Okay, well, maybe a bit. I'll tell you. Today, it costs 20 years ago. If you go, basically, in fact, so cost because you tell the back to the. But if you look, the cost has been compounded. You say, well, how does this make sense? if the generation keeps falling, why is my this is like this doesn't make sense? And you look and we have a regulatory burden that sets utilities in America. We're giving you in this area. But in return, I'm going to price, but I'm going to the infrastructure every few years over the next America to improve the current, which I because it is aging and most insecure, meaning penetrate packet. So, and then it's critical. I think that awesome. Really crazy. Like this is 2020. So I think as people, you're going to see, which is everybody generates energy. Everybody to store their power stuff. I mean, absolutely. And it just that energy. So, but this is not the whole solution because you see the big guys. When you look like now, 2,000 trillion dollars, they can do enough to make things work. But when you, I would say two different. There's the old. I agree with just money. It's a specific with it. Work. How to manage. But then what you have. This is where I am. And but I'm close. Slightly. There's a technical problem. So what I mean, some of the next generation need that will take 50 years in America. The only place is sufficient.
I think earlier.
Really? That's how it's gonna. Schlep all the way to some place. I find hard to. What is the? I can. My folks. It's like it's a certain form of that uses material to create osmotic generator. I scratch my benefit. So like solar stuff, and it's super clean. So my point is, I think have profound that are going after. But I think it's important not go super hard. There's profound techniques that haven't just got what's called what's it like you're making up 100 and we're so that's next old generation. We should be as fast so that we have an infinite amount. simple. There's like the when we had approaches.
But isn't the problem with right? With power, they realize
Yes, when you
and the problem with that the entire market, it can get very.
I think you're touching what I think objective is a single because
There's something wrong with this corner because it certainly doesn't it doesn't comport with the rest of the data that
I assume, so I've how where were you? In Sweden. And I was part of the but we were fighting Hindu, and it was with the 99% literacy. Just England, and so we moved to Canada, stayed in Canada. My they went solidly to father alcohol. It was dysfunctional. It really itself. And so, fine. But that hundreds of and I am we lost. I think folks war can but also that there are and that's my when everyone that this is shouldn't we be sure and I are the biggest and I think probably maybe at some definitely
scorch marks on
but it worked and say
shroud that had been damaged.
So are we going to find it? I mean, this is why my current vein of political philosophy is like the Democrats over in the sense that some of these issues more or less, but there's one issue about and that is oil. And you have 2.5 that are extending Russia, China, and Iran. That wasn't.
He looked at the negative
I just if this all this
was a positive image.
whether it's all because we destroy. We have an the village. We are
one of the things on the kind that necessary to sort of see the future where this could go, especially based on the history of things. We have, like, I was talking about many we're thriving. How it's done because for us, we have the ability to look forward and just make that and see the potential that all these things have. And this we'll talk about win with Russia, Ukraine, like what is the South applaud the long range the Russian escalation. Oh, they're like that's not history at all. Not only that, everybody's fucked, and that's not when you Israel campaign. What's going on in Russia? Who knows how this is? Who knows how it's responsible? Who knows what the response is?
I think we know it will not. It will not.
Right.
Like the thing is, there is a long, the leading, right, and so, but we, at the end, it's not that, right? It was economic, and the reason, right? We and when together, it created a lot of. We can talk about it. Not equal. It allowed sort of the topic.
Fallout from the college admission scandal.
The honest. We are one. And the and try to, we're not. So we need a more modest, more system with neighbors and just realize. And when so if we don't find a way, yes, what you said, something, a reaction, and then eventually somebody,
for free on the iHeartRadio
and that is
podcasts all in one.
And I think it's frustrating that sweep it up and we talk. And I all of those things, I'd say, matter. But at some point, they matter. Don't get and I think we say, this is the under, and I think that because it's
the other really is that there's a portion of what do you want to call it, the military industrial contract, so much pushing maintain state of harm, and that as long as it's financial incentives to keep escalating you're still getting money. They're still signing off millions of dollars. It's all going through their contract, bringing over the windfall money. They don't want to, especially if you get this responsibility with people together, shareholders that you have.
So you just the key thing, super naive. But I think the most salvageable is that are that have, and I think to making things that are economic or more, I mean, they probably
economically viable.
Part of the product, the five of like folks that get all economic department. What they act is organized. They're like a general. There's a bunch of these things that you could worry if you have an economy support when you what you also all the navigations, all the communications, all of it has to be encrypted, have to do any of that stuff. There is a broad that are equal to or the profit, but they don't really. If, for example, I will bet those organizations will make 2 or 3 times as much money by being into those systems described. Hey, I need an entire infrastructure that goes from Earth to Moon to Mars, triangulate internet access, be real time. There's just economic value to do. So, again, we have these that are limited. We know built it, and some. And I think it's crazy that there is plot to you make it. Would these people do it?
As long as it will reward.
So then it I think it's smaller. I think it's more kind of driven. I'm not saying war will go away, but I just
really.
So the last 30 or 40 years,
this is the right spot. Everyone's wouldn't this did not like a third world country you're trying with their family if we're being and you can just travel to it doesn't matter. Right. Both of them would say no problem. Go over there. You know, used to be able to go. I think and except next, the whole
incredible.
I think a few very unclear features. One of them is the language drug trade, and the consequences of prohibition and forcing people to prohibition. But I feel like the only way to disempower the only way to is to have the problem with that.
Hey, ask you a question. Two drugs. What's this?
They don't. No, most invented particularly ecstasy, cocaine, and heroin. People think that they're getting cartel. It's cheap. It's very small. It's like that. Very small. It's crazy. So the problem is, if you have cut it a bunch of because you want to sell as much of it as possible, you add into it and increase the potency of the ad fentanyl. Because that legally regulated.
Can you is it to motivate to do the party stuff?
Well, I think in young age, right? And because of people understand the consequences of cigarettes. And my they should be able to smoke cigarettes. I don't think you can all day. At least in my life, alcohol is going to give you actual better. It's going to kill you, and you have to always take it, and that's the case of a lot of people, especially. I don't fuck your life. I should tell you what you can do, especially that there's all these drugs readily, particularly it's one of the most destructive drugs to your health, to relationships, family, society, drunk driving, drunk people, murder people. There's just horrible things of alcohol. We support alcohol. We have the alcohol.
You know, like now they
well, okay, legalized drug in a very in the year 2000. It's a completely different scenario. You have people that are really they're accustomed to tents and some sort of drug addict, and they're accustomed to this very bizarre breakdown in society where you're seeing somehow kind passion to allow this to take place everywhere. And that's what we have. Right? It's probably the most cities that we have. So for the to do it that way, like awesome libertarian, you know what? We should make any crime. These are personal choices. You can make good personal choices, bad ones. Because the fabric of society, the encouragement of discipline, work, accomplishment, been to the point where there's something wrong with it. Like if you're a person rich, absolutely rich, if you're a person it wasn't extraordinary effort. Even if it was you did something to fuck over. and it's bizarre. It's in Portland. So when you introduce free heroin, you're gonna and you're supposed to have people in the streets. I interview civic workers, but they specifically for the homeless because they knew, and they no incentive to get out of those tents. No incentive, just food and free drugs. Okay, so that didn't because of the actual drugs, but more of the other. I think you ever heard of Dr. He's a professor. Yeah, I believe he's Carl Hart, a straight chemist, like in studying substance in Columbia. And he was and a lot of people realized our understanding of drugs and the pros and cons of flavored heavily, particularly sweeping acts of 1978, almost everything legal, which was really right to use and anti. So this is during the Nixon administration, a bunch of things that were psychedelics and came. Well, before that, experimenting particularly with LSD. So what they made and now anything is through illegal. So you're getting. So if we don't have the ability to legalize problem legalization, there's a lot. There's no good answer. So he thinks if you don't no it's horrible. But then you have this. You're also legal. So Jesus Christ, and you're going to get but it's just like prohibition during 1930s. When they what they did was they enabled the law and was the rise of alcohol, the rise of moonshiners. You essentially open people and they were you're which is bizarre. The latest election were 35. In their latest Mexico, there was at least 35. You know, there are countries that do this. Portugal's and they I don't know. 37. 37. 37. I mean, you have you know, it's like play ball. You have to play ball. They have the 2020 36 there's yeah, that is a direct result of having trillions of dollars being made on drugs and maybe most of it to America. I'm sure they all or is it no, I don't think there's they have a illegal in the United States national forest land because what happened is, especially in California, and he was a fishing officer, you know, basically wanted a fishing license. What is it? It is but one day they find this creek that is not up. They think that perhaps every stupid in the world or something appropriate. So they follow up and they find this little girl on the this is an intelligent machine guns. because this to grow your state where pot is legal. It has legal. Where card, if you open up a store, if you don't follow the rules, you can sell it.
I learned the market, but you can't possibly, right?
Some states, like I know, real problem in Colorado, hash, like they were using person. They're you know, to run the money back and forth. So you have to bring the right. So you have like tailing the car and they're dropping $1 million. So who don't really, and so a lot of I don't think Colorado. I don't know still have
A couple. The guy pitched me out. He was like a sophomore, and you know, the company because they nobody wanted to, they didn't want to build radios. Didn't make sense to me, at least. Just a lot of things cannot be treated, but then the federally.
Yeah, it's great. The latest change it to a Schedule 3. That's a proposal. It would really be just like alcohol. Be something you have to 20 people. People have responsibility. But also pay attention to where the fuck is growing. Make sure you're not going on. You know, like there's people that bought this. Their money just 24/7. And they're making without.
I remember the problem that somebody was you need to make it more than what it like is to be like version of nutrition the thing. Because the intent
we do regulate it. If you go to good places in California, say this is 39% THC, which is very high. This is 37. Just, you know, but then there's also the problem. One thing that marijuana do to some people that alcohol necessarily. Some people have a propensity for alcohol. It's genetic. There's a thing that happens with marijuana. You know, a tendency towards schizophrenia. Marijuana can. Yeah, Alex Burns wrote a great book about this called. And I personally witnessed people who lost their homes. I think it's that this Pence is one thing beneficial about, and this is one of the things that freaks people out. Paranoia, right? Paranoia is and I think it pushes down all the boundaries you set up and all these blinders so that you see a world where a lot of freaks out. I think it does is it ultimately makes you compassionate and kinder and nicer. You realize
in the moment.
It is, I think, the tool for recognizing things that you are convenient ignoring. And, you know, my friend who say, if you're having a because you're freak out. You know, if you're friends are just silly, right? Because you're not probably you're in a place which we should also.
Psychosomatic guard, and I didn't. I'll see my and then I love it, and I think I can handle it. I really love it.
I do too.
I cannot drink coffee the minute I get, I mean, like debilitating,
Really?
any cycle.
Right.
I just start like crazy. It's like this weird, great because my so it was like 50%.
I think there are connoisseurs, and there are like Scotch, like old Scotch, does fantastic taste. It's got an interesting sort of acquired taste. But there's real wine, like wine is it and like flavor. It's the most delicious of all alcohols without being. It's a different thing. Connoisseurs like it tastes like.
It's or something. Or
steak, like and it puts like a calm, relaxes me. You don't like fight
exactly. And the go on journeys where like they first start every night. God, it's expensive.
right.
And it's just so tough. It's the amount of money spent on stuff that was and then when I remember like my wife spent time with us. And when we were there, you find incredible in the summer in the world. It's better than water. It's cold. It's got a 50, 60, 80, maybe maximum of max. And then you'll brands. And it tastes like, you know, the other great example, and, you know, I don't want to get in trouble with this, you know, 4, 5, 6, 19. I've never tasted it because in Vegas, and once he, the thing is, this, like you're, and I'm like, you know, and he's like, this time, you know, first with Russell. Fuck it. And it was like $4,000 or $5,000. And I got it. Joe's okay. All this material is ambrosia. It's not.
Yeah.
Whereas you can find made by, you know, folks. You taste the story. I just think
it's a weird, expensive one. It's just weird.
And when you know it, it's so stressful. This is delicious. And then when your friends, oh my God, this is how? It's funny, I'll tell you. This is how bad. Meaning, like, people, I want to register an alcohol with the APC in California because I hired because you have to go through, and I was well because we as a friend of mine, and so we set up a thing. And it's called like TALO. And we're negotiate and we're able to get it for in South Africa, Australia. It just allowed us to bottle Thursdays, serve it to our friends. Share with my friends. You know, you get it. Is
there a station that's very simple to come out?
You know, that's goodbye. East, goodbye. Few bottles. Personal relationship. But then the really it's wine's incredible, and with it's incredible.
That are how much do you know? Like, oh, I'm like, what?
I went to a party, and I just explain to me how you got, and all way to go. But these folks, like animal husbandry, reading, we've all it's like this is really
oh yeah. What is stash? They'll the tree are really she's a and if you cut them a
friend of mine's like potatoes and he picks it's an because like you know his getting this albeit cheaper and more abundant, but it's all so like potatoes don't in order to plant you chop up like and you stick a potato soil and so he now this is I'm gonna make it
so when comes out of it because I've seen that I've always wondered
but he's like you know, like I'm a fruit but fruit like every time I go to the store sometimes like their seasons are like you know like dreams like one of the most but if you get it
yeah
mangoes love and when you see mangoes in the summertime like I don't know where this is like they have these that are just like this or they're just great
like you have tomato
you know I
Google Smart no
one my wife well she has proclivity science she thinks about a lot she also so she's very sad so she's had a lot of so that she can I will and I will totally things that I thought healthy my body was so like I would have like
Our iOS app comes alive in
it didn't my body is massive the minute I put it in the waited no place
same with
potato I found out made it more out no glycemic and the problem as a in my than if I make it sound mushy. So I, authentic, and I see the glycemic load. The foods in the United States, I think it's totally to figure this out. Everybody, and then figure out, trigger insulin spikes. Well, that's even if you just find out how do you get, really strong. You ever no,
I'd like
Like Rosa Parks.
if I take and I always take those right before, and when I look afterwards, and I don't do if I swim in the I see when I end up, but nothing.
Negotiating with the IRS. 15 years.
My
$5,000
goes down.
on your side.
I look healthier,
With someone else. Just 1
and
second.
I feel really good.
They can prevent
And I do what's in front of me. I don't think I'm back here. So I get to be there once a year. When I'm back in the United States, back on lot. There's a lot of, I have this. I look like old Dave Chappelle. I was like this. Within 1 year of being, couldn't explain. And my parents wanted to have that conversation. I don't know if it was the and my whole family was really good. So I think that there's some, and then when I go out to Italy, there's a different process. It's like it's the best shape.
Yeah, it's and I do even when you eat pizza over there, don't eat brick. If I eat here and I love it, when I'm over, what did you do?
What did you do?
Like you ate a brick. But over there, food. It tastes great. The pasta doesn't bother you. Nothing bothers you. It's just, whatever they're doing, it's many things. Just one of them is rich flour. And the other thing is they have air with flour, so it hasn't been maximized for the amount of.
I'm curious to see what does this whole America out. I don't exactly know.
Yeah. What's possible? Like how much really affects regulation? How much can you really bring to light? What are we? I mean, even Canada. One of the things about the hearings was they were comparing what charms they sell in the States, their colors, charms they sell in Canada, completely different looking product. Canada those dots that we use ubiquitous,
right?
And those dots, we know they're territory. Canada which is why they're illegal up there. Tastes the same, still sucks, still bad for you, still sugar, but it doesn't have that fucking tastes blue or red. And it's impossible. My kids are green as a result of this. In the United States, it's everywhere, and it's eating it. This is a way of, and it is all these. It's garbage. Yeah, it's all garbage, and it's so common. And then if you're in what we call desert, is it only like my God, your odds at a mom if you're poor and you're in a place that's desert, you're fucked. You're fucking poor. It's also very expensive. It's crazy. It's so expensive. Well, and to eat like clean, to make sure that you don't have garbage food.
Do you remember in like 2000, what we were.
Yeah.
And like sugar free. And I would just, oh yeah, sugar free. This is great. Margarine, let's see, free. I'll do that. Turned out all this stuff.
Well, it's even such a small influence. That's what's so terrifying. There's a small amount of people who drive these scientists to collect data so they could blame all these on saturated fat, really sugar. And we had a small understanding of how the longest sugar is all fucked up. The bottom of the sugar is all it's so nuts. A bunch of like you can see the photos from the 1960s versus
Have you had seen California?
Yeah.
Should I say it?
Sure.
The story that they tell. What happened is what they say in the 80s, you have these mergers, mega mergers, tobacco companies, two of them. And a lot of the scientists started to focus some of the skill, quote unquote, making something very addictive, transposing it to food. Right? It's like, okay, cigarettes. How do I think of something that wants you to eat now instead of cigarettes, a Twinkie? And a lot of the food brands have America built on the back of these mega mergers to go and build for quote unquote. You know, that was obviously.
Well, it's failure of our process. It's failure of our exposing public this and making sure that whatever this is labeled, because you want to buy them, but it's going to have a big else can kill you. And arguably, sugar is probably difficult to get as nicotine. And there's a
I smoked when I was younger. Found it much than it was for cut out.
Wow.
Cut it.
It's very hard.
Encounter it every
diabetes. Type 2 Duncan. One of the things he found out, stop just sugar. When he stopped eating sugar, he's like, oh my God. Like, this is what I'm supposed to do. That was just like, he's in his 40s now. Poisoning. And that's what most people do. Regular soda, the burgers, bun, bread, French fries, cookies, well,
you should find they came out very soon about the percentage of your food system that goes and it was like 10%.
Something that
it's just basically giving folks and you wonder what everybody back.
It's also like, let's be real, that's not food. Right? It's something you put in the back. So if you buy cigarettes, why should you buy something really bad for you? I mean, what if we said actually increase the amount that you have to buy outside.
I don't even think of what happened to companies like Uber Eats and DoorDash. What have they done? And I don't know. Those guys in cloud kitchen, there's three companies. They have bought every single every part of every city in America. And what they are these things so that you can get a drink from Starbucks, it's coming from the actual Starbucks now. It's coming from a ghost kitchen. Why centralize all these things in economy? Why am I telling you? I think that there's a way to sit on top of that infrastructure. Just to,
but the problem is people that don't want that. You know, like the choice of you is delicious.
And once I but I think if you're like a government subsidy, at least the government says, well, all of this food, change doctor conditions. This is fine. Like I've seen great your the way almost to overcome it. Then there's the internal issues. This is not it's good, but this is where the government has a responsibility. Hundreds of billions of dollars. So let's not going to and we're going to start some fruit. Why can't you? That's like a especially the other hand, go into insulin prices and GLP.
Right. Yeah, that you didn't see what Bob did. So this GLP was comparing on GLP what you could give free American that you could give free help individual 10%.
And then they would have
a year.
Just something
you can get food way. So you can eat.
not have been permitted to remain.
The idea that you don't have, but we have a so,
but now it's making $1 trillion giving people this GLP-1s. And the problem is, just like I want to, and
but what I'm saying, every is allowed and actually to have their act with some shadow. You're not going to. The government in this is to get the best, because if they're it's pretty obvious. Like we are on this with respect. You don't have a. The only solution cannot be tripling the budget. Yeah.
right. Well, the only thing I think is if there was some sort of way,
And I think
that would be effective at establishing just promoting. I could conceive of especially like you're like some sort of way programming where it just changes whatever the behavior pattern is that accepts these choices. Like just so sketchy to put you. Oh, that would be best case scenario. Just have like national motion of health and ban this body and fat and people that tell you is you think otherwise, which you're hearing. By the way, that's what funded, paid people to be influencers. You're getting paid for this food company to say these nonsense things that are scientific, actually incorrect. It is not healthy in any way, shape, or form. And when they help you, it's not okay. It's not true. It is that fact. Change what it does to the human body, and it doesn't make one better. It'll make it better. Robust.
Well, it's an we don't an ultra. Okay. Like $50 billion spent. Yeah. Rural and charter. We have no. We have no. That's okay. That so there was a so it, in confidence, sometimes there's a lot of and you get just like every hang something up. And the crazy is these little so we passed a few years something that thousands and initially was given starting and then I think and they said there's a better and there's other at the back which is like now I'm this is not the thing is you are like Kansas here, okay? Between here and it's like this. When you're in it's just so solving is way better. Fine. They make and so they've laid so there's out that you can get a month and instead of isn't it like 2 billion? That's for it. And then the other 7 billion, and they so all that's but you right? You can get them or so there's always focus a little. Take some of the falling in it seems like and just somewhat into the things
it seems like falling in 42 none of that's really I used the this past week card. It's amazing. It's the size. It's crazy. Literally, small left. My friend. They used to wonder. It was incredible. And then they from the and you know, yeah. And it
speed, and you're just I'm trying. It's never failed. And then I think this is like it's 100 weeks tonight. It's crazy. And this is crazy.
Yeah, and we right now, small iPad, and you just sit down, and we plug the battery.
So how much to get just a Starlink? Pretty fucking cheap. It's very cheap.
Well, wouldn't you guarantee it?
Plus, based all
right. Right. And it's fast. Crazy. Yeah.
There's all that we just I don't know. Life. Mary. It's like I
well, let me. The ultimate we have the there's bills. Like, how did you add all this? How many people? AI just works literally, and instead of having should have you don't know what to do for an ad or anything. Now everything AI. The problem is AI, and it's their sort of regulatory body through AI.
I think there's a lot more power. I think that I thought, and the problem is
right.
That who decides?
Right.
And at some point, or not, is a level of. It's just a natural. There's a reinforcement. It's a key part of AI. It starts, and then Joe. Yeah, that's ask this question. All this stuff. Who are those? So
right. Well, right.
Yeah. We haven't seen it yet. I mean,
like the Gemini were asked to make doctors reverse these multi-rate right. And that kind of stuff. There's a podcast. Here's kind of like, okay, we get it. But this, you're exactly. You're talking specifically history. And one of them is the Native American Constitution. This is so nuts. So that, right? It's got the great fingerprints of
but there's a hand create. So it's possible to understand.
Yes.
Okay, so you go with your art. You paint the next. You stand in the hall. There's a person. They give you based on. You can't use this like aluminum. Goes too small. You come back. And then they. Now, an AI knows exactly, and they can take and instantly you fix it. You go to this. to show that. So you can also that's I think that it allows you to wear you got there's room. I bet you 100%. No, but they do. It's a, and I think they cut back a lot of the difficulty.
Right. You know what? Extraordinary back was his idea of making the government and that the various programs finding out. A lot of people, and they're now the main argument I saw was I don't think are ineffective let the same people do the same thing because otherwise you have and to say that as efficient as humanly possible or even no everyone wants like look at the difference between what Elon's versus what NASA. Look at the difference. Starling versus $42 billion zero results. Look at the difference between all the things they've done. There's competitive. You have to figure out what people can't afford. And they're creating and harder to that's the private company take over.
By the way, and just to build on people in the it's not some it's actually they create incentives and then those incentives are taken action. That's a very and a well-functioning government creates very good incentives. An incredible example of this is in the 1950s. Do you know what the GDP of Singapore was? No. It was the same as the GDP of Jamaica. And then you fast forward 70 years to understand what good governance looks like.
We actually were talking about Singapore yesterday, how extraordinarily efficient their recycling program is. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really amazing what they do. Like, they really recycle. They recycle. We're recycling. They really do. They really separate the plastic. They break it up. They use it to make power, to make road materials, make building materials out of it. They reuse everything.
For thrusting of lead with no natural resources, they have to be incredibly well educated and industrial. And so Lee was able to create right incentives for government to do a good job. Incredibly, but then also to show up and invest. And it works. You can do that. The thing that would benefit a lot from if we could just point out all the ways there's many laws, you can at least have a conversation. And the second is if you think private equity, there's one thing that usually benefit from, and it's called zero-based budgeting. And this is but private equity, some of them, they'll look at and if they well, guess what? Everybody, I need X for this, Y for this, E for this, and you have to instead. We're starting next year's. We're spending. Oh, let's do. So somebody. What is I want to phrase that a lot. Okay, what I want to one by one, and if you go and you probably find the same group of people would probably do their job. They'd actually in a much more directed. We'd spend a lot less. You know, and people would just be more. You could do. I could do. John could. There was a. I tweeted that he cannot. The FAA to give a flight for Starship 6. So they're waiting on dry, right? Slow right? It takes less time to build these starships now than it does to ever. That's what he said. Meanwhile, FCC, which is historically FAA, fast to sail part to some folks right before that touch. When you look at that, you would say, how folks cut through a get an answer quickly? How can others be waiting for something that just and so and there's I don't think no. Well, there's this yeah, and James they were supposed to be quick, and they've been there. That's so insane. They're going to be there. How I mean, maybe 8 days. I think 100%. How do you know? They interview but they're like great, just natural. Oh, I had a friend who visit themselves, keep going crazy. Yeah. Founder of Eli Band. And Rob, Oreo. What? No, it's epic. Yeah. Worst stuff. And yeah. Wow. Yeah. It could be. That's weird. Yeah. Read it like that. You know what the incentive is? How does he? 25 network. All right. Worst in space. That's weird. But these poor, you know, my said it was incredible. He was a still is a. This was 20 years ago. He was rocking, and he was, I guess, in some areas what he was watching, and he was really they smell. No. So go outside there. He took these incredible with like all art. You know, when you did you see this latest report with real controversy about the James Webb Telescope was discovered, and some talk of large towards us course correction
This is, and there's all these meetings. So all the PQA people are all disclosures. There's a mothership. So it gets, I don't know. What does that mean? Something else.
It could have been.
Sure. But they're not. There's something. Do you think there was of steel, of iron headed?
That's a great question. What would
do we have the ability of moving that thing? Would the FCC be 5 months to give Elon
let's see the
also it breaks up smaller things that are hitting everywhere.
By the way, isn't this like perfectly charity just makes a lot of sense.
Sure.
Like would you get on a flight that take you there? It's incredible, most luxurious. It has the best weather, surf, but there's one navigation system, and if it goes out, would you ever? So I think we to have some.
Yeah, but ultimately, like the universe has these patterns that force innovation and constantly move towards complexity. And if you're going to better incentive to get the intelligence spread other parts of the planet and to make that make super earthquake, solar flare, all sorts of all sorts of cultivate this thing spread.
To say this is fragile.
Yeah.
That's not what creates. I mean, I was raised not in that way, kind of virtual. I do. It's literally.
And also responsible.
You just got to tell me. So to your are all questions. Okay, if that's the question, do we want or do we want and maybe 100 years we'll have discovered that's it.
One question.
One question.
And we also there's planets in our infinity used to be carbon like monsters. We know that monsters are sustainable life. So we know that this is not just green, that this is possible, that our Earth is temporary. And we was hit by a planet with formation of Earth, formation of Moon, hit by another large. It's a quarter of this, like, keeping our atmosphere stable, keeping our. It's a wild galaxy. It really is. And especially our solar system has massive near Earth.
I think it's so inspiring, like this idea of discovering all these we don't know to ask.
Right.
What is life worth it?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the most promising aspect to a highly intelligent AI, in my opinion. That it'll be able to solve problems that are inescapable to us, and also offer us like real data of how big the problem is, when this needs to be solved by, and then come up with actionable solutions. And that's something that minus concept with limited minds, and you can get AI, the accumulated power, 10x.
The mental model. If an alien would humans all of internal cooperation. Perhaps. I would.
It would have to show such open superiority to shut down and did so open to the point where we're really helpless today.
So, it is a supernatural in some ways. So, if we can just and see the bigger picture, I think we'll all be like killing each other is just so barbaric. It doesn't solve more pain. It creates more hate because what's left. And I think need to be reminded without.
Yes, I hope one that comes society is the allocation of resources much more, and that we use AI as a tool to people from every country is to make all as good as the country. That's then you solve. You don't have to do your job, or you.
Well, so that why coming to a lot. Some are, but a lot of, and so economic abundance generally. That's I think people want a good job. They want to come. They want to something and say, "I made that." They feel proud of that. They want to hope, have some kids, have fun with them, teach them what they do. And so get reborn.
Isn't it interesting that people not getting together in groups and killing people they don't know? The sort of ridiculous pie in the sky of the possibility of the future of humanity. That's common. Small groups. Like even, I mean, there's individual crimes in cities. Cities aren't other cities can kill everything. So there's something bizarre. There's something bizarre. The uneven application of resources and possibilities, and your dream being achievable. Pretty much everything. If we that is the way to solve violence, or the most concepts of violence.
So you have this data point. I said this before. Most is that in the last 4 or 5 years, we have severe the like in the I think Trump was red line. That's right. And the incentives we have just a complete birth. What are you quite clearly as we were more stuff, we had less. So I right. This it down. You need to find it. Of more, 2 more. Meanwhile, that one crazy thing that that's just another. And you have because in it, I think that's
clearly. But that's a brilliant discussion that you had, where you were explaining that Trump is, but many of them did actually were very positive, right? And I think that's a very difficult to describe. It's a very difficult thing to express to people because we're so old, particularly the character of Trump that's so polarized. It's very difficult to him is positive, especially if you're a president, if you're on a lifeline, or if you're. I mean, it's this bizarre denial, basic reality. The reality. What can you see based on what was replaced? What actions were taken?
When I've always, and I think it used to absolutely, and it used to be speech, and so I'm gonna try it back. Come back. That's an incredible view of them, and I think what happened when I was, I would vote. And I didn't really understand. And so I got, and I didn't, but I don't think
California. Michael, good morning. Welcome to
and then it, but I started, and I said, I'm being a responsible. I'm looking at this, and I need, and when what I saw was a bunch of that turned the problem because he with his, and I think this is a moment where the stakes are so high, versus what or just somebody else in a way will allow. That could be Jim Vance, Elon Musk, RFK. There's all kinds. There's all kinds. Because I think they have realized there's one message. We need to have.
Yes.
So that the men. And I had to change. He's the only one that and it's like very times strange, sort of like why are they co-opting? I always think, what's going on? And when I saw the line, Bobby is a very balanced. Here's the good. Even with the Bob, he's quite honest. Positive, but they did. And probably for sound on under. I just think people should have.
He's so cold for us that he has been too attentive.
He's like dodging, you know.
The thing is, no one's care that the rhetoric wrapped up so long. And
the other thing that I think about is the domestic are with what I mean. When push comes to shove, they both, whether it's they have erotic, which means that really it does just You typically one say Manhattan has the first year, and then all it's happened from Clinton, Chet. So the American has a so if people would a lot of the spouse are going to be maybe domestic, maybe they go, but the one based on the past is that they'll not. This is why you think about what are super presidents where you can have one area executive, and that can direct the behavior of okay, so people should decide, do you want America? Do you want do you want bigger end, more teeth? Do you want one? They're pretty small. And then I think one can the view that we are, and there's a responsibility to do that, and one we got a lot not getting and I think my honor there's we're in one will tap this but there is real decisions that have been made during the or lack. I think it's a decision. I don't think, especially the utilization of the 5G. Because the death is insane. Like, don't say I've talked to people that have subscription business and automation to labor. I think that's important. And then they'll probably in the lack of labor and jobs. All the Haitians that live in Springfield, Ohio. One of the things that live there, people are willing to do jobs that the other people weren't willing to take on. So you have pros on which you have this incentive to move people illegally bring in gang members, terrorists. That's real. Got that. Been arrested, and there's people got. I get it now. I think both. I think that has had this issue for a long time. I think that her position, personal but I do both of them probably have because I don't think it is fear. Fear that these people give them a clear path citizenship will allow them to vote. So if the Democrats bring them Democrats vote and give them money, giving cars, they're giving housing, and they're giving things and giving veterans. There seems to be an incentive to get people to want to. So, give an opportunity, which is you would essentially in state, which is what's one of them. You can get a lot of policies. People, if you give them the opportunity to vote, everybody, especially in information voters, for party them. I mean, I don't know what conspiracy per se. I do. I remember that my parents took up the whole three of us, myself, to Niagara, and applied for. We didn't get it. We went back. We got in Ottawa, where I. And I remember that street roads and everything used to there, and they hear oh. They sit there and they hear and mother. Here's what. And I remember from the minute because like if they're like, I don't buy, off you go. We go back. I don't know what. Fortunately, and then I moved to the States.
79-year-old
I have an loyalty to this country, and so they're not getting they deserve it. It really does. About that. It's not that it shouldn't be was that need the
online at rodstewart.com.
But you have to hear of all the people that are having the time to be here. All of I keep that. Man, I keep every year. You had to get you're gone. Then I had to my company that could and we so I've lived experience of following and just because there was a even though we would check what because when you get an out and I was at every other did they and it was years in the past. I'm never going to my visa's been expired. But I still
Little tips for a healthier
so I just think a lot of by the way, and I think the right and then try to do because our escape is really bad.
Finally, and that's great. But you have to care, especially the veterans, then especially people that have been struggling that the Red Bull, all the gym protocols, never been. There's never been any economic since the beginning of the century, and instead that to me is where it starts the conspiracy.
I think that as long as it can explain what they're doing, other folks mentioned, I think 50% that needs read on this, you could have
right
150,000 was about. I could be wrong. Somehow gets this. And is there a bill that says we should have food for the food deserts? Did that bill come? So there's a way, state legislatures to do what's right with the state. So if we just had a little bit, and then if we kind of like these things, a lot of the people that live and contribute would feel better about things like the thing is just
right. Well, that's what we're so excited about this Trump union with Tulsi Gabbard Kennedy is that you're having these movements that seem to be almost impossible to achieve outside of an outside, like the Mid-American concept. Like, what are you talking about? You're going to go up against these companies that have been donating to political parties forever and have allowed these regulations that are allowing these dyes in food that's illegal and like, what? This is right? So it's very exciting. So, but again, your
messenger, just take a step back. And you are just the average Joe citizen. I think an important thing to just notice is why totally different acting as a I just think it's an I don't and I'm not going to answer. But just ask why are all cooperating? And I think the 2024 election is a lot of traditional and very and I think the traditional approach is we're going to create we're going to work down this muscular domestic policy government to stay a large part of the economy, and we're going to the radical we're going to go back to the founding of this country. We're going to have very light structure. We are to cut back to the rules and take a look back to the situation in that area. In the lens, it's pretty much 6 of 1. But in that, there really are different choices. And
the thing that starts our investigation is knowledge. That's the thing. And it's also
and I think I met him. I've also he was very nice person. Donald Trump very funny, very like and I just was like what was exactly I was expecting and I think that where it's at I'm guessing is that there's I mean that is good
details that have never been made.
Yeah. He's got seems like he knows how there's a which was is no I've seen this
right.
Why?
But then if Donald I think the media
well distorted whatever nothing in comparison to the media's depictions of her. And
his like his and are well but I do I think there's like one father was not sure the expression of it. I was really upset because of
Right. Exactly.
In fact, he really didn't tell us. He said the exact
Right.
and then I was really frustrated because I thought he was now the film.
Right.
And I'm not paying for those people. I'm paying to actually give the master of it. I think it's part of the responsibility of being a coach.
And the only of them launch is a lack of raffle.
And so because I think the is the lowest. I think way to tell a group because you're not gonna and you're like baby. What did he say? He said this. By the way, the same goes for the domestic try to characterize cherry pick. So my point is, I think we have this tremendous
like particularly check Trump times, but they didn't check her.
I is this true or not? Co-host yes. That is
among friends. I'm Richard.
I mean,
maybe that she was told that they were maybe off topic or off like record at the DA, and she's attached to and on top of it, there's things that she said that were absolutely untrue. One of the greatest she said that we don't have troops deployed. Have you ever seen that? Troops in the combat? We're going, and then
he's an 8.
Yeah, I mean, to war for serving, but on Instagram, later, many views are in. It's tens of thousands in multiple comments of Americans.
I mean, look, I think, like, I'm going to assume that are smart. They believe they're both trying to do this right. Okay, let's take the filters that they try to pervert for their own. And I think what they're is they're a better to one, i.e., and less.
Yes.
So there's where I'm be a grown up, try to get material, try to think from first principles. I'm telling you, it's the most consequential election of our life, and the simplest reason why is that the president decided to hit the button on the news. So just imagine, for one second, irrespective of who do you want to hold? What do you want? Under even the most excruciating pressure. And I think is someone in that very
history, survival
will be a I will block. It is entirely and I'm going. You cannot. Yes, get close to. I think.
I think. Thank you very much. Those real problems. Thanks. No, very good. really appreciate your time. You're a lot. It was an honor. Well, thanks. Thank you. All right. Bye.
Who has in death even more than he was in life. Jeffries also hosts the weekly live stream show I Protest, which is broadcast on the America channel.
Good to see you. What's happening? Joe. A little over here. Got a little. This is my completely right. Because I should have got this. Carson takes guys already here. I don't know. 3/4. You said somebody. He goes, you guys are right. Yeah, and he goes, follow me. They just drove away. I was in Utah, like 50 degrees, so I came right here, hell, awesome. Like, oh my God, I was yeah, that's it last. Okay. And for maybe 4 or 5 days, they had great. There's a little bit of Texas doesn't like, so the first year they did nothing. Yeah. They did nothing. They just off. I remember when was it we got for a gig 3 inches so but played stay if we try to put called ping pong and just nobody tell me this on this point and some shit you have to spray that stuff on the face. Oh yeah. Yeah. There's a sea, freeze, like because they're fucking stuck for them to spring it. What happened? If I think we were talking about Ben Bailey, when I was, so planes are off designed. He would be gliding. And he was like, miracle win. That real serious pilot. So he did his job. Sure. He's the third world country, the greatest hero of all. Remember, like a gross. How weird it's an art whether or not reading books to kids. It's why? Well, who's like? Yeah, yeah. Well, it's nice, but it's an odd choice that might be one that's out of opportunity. It's a possibility. It's not
Absolutely. We actually that it was careful when he performed dirty competitions at the library. That was the whole point. And, it's adult stuff. I'm saying it's not even though it's not sexual, they're doing that. It's like your whole thing. It's just a guy reading a story. Would be the guy not reading a story. Yeah, just like
right. This is what makes these people happy. Which normally is the fact that people want to dress up like serious white men. We should normalize this. The other right. The other side like what would you say? You would say this is fine.
Another president,
but it's still who's dressed up. It's not being 100% agree person. It's not like 0% thing. It's like something you should kind of continue about. It's a strong secret. Or it is. Like, the whole thing interesting about it is the channel. Should experiment. How about the repetitions of them reading? That one. How about maybe super fucking sketchy people reading stories again? There's a lot of people. I don't know, dude. Do it again. I was higher very. It's like it's almost like and I will. And I'm on the world. It is amazing how judgmental you get when you're judging from stories to get into that people would be cool. If it was of course, he's so cool.
That's a teacher and all.
Even not like coolest motherfucker job. There's a lot of people that do women. Women are. It's cool.
No, absolutely. The teacher with face tattoos, the best teacher, like in the world. Like as a motherfucker. Face tattoos. And let the teacher inmates.
Isn't it fun? Listen, when you're probably thinking about you got just as important. So just like I keep training on AG1, basically I take AG1 out of the really vitamins and minerals, and also use pre and probiotics, benefiting ingredients, so your hard work in the gym pays off. Thinking or AG1. AG1 is not an app supplement, it's a comprehensive of essential vitamins which carefully crafted to make baseline health. That's why I worked with him for so long. Seriously, I trust this guy's carefully research science and health. I ate one and I get a green bottle, vitamin D3 take, free AG1 from the first purchase. Drink 81 slash Rogan. That's a $15 go to drink81.com slash Rogan. Check it out. Like, sleep or not, you feel 4 years because it's not
you see someone with like a shirt like this far long, right? Sort of a still feel like a little weird about sleep. Well, I was okay. And there was one and one of the game, and she's a short and has 2 legs tattoos. Now, no judgment. I just there was like you know
that's
like
good.
Yeah. It is. Now, Jeff, this is what figured out.
You know, we'll take the those are
yeah. It's here, but they don't see us as rivals.
yeah, they don't. No political party gets mad at the They're fucking furious.
The Republicans are furious.
Nobody gives a fuck with
Dave, I just think when he goes, Donald Trump up here, and we're going to show you that we know how to behave. Yeah, you fucking pussy. Well, I knew. I got up stage and I passed my I walked in 0%. Just went so Joe wasn't. I mean, just the worst. So I went. They kicked me out. Service. Not so big on people with rights. They get me out there. So I go. I come to the ground. Just like walk into the middle of just all and at one point, Trump goes. He goes, I fired me and one of the because he was on me. And I just turned to him. The guy goes, it's the right hand. I was like, I can't give it to the right now.
Well, the Comey thing was what would they were likely, first of all, the Clinton campaign was spying on the Trump campaign, right?
Yeah, it was after. He was trying to lie. And yeah, yeah. So if P. Diddy definitely and did this, and then we're like, I read. You can do it. You're not funny. All right.
Well, it's also yourself. Don't say. Because it's
parties and P. Diddy was like, excuse me, up here. Like,
so if you're looking at that, what makes you conclude that he definitely
because basically the first he ended up all best. Right.
Yes.
Russian best. Something like that. It's pretty crazy.
It's that of having agencies have so much power. Never, they were never supposed to pay. We're patriots. I think we should follow the Constitution. You know, people decide. Like, it's like every running shit. It's weird, right? But it is. That's not even. No sugar. You get Rush. But now Rush is controlling. You're at
y'all with this, go into this religion, and then like years later, he said when his friends went through it, like, this is crazy, dude. You know, you like, that's damn. You better get your levels checked. Start this shit. But,
well, he was. Did you know he's more fiction than any
more than Steve?
Not a second travel. Everything was hot. You read it's like Thomas stories.
I get it. Like the most general thing. I'm sorry. It was just kind of cool. You know, like, hey, trust the most. What are you doing? He's like, I did that thing. It was filming somewhere in the park, and it was like a lot of people know where I am. And I sat down at the table and the here, and I put my hands in the things. He told me what it was. I'm like, like, what is the dude is like, I'll explain. He didn't want to throw it. Your church. You got some good about it. Basically, tell you. But it's such a strange. This is what's weird. This is like, you know, if you believe it benefits life, even if not, lost of pieces that all people together matter. Yeah.
But if you get it's better to be and to be this person just like objectively in the world. None of this. There's no way to do your job. They could die. Taking medication and all this things that he's annoying. You're right. Yeah. I don't. Oh my God. The person we think of what now. The perception. That's what it is more contact. Just people talking to it. I think Neil, Alice, express our. That's what and I think and deception and violence or love, patient, there's a thing going on, and that thing keeps going. Physical body stops existing. I wouldn't be surprised.
I think religion is always the style back to all the organized stuff. You were doing the Joe Smith, where we find right. Everything. Could that be that was like a pitch to a bunch of dudes.
Well, this
guys,
is
a whole bunch of chicks. I mean, I was used to each other. And it's like racist up until like 30 years ago. They're like the seed of the devil or whatever. And then they're like, no, you ever see Sister Wars? Yeah, but two force.
When you know the guy who wrote it, that's when it gets sketchy.
Yeah, there is something about it. Thousands of years. Yeah. It's like, look, there was a part where you're shooting out to this guy, and you're like, 5,000 years ago. You're like, all right. When you're just like 3 Wednesdays ago, it happened.
There's enough stories that are similar about ancient stories of like apocalypse. It's like the stuff about the Epic of Gilgamesh, real similar to Noah. There's enough of those stories.
Jesus was like, they keep on just redescribing it for like thousands of years before Jesus was around. That story of him, the Son of God, and the Virgin Mother. Jesus is trans.
He could have been an alien.
Jesus? Yeah. Sure.
It's not saying and there was like someone came there and didn't make any sense when he was born. He just existed but knew everything and was the Son of God. Straight everybody out and you kill him. All right, we kill him. It literally could be an alien. But if you're thinking about how long this is thousands of years of people telling a story, right? I mean, how long after Jesus is dead before they even write the new stuff?
Well, why is that?
Yeah.
Well, it's, you know what I'm saying? Like, years ago, like, no one considered the idea of works of fiction.
Right.
Like, everything new was just from the thing versus
there's a combination of that and then real events documents. So both things are true because they had a lot of shit going on. Like, they didn't have to write fiction. They were getting killed by swords. People getting lit on with arrows. There's not a time to be making shit up.
Yeah, it's like, what's your brother? He's like, he's got a hold of it. We all see it being what's going on.
That's like that, though. You're not going to write Potter. You're going to and then like,
I've been doing magic reading for my magic show at Fest, and I'm reading a book about magic. But a lot of those weird things there's talking about, it's theorized that it's like magicians that were like doing tricks for people. So they would get like, by the way, Jesus Christ would be a great name for a magician if there was no Jesus Christ. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, Jesus Christ would be amazing.
Jesus Christ, live in Rio.
Yeah, he's got like a little bit of Latin in him. You know, you can say it like Jesus. And Mexicans are the only people that I know, or I guess Spanish as well, where the name is Jesus. It's literally Jesus. You name your kid. Like, how many Muslim kids are named Muhammad? It was like the number one name for boys in Ireland, like a couple years ago. Muhammad. There's 3 people out there. But you can't name your son the American Jesus.
It's going to raise your eyebrows.
Isn't that crazy?
You got to name your child Jesus Christ. Oh, is that? That's what there was a time but naming when there were no actual lines on naming years ago as far as race goes. So my grandmother's Jerome. There's old Tyrone, late Tyrone. Dude, just one thing was between black names.
These are all people in the U.S. So Bobby Freeland just got his name chip. He has a green.
He's got this is playing course.
Maybe not. 10% off. But the states, but before that, it was showing how many states. Does it say that? So it's not. It was just the way it was phrased. Earlier thing. Okay, here. There's a handful of these in the U.S. So that could be local.
So in some it's illegal not all.
We're going to call you kid Santa Claus. How about Matt? Imagine you can't put a week off
to
you can only call you kid or
there's so many it's everything like
yeah.
Is this lion with a bush in the middle?
Yeah, change the spelling. There you go. List. What? You can't be the Is that coming? Yeah, make.
We are back with Don Jeffries, the author of American Memory Hole, How the Court Historians Promote Disinformation. We were talking about Senator McCarthy earlier.
What up, Zoo?
Vilified and smeared. Friends with the
And who joined?
Kennedy.
Oh, no. I'm going to need a little. I have to take it out. Allegedly. BRB. Oh, dog. Here's what I want. Do you have the cat? Kick? Okay, I want you to go to cat and go just try. Excellent. Now, you're going to live. Do you see clips? Click clips. And look how I am fucking dominating. I'm putting out, I personally am putting out more than 50% of every clip. It's being promoted on the entire platform. So basically, I created like clip bots that, like, if you go to Aiden Ross's clips while he's streaming, or XQC, or any of those people, when they're streaming, I look at their it's Rabbi Rothschild for 20 of them straight. Why? Because then if anybody's watching their shit and looks at their clip, it's the best fucking ad. And additionally, I don't spam. I'm not spamming people, so they're not banning my account. So I can leave these things going, and I can fall asleep, and when I wake, they're still going. Do you see clips? Do you see how many people say Rabbi? Thank you. Right back. Is it dude? I literally thought of you like maybe 4 hours. I went up, I got up to the bathroom, and I was like, man, I can't wait to tell Zeus about this, because Zeus would be like, Rabbi, that's a really good idea. Just create clip all the time, and everybody's clip will have your name on it, and like all the big people will know about you. And the thing is, if one of the only person who can delete them is either the person who made it or the create or the streamer. It's not like the moderator create it. So if Aiden Ross wants to get rid of them, Aiden Ross has to manually delete them. I knew you'd love it. So Zoo, just go to the top streamers on Kick right now, any of them, and just look at their clips. Like, it's amazing.
Kennedy Library, part of the there's a incredible letter that young JFK, 22 years old, wrote to his father, whom he idolized, in 1939, and it was basically about a potential Israel over in Palestine. And it's so, you look at it, this guy was 22 years old, he had so much more insight and was so much more sophisticated in terms of understanding the issues than any politician we have today. And his father obviously was on the same wavelength. And this shows royally how that family understood what problems would be created by putting to the world. And you're talking about 80 plus years later, and we see the result of it. It's in the news right now.
You have in the book, and I don't want you to give everything away. Obviously, we want people to read the book, but some new evidence. Here we are, 61 years later. New evidence in the JFK assassination. You say details that have never been made public before, and you've spoken to some witnesses who have never come forward until now. Do you want to just give us a taste of it without giving it all away?
Yeah, it might be a little bit of stress to say new evidence in terms of it doesn't actually apply to like shooters or anything like that. But I talked to the daughter of Sergeant Patrick Dean, who hadn't talked to anybody else before, and then Patrick Dean is I think this gets into the minutia of the case, but Patrick Dean is one of those guys, and the people that read me understand I tend to find these people that have been vilified, and I end up kind of standing up for them, trying to take up if they've been treated unfairly. Patrick Dean, I think, has been treated unfairly, and I think his testimony is very interesting. He was friends with Jack Ruby, and somebody tried to send him a still unseen film that was taken during the assassination. We don't know anything about that or what happened to it. Fascinating character. I went over some of that in history, but we get over more into it. And she told me basically that I didn't know that he was one of the entries in the JFK body count. And so many witnesses died, and naturally, somebody tried to kill him because he was run off the road. He had a very severe car accident. He had retired from it, and she basically talked about how he was never the same. But she certainly believes that that somebody was trying to shut him up. She'd never talked about it before, and so that's a little taste of it. I mean, you find these things like in my book history. I was able to touch base with the family of the Secret Service that I think was trying to do his job that day, and when he's the guy that was waving his arms at the people seen that video was kind of like saying, WTF, so like he's throwing his arms up in frustration because they're calling him off, saying, no, don't jog by the limousine like you do in every other. Able to finally talk to somebody from his family. It's interesting. People can see what happened there, but clearly I think the way his family reacted was indicated something was amiss there. But yeah, I mean, there's so much, and we look at there, in terms of, I talked to a guy, I had him on my podcast, a guy named John Mancino, who was friends with Marguerite Oswald, who was Lee Harvey Oswald's mother, and I have a whole section on that. And a little bit was inspired by him, who got to know her real well. And I think this is kind of the thing with me. I go after these figures that I think have been treated unfairly, and I think she's been treated really unfairly, not only by the court historians and the mainstream media, but also by most of the critical community. Most critics don't like her either. And there's a whole section on there about how she has been misunderstood. And in all reality, she was probably the first so-called conspiracy theorist. She deserves a lot of credit for everything we've done in the decades since, because she fed a lot of Wayne and some of the who I worked for as a teenager, was volunteer, was my hero, and some of the other early critics, and yet she's been smeared. And this is a woman who was fired from her job because people don't realize what happens to family members that are associated with these events. She's been attacked. I mean, she didn't work.
Joe Penn.
And she was an
Do you see? Hey, do you see your boy Pump Street? Do you see his clips?
His credit started as.
Yeah, look at it. Now, I didn't even know he was streaming. Like when you came in, I was just asleep. I just awoke. Look at his clips.
She was the first person to say it. My son worked for the government, and he was being framed. So people get a different.
Okay.
I know this isn't in the book.
Well, just look at his clips.
Maybe you can disabuse me of something.
Like this isn't like you I'm just gonna be streaming. Hey, make sure it's no. It's just this thing plans whatever person at the top of the kick platform. So if you get a little and you look at his
taking this home movie with his little
if you look at clips, like I'd say 17
with the camera, as if
It's really a devastating. It's really fun.
Rock solid. Unless it was, I don't know, maybe with modern technology they stabilized the image. I don't know, but what's going on there?
No, you can there's a little jiggle when the first shot comes up, but you're right. He was unbelievable. You know why?
That's okay. Do you see?
Rabbit holes, because there are indicators out there.
That's what you want to see, right?
Whole subset in the critical community that looked into Zapruder's factor. You know, see, who was he connected to?
All right, you.
He was designed to, and you know, it's kind of evidence.
Are you ready?
That in the 9/11,
Mini golf.
French brothers who were making a documentary go into it.
It was probably an old game that I you yesterday.
Yeah, he just had
It was probably an old game that
to raise his skin.
Okay, you ready?
Playing going in. There was no shaking.
Yeah.
So, it's those kind of things that do make you wonder.
You ready?
I can't answer any more than that, but yeah, I've certainly wondered the same thing, that he's certainly in the lineup, because he means Zapruder. And again,
No. Well, stop the game.
Came from behind, straight from the grassy knoll area.
So you think it is? Yeah, I'm just gonna send it to you. Right here. You're gonna love it. Go. Do you have the app? No, you don't need it. It's a lot easier to find. That's okay. Just go to kick.com. Can you do it that way? Are you on a? Just look at low pump splits. It's hilarious. All right, I'm about to send an invitation. Zoot and Rise. Zoot's ready. I know. All right, right. Riser's going first. Riser gets advantage. Home shot advantage. First person advantage. What an amazing shot. What an amazing shot. Yeah. That motherfucker came to play today, son. That motherfucker came to play today, son. On this shit. Yeah. It could happen. Difficult. Make it take me. Oh, you see my fucking bots are just. My bots. Wow. Wow. Nice.
He was completely obsessed with him. He was haunted by it because he, Kennedy. He But one little tidbit, then again, I got to tip my hat to two great researchers, Chris Graves and Peter Seacosh, who really idea in terms of Nixon. It may not reflect positively on Nixon, but Spiro had in his book, and I can't believe this didn't make enough news where I knew about it. When they were forcing him to resign,
Wow.
what might happen to you if you don't? You know, there was an insinuation that somebody might knock him off, and somebody else. But it's just.
I mean, I'll.
And this was in his book, and it a bombshell revelation from it. I had never heard.
So was Agnew writing the order Alexander Haig to threaten?
So they were there, and he, you know, Nixon. It's just whatever it meant. That's to me. That's just something where I these things all the time. And again, these guys found it. You know, you can find these things buried in books.
No fucking way.
I'll spot for Agnew. Buchanan wrote a lot for me. The matter. And Graves wasn't used, and I love that. So I just thought that was real interesting.
American Memory Hole, how the court historians
Well, I think, you know, I pretty much stuck forever in the first date Nordy stage. I think the court historians would not be too.
Look at that.
Court historians, kind of in a derisive way. I don't think they'd like that, but yeah, they would typically, if they did pay attention to the book, which
Please do.
they would come up with information or.
Can't do to you, Barnes, because now we have publishers like Skyhorse.
What a shot.
Some might consider, but Skyhorse, they don't back down. They, unapologetic. Well, listen, we'll time out as we head into the top of the hour. Every American, how the court story, information. Taking us into the break with
Thanks. Amazing help. I'm proud of the work that you did. Oh, stop. Perfect. Right. Yeah. Maybe you should. Ah.
This guy decides to quit his job and head to New York City. This cowboy's running from himself. He's been living on the highway.
Water.
Las Vegas and New Jersey. Form of legalized gambling. On Podcast Network, open your free search.
What a shot.
Countdown of top TV streams. Popular by Get Your Stream On. Starting us off this week is the new season of Tulsa King, starring Sylvester Stallone. Followed by The Lord of the Rings of Power on Amazon Prime Video. In and Out is the comedy English teacher on FX on Hulu.
Yo, big dog. Hit it. Hit it. Scream movie? You mean with like Drew Barrymore? Actually, I think. Well, if it counts, I don't know if it counts. But they made the scary movie with like the parents, and those are pretty fun. Those parody movies would be very popular. Zoo, what are you doing? You can hit it in the thing. You can hit it in the. This is going to what? Oh, what a shot! Oh, Zoo, that was a Thursday take. Perhaps. Riser wins. It's Riser. That's what you need. Yes, sir. Here we go. Championship of the world. Boom.
Star wins, slipping 2 positions to number 6 in Disney Plus's Bluey cooling off force. Worst stacks ever debuted at Hulu and Netflix's Grey's Anatomy. 9th, and Hulu took over at the 10th spot. Alright, and that's what's popping.
Oh, hey, you.
I already lost.
New York Times bestselling
Allegedly.
author, the only financial expert you don't need a dictionary. And now the host radio.
No, I didn't. I lost. Allegedly. No, I didn't. So that means.
Find Money Rehab on the iHeartRadio app or
Bullshit. Mr. Advisor, and you have to damn it. In hilarious. Yes.
Starts with getting informed. Get the It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and
Then all the dog Zoo at his office. He's got a caliper.
I'm Jordan Christmas in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Governor Gavin Newsom just to issue bachelor's degree. Allowing community colleges University and the University of California competition says supporters of the law
Oh wow.
income residents to pursue and address nurses plaguing California hospital.
Starts off with a big 0.
Trujillo has more.
While speaking, calling her speech BS, where the Arizona's border.
That's it. Take out some.
Bipartisan border bill that.
Oh, what a great shot.
Police are searching for 4 suspects who robbed pharmacies in the San Fernando Valley. Men broke into
Try.
Medication the men were able to steal. Police responded to the robberies to identify the suspect's vehicle, but were it made his death after an attack in the Southern California prison. Alberto Martinez was beaten to death at the Calipatria State Prison earlier this week. Officials say 3 inmates attacked him with makeshift weapons. Critical medical personnel attempted to provide treatment. He died. Martinez was associated with the Mexican mafia.
Easy shot.
Death night. The unidentified man was found around 2 a.m. early Saturday morning in the area. He was dead after being taken to the hospital. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and the Los Angeles Dodgers took care of the Colorado Rockies 13-2. Both these teams will play again later this afternoon in what will be the NLDS.
Dude, you and these assumptions. Fuck, you didn't mention me. I'm assuming that you went viral. No, don't assume anything. Just unless it's spam. You can. You just all you do is I'm just dominated. That shot. Hit my ball. Water.
Are you sick of the constant upkeep of your old-fashioned water softener?
Water. What a great shot.
And solves your water softener woes. And now LifeSource is offering new customers a double basic installation.
Perfect. Just where I wanted to be.
$1,250 in savings.
Nope. Yep. Reach. Fucking fix my body.
We need your help to protect and it's always there. With the key information for our community, the overwhelming majority of legislators. The time is running out. Please M to 52886 and ask Congress to bring this vote now. Text A 52886. Message and data. From the station.
Can you believe?
Been in business for over 30 years, installing replacement
Thanks,
windows.
Pete.
And founder of Newman Windows and Doors.
And I'm Maria Newman. Our family owned the leader in window and door. Why? It makes the free and affordable.
Over the 30 years in business, our certified have experience with every type of in one day.
At Newman, we offer top quality, highly durable, energy efficient Milgard windows made right here in SoCal.
We exceed expectations. Unique lifetime installation guarantee.
Buy 2 Milgard vinyl windows and get 1 Milgard vinyl window for free. Call 8777-NEWMAN or Newman Windows 7 Newman. Certain. I call for more details. License number 5. Expires September 30th, 20. Yes. Will break. No one. And now you don't have to. Legal tax defense has negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe. Side, and that is legal tax defense. Else, just want a second opinion. There is no cost or obligation.
He doesn't know.
Levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file. Best news about
Word.
legal tax is they won't take your case, reduce, or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free, no-risk. 3243. Nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-2.
Stimulating talk.
There's my king. Long the days without just
Make it. Zoot, make it. No, Zoot, that's a myth. Oh. Zoot. You just made. It does matter.
was good enough for me and my Bobby McGee. From a kid to the California sun, Bobby shared the secrets of my soul. Yeah.
Premier Networks presents AM with your host, Sarah.
Hey, welcome back. This is Katie Caden, who was on the television show, the competition, The Voice, and her
No
interpretation
way.
McGee, which I think is rendering Janis Joplin version with a little twist there. Good job, Katie Caden.
Yellow, just go after it. Yeah.
From a private
That's it.
claim covering a new speed. Kyle Atkins Weltman, now a PhD candidate and
Yes.
at Oklahoma State University, even got to name his the Pharaoh's Eniophoron vernalis, which I butchered, chicken, which is a smaller cousin, previously known also tree like who's he had purchased. There you go. You can read the more of the story in the news section of coasttocoastam.com. If you like what you're hearing from me tonight morning, a little bit more sites, strangeplanet.ca, and
That's not much.
Strange Planet. New episodes drop every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Stream on the website. And if you want to get deeper into Strange Planet, you might want to get premium subscriber. And if you're a premium subscriber, you gain access to commercial-free listening. Plus, you receive special bonus episodes produced exclusively for premium subscribers. And .ca, strangeplanet.ca. While you're there, take a moment and subscribe to my free monthly newsletter at planet.ca. 2001, the United States faced a tax.
Hit the tree. Oh, dude. No way.
Into the iconic Twin Towers in New York. And the last airline's flight 3, of course, after Brave tried to regain control. At least that's the official narrative. The tragic
I can't make it.
shifts in U.S. policy instead of the war on terror, the
That was
creation
like my.
of insecurity, but it's
Yeah, I'm
hard
sorry.
to wonder if we really told the whole story. What if there's more about responsible for the attack? To believe, we'll tackle that next with
Word.
memory hole. Goes continue.
Did it. No fucking way, dog. No fucking way. I fucking won the game. That was the best fucking win on the last shot you could have had. Fuck yeah, dog. That's beautiful. Lil Pump. Hell yeah. Wow. That was one generation. That was a really that's what the chick
If you're ready to protect your family, visit hero2020.com and use my code George for 10% off. That's
People, real stories.
get there. using the image helpful. Word dog. I'm pretty amazing. Yes, you can. Get it. Get it, Zoot. There's a good shot. Your dog.
868735 or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVO.
Mediocre. I'll take it. I'll take it. The Zoot scale is the most important scale of all time. No, I'm not gonna get
Someone
too.
during open lines last night on Coast brought up Bill, and that kind. And I'm glad we're having an opportunity. Let's talk some of the. I call them the loose threads. In fact, I said there are so many loose threads. You just keep pulling and pulling and pulling. Or sweater. That you find most. Let's start maybe with evidence that the U.S. agencies might be aware of the 9/11 before they unfolded.
Well, I think most of us believe that. I guess the most innocuous. We stood down that day, but I personally don't believe. I think, like Alex Jones popularized, I think it was an inside job. I think government, however they did it, and I think the record shows that. In American Memory Hall, I talked about the basics in hidden history, but American Memory. We quote extensively from the testimony of, like the 9/11 Commission, much like the Warren Commission, just told lie after lie. Like they address these rumors of that explosion in their report by saying there was no credible evidence. Overall, I think the fighters alone.
Did you scare? Excellent.
Early sports, and there were several. It's very. They claim it did. We're expected to believe that these planes hit, 70, 80 floors above the lobby, and yet the Naudet brothers and other people claim that there were people on fire in the lobby.
Yeah, I think he's passed away, Rodriguez, many years ago.
He was treated pretty, much like some of the people are treated in the JFK community, the 9/11 community, pretty badly. But again, that's because our conspiracy world is that a lot of the people there are, they tend to, turn on. Anybody said this is an agent, but in my mind, he was reporting things that obviously,
And Bindi.
done from an airplane, 80 stories above.
Dude, Bindi Airplane. Thank God.
Information in there. There's.
Okay. I believe that.
That's where Panaway. And there's a guy named Sonic. I believe he was a Well, he's out of the coast that people are going to on 9/11 single high-rise steel. On 9/11, 3 did, including Building 7, which wasn't struck by any air. Magical jet fuel. 11, 9.5, and other in similar buildings, and they didn't collapse. So, what was magical about that? A lot about the Let's Roll flight.
What a shot.
Looked at that closely, and people were just amazed at what I mean, every witness had arrived on the scene. We're talking about the coroner. We're talking about the mayor.
I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible.
And I don't know how that happens. What does that mean? I don't know. But
this United Airlines Flight 93 was supposedly what
Hey, you can zoom.
D.C.
I wanted you to.
Passengers, let's
I hope.
hijackers, and then the reports.
How the fuck did I miss?
The Assistant Secretary of Transportation. 93. Orders still stand. This flight order was given to shoot it down.
Yes. So, like, the heroic passengers of his. In some shootings, okay, everybody reacts different, but this guy.
Oh, my face.
Supposedly, and he's talking to an operator. She's through to your wife, and he goes, "No, that's fine. I'll talk to you." I mean, I just again, that just doesn't ring true. If you
No way. Get him, Zoom.
So that's the kind of so much about the fairy tale aspects to it, from the Let's Roll thing to Afghan, the tallest Arab in the world.
I didn't get it.
Plastic.
Hit the no. Don't hit the no.
Down the woman that worked at
No water bomb.
James called.
Oh, horse. Horse.
I think that there was that one of the people
That fucking no. Hit him.
With suicide later, so
Another one.
the girl's name. Except that, yeah. People wonder if sex is why he's murdered. They try to this who checks in the Logan Airport, goes on to kill herself.
How isn't that in the water? Dude, I've never seen.
A passport that was in the Twin Towers, and it was pristine.
Water bump. Water bump.
A couple that was married in the Vatican, and that's what all the stealing. But those are the supposed to. happens, it becomes Trump's fake news. When you tell stories, I also talk about something I didn't know. Ramananda, he's probably the most hijackers. And claimed to have talked to Muhammad on 11.
Thanks, baby.
Where his son was all upset, claiming he had been framed by the Mossad. And I go to media interested in the United States. So German, I got the quotes from. What does that mean? I don't know what that.
I don't know.
Maybe the most famous hijack. Saying he talked to him. Would you think that? Try to track this guy down?
Identified.
Oh, is that?
Responsible. I think a number of them later, it turned out, were supposedly
Zoot, get him.
alive in place.
Terrible shit. Just terrible.
And then we never heard about it ever again.
Yeah, I can't bring up the memory hole, but that's the perfect way to describe it. These things get shoved down the memory hole, and that's why Orwell's description was perfect, because it's just Winston Smith's job in the Ministry of Truth was to
do it.
If he was looking at, say, somebody like my book or something, he would have a pretty hard job, but that's what he'd be doing. He'd be taking. So people like various whistleblowers say that's kind of what the media does today, and they don't do it, literally to that extent, but that's why I said before, this is my.
Can you get my?
I'm unable to write these books. The only thing to write about is because we don't have a free press and we don't have real experience. Because if we did, this stuff would be already known to people.
You can still make it.
Information, because they would have already analyzed this and been all over it. To try to, but if you just
Yep. I just made it. You'll make it. Easy shot.
It's fake, or they question it because
No.
they lie to you about everything.
Yellow.
Beginning of the that people have,
tree all day. This tree is gonna get it. There you go.
that's the hardest part, I guess, about trying to write is illiterate.
Dude, he needs the ultimate shot. Ultimate shot. Ultimate shot. Let's see it. Shot. Yeah. One of the best ever.
American memory hole. And the number of young people, we don't want to pick on young people, but the Judge Judy was.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things like that. It's just,
Boo.
again, like you, I don't blame. I mean, I think we've left the old front. Leave our children a better world, but a lot of the older people aren't any better in terms of that. You can go back the street, he invented that kind of thing where he would go ask questions and basically, I want to inform.
They're great.
It's hard to get through to people, but thank goodness there's my history book so much better than it's really great when I hear from young people, because I think they understand. They understand what they've been sold, and
damn.
Right now, when you look at the shenanigans of the politics that's happening right now, people are aware in real time of how, and so it's hard to sell them. Okay, that makes sense. we're being lied to constantly, and that's what you see if you go back. It's one lie after another. From the world wars to the first war.
American Memory Hall, I think you sort of leave off with 9/11. Is there going to be an American Memory Hall?
I think there will be another one on it now, but it's going to be addressing Trump. But there's so many things involved with Trump that it's probably going to turn into a book about Trump. I don't see any other way around it. Because of course that story is still writing itself because we don't know if they're. So I think that's going to be the next the Trump Biden stuff in the next 2 years.
Very quickly, because we've got a break here in a moment, but do you think there'll ever be another 9/11 commission to go back and maybe try and answer some of these?
Well, we haven't had, in the JFK assassination, and that was how I got my start as a teenager in the mid-1970s. That's what we were trying to do. We were trying to get Congress to reopen the investigation, and they tried for years, and eventually did reopen it with the House Select Committee on Assassinations, which was disappointing, but they did.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No way.
I mean, just talking about he's trying to take the evidence to do it, I suppose. But I happened.
Okay, I gotta jump in, Don. We're gonna on that open up the phone lines, questions, comment for Don Jeffries right here on Coast to Coast AM.
And he gets to go first. You want to give him any more? What a perfect shot. Perfect, dog. Look at
Countdown. And there will be the election, but
He-
Minnesota Governor Tim Freedom Iowa J.D. Vance for the Republicans. We're going to close the first and only time, Tuesday night at 9 Eastern. On iHeart's 24/7 news channel. Just open the free app and search Debate.
Hey there, it's Michael Lewis, author of Going Infinite. On the latest season of my podcast, I'm exploring what it means to be a sports fan in America. Doing our teams, our states, and ourselves. I'm heading to Las Vegas and New Jersey. Understand America's newest form of legalized gambling. Listen to Against the Rules on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app, search Against the Rules, and start listening.
Is #1 for music, radio, and
He's got
podcasts.
this. Nice shot.
Discover a new podcast from our library.
It was going to go. That was going to go. Wow.
His name is Lester. Lester didn't tunnel out of prison or scale. December morning in 1973.
Yeah. Basically.
And 3 others were driven to a local mall. Asked to return needed meeting spot.
No.
Hours later, all the inmates came back except Lester Eubank, who hasn't seen. There were years when it's no one was looking for him. But recently, his whereabouts have become the focus. The federal and is being urged on by those hurt most by Lester's
Easiest bump ever.
And his time is up. news. Over the past year, a team from the ABC News joined the search for Lester Eubanks.
Nope.
They uncovered new leads, possible signs, and turn facts.
Go.
Those who want Lester Eubanks forgotten. What they've uncovered is a case that's about more than murder. A family
That's a good shot.
and a first-hand officials are trying fugitive cases. They may be closer than ever. ABC News.
Have you seen?
Have you seen this man?
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, it's all in.
501-4721. To talk to Richard from east of the Rockies, call 5033. The Rockies toll free. Call 800-655. This coast to coast.
Welcome back. After 13 from European Southern
Don't hit Rabbi.
have unveiled the most detailed map of the
Take it. I'll take that shot. Now, Riser has taken a shot.
vista variables in the VA.
Fuck that.
Titles from over 200,000 images. Dust to typically obscure the galaxy's core. Map
How the fuck?
stars as well.
Zoot, do you know what to do?
And to detail
Oh, fuck. Zoot, fuck us.
histories. The data comprising terrible information for future search offering. Ancient planets. A deeper exploration, and you could read more of the details on the most detailed map of the coastam.com. Tonight, October 31st, just around the corner, Coast to Coast AM host George Norrie continues the annual tradition of featuring a special. And you can best, and we just might pick you to tell your story on on Thursday. Name and phone.
Yeah, you get set. Make it.
Ghost stories
That was fun.
at coasttocoastam.com. All right, back. Your questions and comments for.
Okay, you asked me how. Play 272, 160. Love this.
You hear more about the news every day. Maybe that's because personal information, like your insurance provider that has your
I'll take it. Remember that time?
information is vulnerable. LifeLock monitor data points every second for identity threats. Like U.S.-based restoration specialist identity theft issues.
There.
For the $1 million protection package, meaning life will
Yep.
reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Handle your personal information, but you can with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first LifeLock. 40% off your first year with promo code George at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
7,400
Great shot.
people kick the bucket, buy the farm, or cash in their check every day in the United States. Yep, that means 5 people will meet
Damn
their
it.
maker during this commercial. And no, our commercials are not the cause. Half of those who punch the clock for the final time will do so. Life insurance. Don't wait another day to buy life insurance. If you're $1 million of term
may only cost about $200 a month. Or start rating. Big Blue has saved thousands of people thousands on their term life insurance premiums for affordable life insurance for Big Blue at 800-856 800-529-2856. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He doesn't want to be number 7,452. Call 800-529-2856 or biglou.com.
And we are back with Don Jeffries, American Memory Hole. Are you there, Don?
Oh, yeah.
How we get a copy of American Memory Hole?
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. Well, you can anywhere, books are sold, Amazon, Barnes & Noble. I tell people just to get the best deal they can. It doesn't matter to me. I appreciate
Zoot,
it.
your green. How are you?
All right. Wild card line. Charles is in Arkansas. Charles, you're on Coast to Coast with.
That's a show.
Well, I'd like to tell you about what I witnessed that morning of the bombing. I was at work with the Sharper Image Corporation, and I was finding out trucks that morning. In the middle of it, my driver takes a call from the son, and when he gets done with that, he comes back to asking if everything's okay. And he said, I scrambled off of a base, and they shot Flight 93 out the air. And I guess they shot the fuselage off the plane, and the plane just fell from the sky. But son was really distraught, and his dad was telling him you did what you're supposed to do. But, and to me, it was, it's not safe to fly. So just, anytime I've ever brought this up, everybody, says, we don't need liars. That's the fact. And I heard that.
Thanks, Doc.
Right. Don, your thoughts? Have you heard?
Hit my ball.
From people.
Perfect. Stop right there. Stop fucking right there. That's so difficult to try.
The person that the caller's talking about, people.
Oh. I don't think so. I don't like this.
I doubt that they got a promotion.
There's a little. Thanks, guys. Worst shit ever. Do it.
Again, as we talk about in the book, you have to explain why everybody that came there said,
Thank you for the call, Charles. Getting back to the Pentagon.
To fuck up my shot. It's actually great.
Or 2 days before, Defense Secretary at the time, Don was.
No, it's not. I need a new shot.
Pentagon, and he said something about we're going to get. There was an audit.
Hit a tree. Hit the tree.
Hold that section of the Pentagon where they were conducting the audit took a direct hit during the attack. Again, this is I don't know if this is actually what happened. That's all true. I remember Rumsfeld talking about the missing trillions. Whether
Help me.
What are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I know what you know. The day before 9/11, I've heard that section, and again, that's something. Can we verify that? That's what I've heard. The same thing you have.
Hi to Keith in Virginia. Keith, you're on Coast. Go ahead.
Richard and Don. By the way, Cynthia McKinney on YouTube, Rumsfeld. That's also on C-SPAN. And she was gotten rid of and replaced by John district seat in the Congress, who later
Oh shit!
congressional
This
hearings
is over.
Navy was asking about whether or not Guam would tip over and capsize if they added more to Guam and their families.
What a
Yeah, I think it was 2.4 trillion. And he acknowledged it. A few years back, or several, I had a KGB
Bounce.
who was his guest. United States
Miss it.
taxpayers funded both sides of the Cold
Nice shot.
and then they're called conspiracy, which I actually received. Right. And they were heavily smeared for telling
Oh, what a good dude.
state
That was amazing.
for her late government and the international. Many years later, Ian passed away about 9 months in Punning. He that published Senator Joseph McCarthy with our Murrow, and that was an example of Edward R. Murrow.
Damn.
Wonderful, or let's just say, the audience who had viewed his interview with him, I think, shortly before, and Ian, research that he did said, basically, as I understood it, that was absolutely that what they're getting all on call.
Don't make it. Don't make it. Don't make it.
Google it. Jim Punnin, Edward R. Murrow, and
Guys are getting it. Just a little.
When Edward R. Murrow did that takedown of Senator McCarthy on live television, that CBS received and telegram. Is that the idea?
That's what I gathered. But anybody in the audience, I would ask.
Last shot.
Check that out. It's online, available. And
Shot. Nice shot.
also, later, when
Wow, both of you got very.
Everything that Joseph McCarthy had said, even the names that he had named were as far as base contributors favor the Soviet Union. And so, what would happen? They were, along with them, the worst are practically McCarthyist. So nobody.
Are you fucking me? I mean, it's all the fucking thing. It's bullshit.
I include that I think the Senate censured him as a result of that Edward R. Murrow event, and basically they've really gotten away with a lot because the fear of.
Okay, let me get Don in here.
Two.
McCarthy's censored by the
after the interview with Edward R. Murrow?
Yes, he was. In fact, criticism that he wasn't there sick, you know. And
What the fuck is that?
like a friend that what he's saying, when the KGB filed, and they did, I think, largely vindicate McCarthy. I think Ann Coulter wrote a book about it or something, but it's been largely ignored again by the court historians.
All right. Let's say hi to Milton. Is in Phoenix, Arizona.
Get there.
Milton, welcome aboard. You're on Coast to Coast with Don
Stop.
Jeffries.
Point out that there was a case of lawfare by the FDR administration against the governor of North Dakota. He was a leader of a left-wing populist in general. Platform throwing out the money changers. And when he got into power, North Dakota,
Go through the whole
went after North
shit.
Dakota for
Who blocked me?
which technically is unconstitutional for issuing
Are you fucking me?
directly or indirectly.
Blast us.
There were a party known as the Nonpartisan League, and one of the members.
Fuck you. For the win. Zoot for the win. Zoot now. Get the top. Zoot, you're now getting the top.
The eastern, northeastern states.
All right, boys. I'm good for now.
The governor was
Nicer. Download Kick. It's worth it. Fuck it. No. No, just download Kick. It's called KIC. I literally dominated downloading Kick. No. It's on. I'll look right now. If Will comes in my name, you don't have to download it. If he's not still downloading it, that's okay. My name is the first one, the third one, the fourth one, the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 18th. And I didn't even do that. I didn't even do that to be obsessed with him. I did that organically.
Welcome to Coast.
It's hilarious.
Hold on.
Did you download it? Did you watch those 2 videos I told you?
The center of the building clearly.
Tight, man.
They had multiple IDs.
No, I'm good for it. Maybe some.
You know, I don't know. I think there was some art.
Any of you getting essentially free photographs?
I think so. Yeah, it's not. Almost as good as that I have a friend named Zoot. And almost.
I still think,
So you can't say you don't have. I don't understand this. Everything you ask me to do, you send me these fucking liminal spaces, and I want them. You send me all this stuff. I'm sending you literally evidence that there's just life on another planet. Like, I gotta take my dog out. Dog, take your dog out while you watch it. I'm just giving you shit. I know you have to take your dog out, and I know you have to take it. But whenever you have to, then we can talk about it. and download man. The reason why I want to is they have a feature you can see all the recent clips, and you can literally on the first one, the second one, the third one, the fourth one. It's such a this is like wow. I have 8th one, 9th one, 10th one, 11th one, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 18th, 20th. Going. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8 spots. Now here's the one thing that I'm not doing. I'm not spamming people. Why? Because they ban my. So if I just clip them, that's fine. Why? Maybe I'm not. But anybody who goes to look for it, holy fucking shit. And the only way is for the streamer to do it. Modern.
Again, American Memory Hole, out the court. By Scott. Wherever you
Yeah.
get books very quickly. Just get or your.
Well, they banned. So I figured and and it's gotten to the point where people, I've told them how to stop it. So it's like, it's not as, it's still really fun. But I'm going to go with this for a while. And then, the reason why people think it's go is I have to fucking baby. And the one that spans a bunch of shit, I have to do that one. So at least today, I'm leave these on. The ones that spam, I can always. I'll give people. I spam every single day. No. That's what I want them to think. That's the thing. If it's like if you've been tortured for 6 months straight and you get a day off, you think that that's right. Just wait until 8 hours into that day. This month, like another 6 months. In like May, June, July, August, and yeah, going it out.
And there won't be another president debate before the election, but there will be a vice president debate. Governor Tim, Democrats.
What up, Pep?
Time to get TikTok. Yeah, we're in the top and let up a little. How can you not tell? How can you not tell that they're the end of the tip? They're up so high. They're having a good time today. They're having a good time. But you don't walk rope. The come ups are coming up to the phone. I've had but honestly nothing real issue. She might have been without it was doing before. Just a little bit of travel. We got plenty of work. She wants to rapid travel. She wants some fucking lift. You said the thing like have some sort of strapping system, where you like it's this much travel. That's it. It's crazy. So if we're gonna agree to you savage. Look at terrible. How much my dick? Nobody can talk. Fucking man, you little gut on that. It is so funny coming to this room and go off and watch the main section. Whether it be the Cat Williams, that was wild. The one I just said, Terrence Howard. Terrence Howard. He's a very,
very smart guy. This isn't formal education. This stuff. Like when I had Eric Weinstein podcast, Eric sort of explained to him the things he did wrong. Explained that you got to stop teaching. You got to stop saying you're teaching people. This is a very offensive thing to myself. It's like an actual talking about crazy equation, explaining the equations. You understand the reasons? Having to go over the equation. So this is like this super smart guy. It's way smarter than anybody about it. But then the really super smart guys are actually super smart guys that are educated about it. They don't engage with them. Eric was like, just talk to this dude. I think he's one of us who's going astray. He's a brilliant guy that's actually in the education.
Well, I was too.
Well, then Joey heft up his tip.
It was
they were. But there's the things that he invented. Like
cheating, whatever you want.
The invention of the what does he call them again? When all those little components together, it creates like I did my tongue. Linchpin. So this thing he created, it's like these. They're like geometric shapes, and they fit into each other and circle. And through this thing, as a drone, you can move like in any direction. This is very bizarre. And Weinstein was looking at it. This is very legitimate. You came up with these crazy. And so it's also you could add more to it. It's not like a one thing. Connect into each other, and you can keep adding more and more to it, give it more power.
What's the for?
It's drone. It's like you could have a drone that moves concrete bars, concrete bars. You could have a drone that moves railroad ties. It can fly into the air. It's scalable. This is the small version of it in operation, and it's all those things that you see, those little geometric patterns. They're individual. Keep piling up on top of that and connect it larger and smaller. It's a fascinating thing. And this is the dude who's he's got like some crazy amount of patents. The dude has like, what is it, 90 something patents? Something crazy. But this is all like, I'm very not to the level of Eric Weinstein, which is really all the people that are actually working on stuff. Is generally, depending on they have a long education in traditional university, and he's kind of like self.
Nah.
No, he's crazy smart. He's not like he's gonna hang out with more people. You know what I mean? It's too smart for anybody. Right.
Years ago. Well, I found an episode on you had him on, and the episode was just insane. It was the biggest thing on the internet. Almost 100% of the comments on my episode. More
He's fun.
I did.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah,
fun to hear people come up with these wacky theories. It's like his ideas, and one of them is the idea that all planets are coming from like stuff. Like his theory about the creation of the solar system is very bizarre. It's really interesting. He thinks that a planet gets to a certain distance after a certain amount of time from the sun, it can develop, and then life evolves as quickly as it can, because it's going to eventually, over the next 100 million, 2 million years, it's going to be further and further and further out in space, and it's not going to be habitable anymore. So you're going to have to figure out a way to make it environment, or you're going to perish. And every planet goes through a transitionary period. It's called when a planet gets a certain distance, these hominids start figuring out things, figuring out tools, engines, civilization, agriculture, and then electronics, and then they have to to a family where this planet keeps getting away from the sun. We're fucked. We have to figure out our environments. We have to figure out interstellar travel. We have to figure out how to fucking planet populate other worlds. We're like 100,000 years away from this is threat to us like terrorism. And his theory about planets is fascinating because they don't even know why planets are formed. There's a distance from the sun. You can figure there's a bulge roughly by the size of one planet. Another planet because that's what we look at. Voice
would be a nerd. That's what you can
right. He said, "Come on, Jim. It's simple. Too clear."
Well, he does that, especially because most of us aren't people who even think about this stuff. So he's saying periodic squares, circle, and I understand. That sounds really impressive. I said, "Oh, that's what like serious." It's just sometimes guys are too smart for everybody around them, and they just get up on the wrong track. Yeah. And if you're used to being the smartest guy, and then all of a sudden you're talking to a guy who's the smartest, that's a little unsettling. It's like a guy who's a comic. He's talking to everybody. Hey, Mike works, and you meet Mike. How long have you been doing comic? I've done it. Okay, you're not really, right? Right. You're not making a living. You're not actually getting paid. I give it all slow from family with the ocean machine he's building.
There is a kid at the ocean. What's his name? Boyance. His name is Boyance. Oh, yeah. Wait for I never thought of that. It's hilarious. I think that first he invented gigantic steamer. It's been scooping stuff off the ocean, and then they turn the plastic into like sunglasses and shit, which will eventually went back to the ocean. Sure. That's how big stuff. By the way, that's really good. It's smart kids. So this is what I want to dedicate to. So you get a video of what they do. It's pretty wild. But they've already cleaned up a significant amount, and they have this proposal. They can scale the thing up and use, and they think they can clean up the whole market in the next decade.
It's incredible.
It's not the existed in plastics to get around for 100 years, and we already have this size of it in the middle.
Yeah, people are great. Yeah. I know people are right now. Get this kind of thing. I feel like later in life, crazy. You don't gain up all the things. It's too wild.
Right, he's gonna know that.
Oh yeah.
It's usually hang out on no more.
So this just all
all this run of this. This is just one, and they just continue to do this, and they crane it, pack it, and turn it into different objects. You can buy them. It's a good.
As long as
I was watching Singapore and how well Singapore recycles. It's incredible. Singapore takes all of it, pick it up like multiple times. They have this same facility where they sort it out, find it, what's this, what's that. They use the plastic. They figure out some way to use it to make power by burning it. They have this insane filtration system that stops it from polluting the air, and then they grind this down and use it to make roads, and they recycle everything.
Isn't that
something about recycling? I'm so angry because I read the percent of it gets actually recycled. Yeah, we're good people. We're just getting scammed. It's getting scammed to buy fucking dumpsters. Why? It's expensive. expensive to convert. Singapore,
a bunch of garbage.
see if you can find something on how Singapore does it. I know I see it. If you want me to find it.
You're saying they do?
Incredible. They fucking recycle everything. They have like this insanely efficient way of taking the plastic and reutilizing it and using it to like fill streets, pave roads, build things. They use all of it. Whereas we're fucking sticking it in the ground. Somebody else can do it.
Singapore is plastic everywhere.
It's pretty nuts, man. No, it's pretty
Also, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Explore the
Yeah.
world.
Human beings are fucking weird. We are.
You remember how much we used to litter back in the 90s? Dude, I was
Listen, so it used to be a big problem. They used to have a big trash problem. That's what led up to this insane, like super efficient version of recycling and super thorough. Pretty interesting shit.
waste shit. And a lot of waste.
No way. So that's what motherfuckers. China.
Yeah.
We must. Yeah. So take it, burn it. That burning it with powers of electricity. It's really insanely efficient. And then again, they use it for all kinds of stuff. The point is they utilize all the trash. And that's what we're supposed to be doing. There's a bunch of knuckleheads in charge of this is just growing. And they need more rain, more funds to deal with this issue that we can't deal with. It's the same fucking thing. If you had private companies that were incentivized to collect and they can take that plastic for all kinds of things. And that's right. Yeah. All you do is set up incentives and you would that all you can become a billionaire. And then some genius will figure it out. Exactly. We're not in the private sector access garbage so much that we'll pretend they're recycling. Because it's not cost effective to turn anything.
Sanitation were the last mafia.
Well, it's right. If you were competing against Singapore, okay? If the city was run by Singapore, when Chicago was run by Singapore, Detroit was run by people who do it right now. And you would figure out which way is better, city, which way is better, which way is more efficient, which way actually it creates less overall recycle it and use it. It actually looks at an asset and a commodity. Wouldn't that be better? Like, if someone, you can do it. The problem is, you fucking said there's so much infrastructure within all the things like we're just and having this system of sanitation, and it's just we're trying to change that in any sort of like way. It's like, what do you even do? I think it was a big thing. Like right on the train tracks and on the landfill. It was just miles and miles and miles and miles. It's basically the modern machine. It's like to live in the city with horses shit in the streets. Yeah.
This was like downward. Just weird.
Not only that, the water. You know, when you just dump shit, you know, you're just fill it in. Like what happened?
With that.
Yeah. Yeah, there's so much stuff we do things and not think correctly. I mean, recycling is just as great to find us create more weapons. They have this idea that's what they're going to recycle it. And they do recycle and they do recycle because it's cost effective. The problem with plastic is not cost effective to recycle. 90% of it or something, the range gets thrown in the ground, put it in the dirt, which is fucking worse. Like, why separate garbage? You just can I just put plastic in there? And I was that's what I'm doing.
There's like a rule for people. I just kind of know what the actual fight is. Like sometimes in New York, there's plastic bags everywhere. Sometimes it's completely illegal. now.
Oh, yeah.
It was made 6 months before, and they were like, paper, and then we figure out, and then they started like in New Jersey, you have to pay for reusable bags, even paper.
They're good. Want to start gloves? Stick it on the.
It is for bag charge paper bags. Like bags. One out of what type of fucking my girlfriend when she's been like, oh, let's go. Yeah, I need that.
You know what the biggest scam going is? The paper bag industry. Because there's no paper bags. If they were all paper bags, 100 tons, they'd be so much longer. You'd have to chop down a tree to chop down a single plant that doesn't even make paper. You know, they have there's no tape in them at all. And you make gigantic fucking chunks of this paper that's almost indestructible. It's so big, you barely. Sure. If you had, because you could, like I said, if you have a paper tree and you chop, it's going to be fucking years to chop down things. It takes forever. But hemp, bring to it in fucking few months.
Yeah.
Like, wasn't it
made a leap on the competition from hemp or something like that?
100%. It was William Randolph.
Right.
So they had us along with the entire they demonized it as a commodity. If we had like freedom in terms of like, use the best plants to do stuff, that would be number one thing. It's so much. It's almost like it's really strong in a weird way. Like if you have,
perhaps
it's been suppressed for so long. The infrastructure is really available to compete with like regular people, or to compete with those sort of.
That was always for a long time.
There's a company called they're the best geese. They don't cotton geese rip all these indestructible. The only thing that gets out on them is the threads.
I feel like joke.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
I read a spider suit here because we're talking about like materials. It's really spider suit is like really strong. They actually they make that whole thing like it's like of it. It's like how can you try
imagine yeah. As thick as like power.
It's one as thick as a hair, or one as thick as a human hair, and then there was the guys 5 years. I get remember spiders. They were these spiders. They made this like big fucking gap.
You know, okay, there's human size. It seems to make longer. There's a thing you're trying to do out of it to make human skin, and you know how they slice they want human skin that is made as a chain for this spider suit. So they just find that. So with the I mean, this right now, if you think about it, for the next decade, especially with stuff that's as soon as you start looking at that's you're going to come up with all sorts of solutions to all sorts of problems. And one of them is going to be non-voltage. We're going to just like take energy Everybody's gonna have bulletproof skin. So we don't have to we're just shooting each other in the head. Technology affords bulletproof. We're gonna we're all Ninja Turtles in the future. We're all gonna be covered. And it'll be wild kicking out there in the streets. Every day, street takeover. Maybe that's how we get it. You know, like we just have to figure out a opposable gun so people throw spears. Maybe just grow armor to fix this problem. It wouldn't be different for that. Yeah, just have it, especially if you're the first human with it. Like if you get how the fuck did that turtle have a turtle? How long did it take? And what the fuck? The sewers.
See, I him in carnival.
But think of all the involved in this one month. And somehow it becomes a goddamn turtle. And it's such a good design that it's just yes.
I created the bulletproof skin story for 12 years of project artist. I don't know the difference. Right.
Yes. Born with they're gonna say, Jesus Christ, Jason Bourne skin. Inspiration project. David Cowboy, is silk vest as an arrow does not break it, but ends up in the flesh right in the silk. Interesting. Wow. So the silk is strong that the arrow going to your skin, you wouldn't get hit with a catwalk. So you wouldn't get fucked up. You wouldn't get penetration. Wouldn't penetrate. Wow.
So
That's great. So yeah, Jill Logan fucking shoot somebody with a shirt on. Yeah, I don't know what kind of silk they have, but a modern day it's horrifying. Well, I don't understand. Like a t-shirt, I had to have something to fix for hours. So, yeah, it must be really thick because they were powerful blows, especially on them. Those insane blows, like 160 pounds back, and they were when they looked at their skeletons, their bone, the one side of their body deformed because they were like with the right arm, the whole body. So their whole spine and everything. They have like giant bones, their shoulders, arms, developed to pull this fucking insane bone back. So that kind of crazy power with this bullshit fucking whatever kind of they're put all the silk takes it out. Silk. I wonder if it would work with their bows. I wonder if it was the enemy's bows. Because the Mongols they were so advanced militarily, which is really bizarre. That there's like one group of like something intense decided to literally take over the fucking world. And the wood gun got pretty cool. Yeah. They killed
12 people that always
there is how the story basis. What is it? Silk shirt? Not like it's there is basis, no primary found to be in the early section of the relation to the Mongols. Michael 1934, Genghis Khan, their storm proud. Did I get that? Eager to get Mongols to their foes to have assumed the Mongols warrior race would only have military resistance. But is there any historical depiction of silk in Europe? See if you can find that. Maybe the Mongols theory.
The AI who says that they were under the blood heroes that they had armor that was sewn together like there was no place. Also,
just like the samurai outfits. Well, they have these. We have one from the 1800s.
Really?
Freaky. These kids are a long time. Is a gift. It's a pain in the ass to get career.
I'd imagine.
It's weird. Yeah.
So we do these like MMA here. We're talking about doing these hand festivals to ship the to Vegas from where they are. We sell it to people. We have to make more.
Yeah.
People.
I've seen those Russian videos where those guys beat the fuck out of each other. You don't. Yeah. Head with a sword, you're gonna forget all your even if you have that help, sword ways around your head, someone hit your head with a sword.
Yeah.
Bro, to the head. You're getting team mother. You can pretend that you're protected. You are not protected. Yes. That's the guy's helmet. Where he's got his head with a fucking sword.
Fucking cool.
That's what I'm 45 feet. I can't believe
What is this?
Look at this. On top of it. Oh my God. That bro, that shield with the virgins that they found. Come on. You got to take into account the weight of all the and how much more that's coming down. Right.
Coming down?
Yeah. It's all steel, and then it's he has a shield and steel gloves. And he's coming down. Yeah. Real fucked up. Like a different fucked up. I mean, that kill somebody. Like that doesn't seem like you are. I don't think you can be okay with like that. From like NFL, but the hell doesn't matter. Right. Against your head, you're racking. Where you were the shield and an iron sleeve on, slammed it over and over. That could bro, that there's no way. I'm of the week. Would you? This is so insane. This is so fucking. Years.
And I do want
if you allow these guys to sign up, if you decided you're going to have a full version of this with no guys who show up, if we decide some crazy country, some fucking warlord dictator type thing, decided to have short sword fights, no armor, dudes would do it. There's yeah, there's to watch. Oh yeah, and those guys would beat the shit out of them. Just two fucking guys. Well, I mean, like and he cracked him and knocked him. And dropping things on his unconscious head. It was hard. Like seizing up.
I was just remember the people that were that were to get on like one like Mars. We were going to try to do it once because 2012 it wasn't going to go until 2020 something. You never know. Like they said it was thousands of people on that mission. What? 16. It was a lot of people. They were like, "Oh yeah, you do it." It's like, how many authorized to bring?
Many people. A lot of people.
They said for sure. They said, "Oh, not for sure." They said, "Odds are you definitely never make it to Mars." To get there, it takes.
You're always going to want something.
Yes, whatever the thing is. Thing in the 90s with the bug chasers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was trying to get you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's a great series on Netflix now called Terror, and it's about guys that cross the ice pack in the 1800s. It gets fucking dark.
Yeah.
It gets dark. And of course, it's each other. Real story. It's based on these gentlemen actually did this. They didn't find years and years later that they found clear evidence of people getting cut up. This was in the 1800s. They just thought it was a particularly cold winter. The ice never felt very. They just got stuck. Developed. I mean that. The fish out there. Was no.
See those videos? The body's there's no way to get the body to get down, so just
You have to leave. Stay alive.
That's why.
You feel like it's all statue. He's face down.
And they are. I mean, just none of them say shit stuff up there. The reindeer people's wants. Yes.
Look at this. This is dead. But there's one. Look at that. Bro. Imagine that. What? What the fuck? He's dead. Yeah. Bro. He's dead forever. Just slowly.
Yeah.
It's amazing. And you're like, yeah. You can't help it. Just go. And they're just, I can't.
Like everyone cheers and oh my god.
So it's also, and it's just the top.
I mean, it's how exciting.
Well, you realize something published. A lot of people. It's also really helped.
Yeah.
Challenge themselves. It's insane way with all.
I was sitting back there, and I said, "We have now she had What happened?
Motorbike.
It was raining. Traffic. And it was the time that it's like it's gonna be it's Lewis armor. I have to trust you to date, so you should have. It's the number one wrong. Take all. You know. Whatever. Joe. It's all we got. Yes. Years. This guy. He's going pretty. I think it's yeah, right. All right. Man, that's he's like stuff. He's a accoutrement. Yeah, we are, but no one's smart at stuff like that. Really cool stuff. This is an actual This is a real skull. He was like, actually, it was a real. Actually, something like that. Jamie is Lars Jacob. Come across this way. No one knows why. It's a flat. That's if I steal with it. Dave, take it. Nah, I don't think I'll be. We should leave. Yeah, Dave. Dave, we were. Chill. Oh, we're. No. Yeah.
That's
it.
not.
More about identity theft than the news.
The walls. Where is it? Is that on the other side?
On a bit. We have a wall. Not very giant. Actually,
what is it called? Is that isn't it?
Yes.
It's called a back. Well, that's it. That's what they was. And that's it. Yeah.
Big fast.
Yeah, they have a ball because nature's you get a ball. With us, it's too complicated. You can be really so many. Yeah. Like dogs. Yeah. Oh, they do. Yeah. Are you? I don't know.
Isn't there? But they said is that
or it's surgeon, probably surgeon. Yeah, there's doctor.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I think the God doesn't. Yeah. That it's just it's too easy for us. So the moon died. That's probably because it's too easy. Because if we just like not real, I mean, if you want to look at anything, balance way off, way more than there are every part of the country, every part.
Next to have one.
Which one? Oh, we got
Cool one. This is Gorilla Champion. Back to one. Did you watch that? Crazy. Croatia.
Gorillas. We developed agriculture in cities. That's it.
Well, it's like
no problem. In order to get
it's like was the sweat. We're like, we're going to build civilization, and the chimps were like, we're going to keep our dick. So good.
They had a conversation about it. The female. Damn. Imagine how.
There's like,
Well, because all animals start off as millet,
right?
Same process that takes for primates in that, right? That's different.
We have for grinding bones and fucking drink.
Cultures. People want to drink wine because it's naughty. You know, they know species, but they cut the horns off, and they make your car. Korea.
They just do this like
They serve you some. You know, imagine whoever got fucking rhino. Wow. They sell them. Oh, I need. I was like, crap. I need a yeah.
When I know,
That's what like, but I want to figure out space travel. You can't stay. Once they proof skin, then that thing's going to be a real mark. Dick ball. Against it, like, fuck you.
yeah.
You know?
Skin because this thing goes like,
It's going to be a whole tiger for sure. Put a dick on it.
I like the CEO of Agri. Somewhere going.
He's our entire business model. One thing I goes live. It's one of the first things to fix. Bring back Big Bone. We've already did all this. We realized that to the end of the road, civilization collapses over it. But in the meantime,
that's thing. Once you get the technology, civilization.
Well, no, I think civilization collapses. And then they fall to the city. Get fucked very quick.
Right. All right.
So there's madness, cannibal, street, fucking block takeovers, times a million, juggalos. You need a takeover because you have 13 seconds to impregnate one, and then either one is on the way to.
Girl, if you is this the skull of evil mythical fart?
Oh, it's a mule deer. It's just a regular deer.
Did you kill that one?
Yeah, you killed it's an alligator.
Sorry.
Yeah. No. Crocodiles. That's a big accomplishment. That's scary. Way scary. That is a huge alligator. Big ass alligator. Big ass alligator. Scary. Way scary.
What is it? Scary. Someone.
Yeah. Fucking Jerry. Yeah, they found one in Florida. You know, they're saying asshole. It's a bunch of Japan.
What was the guys that was riding like a fishing boat and all like the ground is for?
Oh, that's Costa Rica. I think that. I don't think that. A different kind of crocodile. But the ones that are spotting, they have like a gill on stick. put them in the Everglades because if we a population of freaking Nile, it's over. It's fucking off. Yeah. You think if you're unarmed, just see what I'm doing.
Government civic action. Let's go. How do you?
How many to date they killed in the Everglades? Because they've spotted it's more than 4. So the problem is it's too crazy. It's so thick. The whole Florida is like the country and it's infested with monster soup. It's just python, fucking crocodile, alligators everywhere, and there's no maps. Like 90% of the maps on the crocodile. Python everywhere. That's just very recent, right?
Jesus, American.
No. I was watching. Now, yeah. 10 years. I think there's ones that they've caught.
I don't know how much attacked by must have been a yeah, no. You gotta try to hold, right? If an opportunity like that, you think you're dead, or is that
my friend Jim sent to Africa because they were killing these people in this village. And everybody was like this in the hand. They all had like out of them. These crocodiles like they were, and so they brought this guy's friend into Africa. Great life. And one of the ladies was washing clothes in the fucking snatch out. Really good. This is how crazy this develop like a system where they log ground like this circular area, crocodile. I think the crocodile figuring out sleep and slip right into that.
Don't
The predator guy comes fucking get I said it's you're kind of going on a street. Blessed. And you come imagine ducks plastic. I like
yeah, that's
things like that. We're looking it is. It's probably I bet it's fucking boom. And you cook them up that night. Yeah. You gotta be careful. That's because you don't always because the shotgun shoot up there, it's scatter, shoot birds. Well, that's the best. Grab it. They don't know.
Oh yeah. Okay. Like wait.
You could. Yeah.
Okay.
Seeing like there's different kinds of ducks. Some ducks are appetizing because the where the ground is, the surface, the bottom of it, they eat all those eat all the shit. Can't even get down there. Eat dead fish. All kinds of they're not fish. But the other like different ducks that people hunt, they don't. You know, they things that are. But I've had this guy will and fantastic, awesome.
And this is
you can still do it right. You know, you have to keep brine, things, marinate, but I think like a regular, it's just a duck.
Well, Phil.
I mean, from no food, and they throw you like, right. There's just so there's always say, oh, what do you want to be? Oh yeah, Peking duck. Known for its there's a lighter flesh. So
Is it?
It's Peking. The Peking. This is like. It's like if you. But it's really good, and there's wild duck. Those are the one thing.
Yeah, there's like. Or I guess they eat like. And I guess the fish.
I think it's the toxins from the fish they eat stuff. Oh, right. And this eat them. Can't eat them. It's weird. It's like, especially species, because there's one that was
Pretty wet. And they caught it. I thought it was when you pull with so it stab them. Let's
yeah, sure. Their body will be under the door when they go to their mouth.
Wow. I could like
they got very good. A lot like it was. There is right.
Biscuits.
Yeah, but that's that's probably
well, we that was what two.
In other words,
your juice. There you go. That go by it. Whoa.
no image under the
Well, if I saw that,
Oh, no. That
Oh yeah. Let's spread that. No.
They take out. There's a or all of these. There are no tourists. There are no Greek ancient fish. And they're all like 1,000 years. And so this guy is a duck. It's a little duck. Moving across the way from the boat. They'll fuck up. They're huge. You ever seen them? No. Right here. Oh, yeah. That's, but eagle musk, giant.
Proud encounter explore the world's greatest unsolved mystery, and he is the
That's
president.
Wow. Crazy. They're super.
Yeah,
They take out. And if you look at that. Yeah. I guess cold up. Oh, I think. Okay. Musky. Duck. Is this a yeah. Unless he's a monster. And that mice. You kill mice. Mice. Hook. Oh, you shit. You did that.
Not me.
Crazy. And there was.
Like drown. Great. Oh yeah. That was a little bad. The sim of Matt Weiss. Seven is buckets to drive. She ended up like so great.
You see that Netflix?
No.
Shit. Rats all like the great master. How many people think about the idea the number of rats is greater? Shit. How horrible. Yeah. In rats. New York City. The third city. Oh. 50% protecting. This is the area. Oh.
She's doing that.
I think the document was saying here it is. Right. There are 8.9 average. That is not. There's not two. How's that? 2 million. They got the measurement. Oh, they that's the part of the job. Even the homeless. You tell.
No, there's
Part. And it was in the Bronx. I went up to the payphone out. Jump on the wheel. It was.
Rats will dancing time. Rats will get like fire.
Yeah. This is from New York. You have one human to one rat. Theory began with awesome hypothesis there was one rat. Royce and his wife today. Many experts. And you know what? You know, one rat about that. I know that. I don't. No, I mean, full of.
Gets to New York City.
Okay, that's right. There's still the whole tunnel.
Oh, dude. You know, lived in the city for years. And he still does. Every now and then, like construction or something like that. So it's just like your way through rats everywhere. Skin is like there was after. So I was just out smoking a cigarette, and all of a sudden, that's three right. Weird, just like strange, and then several more. And then within falling, freaking out. We went inside. Thousands. What happened? Whenever they like roaches, it just shoots them to other people. Probably take a roaches and just tens of thousands. Oh, take a and not be markets like New York. Talk. Like what? They fly when they if you want to live, that's further. Can't get rid of it. It's not like any. You would have to. Let the I look now. Well, I don't know. Like things, right? It's like a time. It's not like disgusting. I what
From Navarro here.
Black. Yeah. So, but I know and I mean, it was like 10. And the next go red. Yeah. Beautiful. Oh, they're like first people upon and they sing out like game over. The high doing a something against China, and they came. So they came out from China. They are. It's crazy. I don't know. They are. Same covered it. Great. But they're involved. The first year that I was out there, the first year I step on them. Oh, if you open a window, it will be. Oh my goodness! It was like 2 weeks last summer where like you. Cool. No. And these yeah. If you read one, here's New York. So they're just here. Like this is China got. Would you try right on your face and your head? Did they come?
They're pretty cool. Look. Maybe they genetic mosquitoes to run around. They would do
like a you have just a screen of, and it was like like when you hit the screen and they fly up, they just fly right. Just 50 up on yeah. It's a creepy thing. You know what? People hear that keep bugs in the house. When it feed it out. But I don't with Heiner. He was like, oh, you got no, I had a buddy. She had a crop. She had a crop. Yeah, you wait, what? Crocodile. The creepiest looking list. Buy from. You buy it. You can have that. This lady thought get her on. It's bro, heartfelt. Yeah. What is the? They want the chips and raise them. Another one. Cool. I went to you know, I got these baby tigers also like sticking around, like it's a really two. Yeah. Castrate too. Most of the mine. Well, yeah. Yeah. We're not castrated. No. He crazy. I was. She made the. It wasn't even. Sweet and sour. Yeah, no. Kept asking, should they dip? Like, why do you? Like, they just. Oh, yeah. There's a. Almost. I don't know. They don't. Well, listen. So, grab that. The paper, give the garbage, give him the McNuggets. She has to. Because he's a male. One man. Just crazy. Rip your face off. There's nothing. Feels like we love it. And they were easy. So like kind of like tall. Just if they just attack you, then see that one with his I know. Standing there was a bear that was a bear. It's a real okay. What do I? Oh yeah. It is. When someone scream though, they give like chimpanzees and stuff. Like these bite. Funny, especially with kids, like they all of the stories show all of my three run. It wasn't still it's like well, right? Then you hair, especially looks so cute. Like you just look. Yeah. Instead of having children with pets, like a lot, it's totally different. And then the way his face was, that video they showed, they should have known that a kid or the and he goes, oh, that's scary. But then when he just moved like he like almost jump in front of him. Yeah. Oh, unaware the monkey. Yeah, they can't. You know what? That crazy? Just name it. Just rip you. That's what's nuts. They don't. Very cute. Chimpanzee. They killed. You guys are saying. It's faster. You know, like if you're a baby and you're aggressive, hungry chimpanzee, you get alone. Them Steve. Yeah. Well, that same. I think it's really chips. Well, they, so that girl went into the woods and started filming, and then chimps setting up an hand, and they were and fucking first punch. And they're you see the I watched a lot. All the horrible. They swallow it. Places of so like the like yeah, it's like on the no. He wants like a rat. It's crazy. People swallow. Yeah, we got.
Once they what they want. That's the coyote.
Right. We one time in all your show, the Three of Us Dead, and it was there was in some area out in the hill, and we're literally sleeping at night. We heard three coyotes, and it was thing where you just hear that one, and 30 seconds, and she was like, something, nothing, but living.
It's already. I usually the last person there's a Canadian. She lived with her eating moose because they bite up his legs, especially like young moose. They take them out and then they can eat them and kill them.
So they started.
Wow. I don't think she was pretty small. That's more like actual like the bear removed, and then once because there's so many bears. New Jersey has more bears happen and lower 48. Yeah, there's it's most of New Jersey is not anything like that. It's just mountains. Yeah, there's New Jersey. Oh yeah, yeah. Explores that Christian Bale. Yeah, with Carol, crazy character. We got those like mountain, like just Matt Tree, cousin Bucky. It's really like a weird place. I was in the Jersey side on the yeah. Jim Miller. Yeah. 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 Everybody thinks smog stack. Yeah. You know, the smell. It's not like jail out there. It's you, but that's correct. That's what the walk started. Orange and sloppy, fucking away. Yeah. You know, you get stuck in West Virginia. Like, I don't. People are well, even here in the summer, like in so like, but there's people I remember they really broke stay out for so we're 2 hours at late. He was telling me like there's an outfit here. Like there's no, if you're coming up and we got that's like or you off overlook become a job or do you want to click record? You know, that's how you get some best option. You know, you just drop fish to Brazil. Fuck. Boys, dude, here's the believe said it's very important. You guys do it very important. You need things out there that are genuine, open, pushing the boundaries of comedy. You know, and Fest is a great place for that. It's important. So I appreciate it. And tell Louis, weekends for 27, 29. It was getting you can do and we've never done live. Need that. Always fun. Bye.
Have you seen that image? What do you think? Do you think that's a faithful rendering using AI? Are we looking at what Jesus really looked like?
Yeah. All day. What's happening? There you go. You're moving. It's really fun. I watched Sauna, Gym. I watched. It's one. There's so. We're hoping the Robbie point where that guy reparation about yeah, that was okay. When we had no, we did Robbie. Well, I didn't think I figured she was savvy. Yes. Happening. So she didn't. And she had no clue. So we kind of if we could get her. We came up with the night. And we came up with international reference. The band. And in real hour, and it was an hour. Where I'm just none of that's
It's incredibly faith affirming.
fluff, and I'm a safe person, right? Safe space, and then you got finally a little weird. It's no problem. And she did. What do you want to do with her? And she went. She was great. So that was okay. We haven't. I feel like 15,000. I feel like 50 grand. Yeah. Part of it. I studied how absurd it is. So it's
On Holy Saturday.
Because this is we want this. Doesn't really mean right, but they were quoting it. Right? She was the mother. Basically, almost. But it was okay. No one ever. No, I don't think. There's a person called. Well, it almost certainly was. As if it was a white cat. They were dropping. Yeah. So the fact that could have. You can't real quick. And fucking. I have. Oh, there's little eyes. You can't even. Exactly. And that's what. We laugh. We
dress up Star Wars
Spaceship.
we did a you can run around. Yeah, can't. So the is like yeah. I think they just yeah. I don't even want to know. But that's people do. Something happened. Like, yeah, not, there's a million. They have in the world. Everything is colored by lens. I mean, Michelle, First Lady, not absolutely, and one, she was in line, and she told us it's very dramatic. Well, they didn't. And meanwhile, it's just that exactly. For her, say this selfish. Just be definitely every right. That kind of oh, it's so normal. Right, exactly. And if you're not the race us, but it's interesting. Nobody else. That's part of it. Like you can't say, we're a college, and then you're racist. Yeah. And how do you go? How could you? This, right. This is what we do now. One does. Someone else. That side. What the behind it. To the extent that the other this was my intent. They don't get to say they are in their own. This other person kind of gets to inform you what which is really what. Yeah, I mean, but in reality, there's only one answer whether you're within that. And if you don't think you're racist, then you aren't, because racism is a thought process. And if it's not in your head, you might have stereotypical views about people of other races. You might think things that are racist. It's not racist. Because race means you hate other races. Right. But you could be not a racist person and think that whatever, Asians are bad. You could think that that's it's true. Whether it's not a true thing about it, doesn't mean you hate them. They're inferior. You can say exactly. Yeah. This show is it's a really talk about the good and good old time that can be friends or family, but talk to pros. And that's where it's therapy. It's totally makes it so easy to start. You just fill out a few quick questions and they ask you something to. And if you don't get the right answer first, you can switch therapists at any time. It's easy, it's flexible, it's wherever you are. Seriously, great thing to try. Scan to get started or visit BetterHelp today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/AR. This episode is brought to you by do you know the right things to they can actually save you some serious problems, but is it worth that?
It's a lot of pushy sales to come to your house with overpriced. Sucks, right? Well, think about it. Because Blinds.com has literally had Blinds.com a virtual consultation with their award-winning design experts whenever you have no pushy sales rep in your call. Just hop online and Blinds.com will send free samples to your door. How cool is that? Whether you're a do-it-yourself or you prefer professional installation, Blinds.com has covered. And guess what? You can get your entire house done for one price. No hidden fees, no shipping. What you see is what you pay. Now I get it, but not with Blinds.com. They've covered more than 25 million windows, and they've got 100% satisfaction guarantee. Blinds.com is hooking up my listeners with exclusive $50 when you spend $500 more. Just use the code ROAD at checkout at Blinds.com. Go to Blinds.com and use the promo code. Limited time rules and restrictions apply. See Blinds.com for details. Exactly. And look, just fall out of it. If they did, what makes sense. Right. And it would be really was not right. You're only if it rings true at least a little bit. Because otherwise it would be hard. Which is why when you in the movie go, there's a section where we go this bubble and go down bikers and biker bars in the south, talk to the poor black people, and the only reason yes, well, let's find people who are not. They probably didn't get brainwashed. They're not getting corporate TBI sectors. They're not listening, treating these people. What are they? Are they worried about racism? They see everything racist all the time. And what we found, it's not even. They don't speak that language. When you say it's not just racism to them, they say, well, what do you mean by that? Is this? Well, this is something that like, people are always concerned about people being racist. But there's something that happened in the country somewhere around 2012 where things really ramped up. And it just became much more a subject constantly around, worrying about racial bias, and it ramped up, right? It ramped up to the point where you do have some of these race hustlers that are saying everyone, you're all front your unconscious bias. You're already constantly hearing about it. I think you're right. BLM came into formation in 2013. I think that was the mark. And it's not. It seemed like race. And yeah, it seemed like they were much better. Yeah, the Green Deal. It was not perfect. But I grew up in a area school. People doing races. We were talking all the time. And then something happened. Middle parts of the first decade of 2000, it seemed like things started vaccinating, and that's right. And that's not a group. Like a lot of people notice, it's odd that a black president, and then all of a sudden, now we're having race riots. And I think the reason is that when you elect a president like Obama, policies are different. But you would think that one draw from is that, well, racism is not a problem. I mean, if a black guy could rise to the top of the system, then clearly it's not racist against black people. And in fact, it's overwhelming, which is true. So racist against black people, but the race hustlers don't want it to be like and they're worried that we'll look at the president and say, okay, well, racism isn't an issue anymore. And that's a so they had to kind of double up convince us because that's racist, which is why during Obama's term, we started the race riot, BLM. That's when things started talking about
kind of nonsense because they needed to tell it. The issue was kind of solved now, but it's not. Racism is worse than you ever had everywhere. And now we're at a point.
Out of a black hole.
Yeah, and then Confederate Civil War monuments, stuff that's been here for like 100 years. It was always weird because 100 years ago, people could whatever. Not care. It wasn't damn black. Now all it's a bit of us who's like grandparents. They were okay. And yet, for the wounds of the war or pressure or it makes no sense. Who are we people to be objective and non family members? It's we're still living back.
I think it's because it's just like a religious ideology. Like when the Taliban started going up those ancient statues of Buddha. Do you remember that? Yeah. Because like they destroyed things that were human history that we would have studied and they destroyed them because they didn't go along with the religious ideology. And I think part of the is this religious ideology that has to be followed. You cannot stay from the lines. You have to stay inside this ideology what you're telling you to do. And one of the things was that you have to take down all of these statues of terrible people. And I remember the problem with that is like, actually they're going to take down George Washington. Everybody's crazy. Like that's a crazy thing to say. But once they got past the war, they got wrong, and then they got taking down statues of Jefferson. They did get George Washington.
Yeah, and that was always going because George Washington, the founding fathers, and not only they were rebels, rebelling against governmental authority, and if they had lost, they would have hanged as traitors. That's how they did remember. Thankfully, they did. So there's actually it's not too far to go from one to the other, and of course the issue is that everybody who lived on Earth prior to certainly probably 100 years ago was racist. Every single right. No one who we would not anywhere. If you go back your or years, and almost everybody either owns okay with free institutions. You go back 500 years, and there was who considered slavery wrong, and might have had to be treated in some context. It took like years for ever even referred to a single human on Earth and slavery is which is a crazy thing. We can talk about it, think about like what is it? It's so obvious. Some of the greatest history that they ever thought of. But we can talk about as if they're exclusively white Western phenomenon. Well, I've had perspective of the situation, and my friend was saying that what happened was when look, one thing that was racist is real. There are racists in the country. There's real anti-black racist, anti-racist, and certain people that have hateful ideology in this country, just in certain percentage of people. So those were, and when the president, those people were more included. And he said he saw a lot of attacks, especially in uncensored online forums, 4chan. This is where you kind of get away with saying whatever you want. He said he saw a lot of people that on the streets and said, this is probably why Michelle Obama didn't want to run for president. She experienced so much while they're forget about for their policies and what you think about the as president and vice president, first lady, but racism. So his perspective was like, you had to be a black person to realize how angry people were that there was a black president, because that was real too. It was real racism
American relations to America had changed radically in the 1960s, certainly since the 1920s, 30s, and over the years, getting better. But in his mind, there was something that happened where in Barack the real hard races very vocal, and he experienced it. And I think this is akin in some ways to what's going on with anti-Semitism, because there's always been a certain amount of people in this country and the world that are deeply anti-Semitic, and they just don't like it. And when something happens where all now criticize Jews because of Israel's position in Gaza, now you see anti-Semitism just pop out of it. I think there's something like that. People feel involved to talk about this. So like, maybe we just don't have a good account of some people. The general population, whether you're conservative, whether you're liberal, everybody kind of thinks they're a stupid thing. There's amazing people of these colors. You should judge people like Martin on the content. We all agree with that. But there's a certain amount of people that are always racist. But when you start for everyone and saying everything is racist, first of all, it's an insult to racism. It's an insult to the people that are victims of real racism. When you consider microaggressions, human law, you get ice cream. There's people that are victims of racism. And pretending that everything is racist just minimizes it and probably makes more people racist. It's going to make a bunch of liberals drop to their knees with money for reparations. But it's going to make a bunch of other people really resentful. And it just polarizes. So it drives people further and further.
Yeah.
It's just definitely stupid.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. I think that's true. What you said about, I'm sure that you're like president. We know there are anti-white racists, but social media and a forum to express this kind of stuff anonymously. And so, yeah, I did have it. The difference, though, is that kind of racism is personal. It's not systemic. It's not in the system.
Right.
And also, it's absolutely rejected by society. So there's a reason why you can't come out with, if you do, it'll be like the end of your career is probably the end. And that's the, as you said, we're going to be racist. So the most you can do is, we're not the system country, right? We've crossed that off the list. We've already done. Actually, go to now you're discriminating against white and Asian people. But, so anti-black racism is fantastic. That's good. It's acceptable. Great. And then, so that's kind of you can't get inside and make them not feel things. Those people are going to be out there. They know they're not accepted in mainstream society. And I you can sort of move on culturally. Other issues. It's not a major issue anymore. But they won't allow it. Right? Got attention where, okay, well, if you're relentless, then you do a practice. Some of those being stricken by that's the liberal thing. But then you got kind of economics because they're if you're going to call them like fine, and there's you actually do more, which I think they're happy. If actual racism is increasing in society, I don't think it's not, but I think the people that call them racist are quite happy.
Well, business, the other thing is like think about Robert who said just lives on voting, doesn't didn't know who you were, didn't catch on time. Any of this stuff was ridiculous. Like these people that this if that's all you think about, that's that live in California. Every now and then some politics issue will come up, and they get fucking CNBC. They give me this fucking propaganda. It's so just so, and I just okay, I like there's no real there's no discussion about whether these people are saying is correct. It's just you're part of this crowd, and this is what you believe. And I think these anti-racists too, they might some of them are like they can play and take hard money or get corporations give them money. But there's some, but there's other people that are just that's the like that's the social circle. Their social circles, all people do stupid shit, and they all get to each other. They say like a mantra, and they really with it. You know, it's just
I think it is. I think that's why for more. So the grifter. That
yeah, a lot.
And they're being consulted, which is very it's rewarding. The more interesting about people who go to people and consult them in the movie is race to dinner, who's one who sit around a table, and sit around to come to dinner and call them racist for 2 hours. And it's like, why would you subject yourself? It's so. It seems like the most cool experience to volunteer. And instead of what happened, like 2 hours. You're racist. Go around the table, confess their racist sins. And they all go and they with their racist, like what was the racist thing you've done recently. They all confess, and I'm listening to it. Like, none of that is. There's a. And she. Yeah, he's loud. What? Why? So, right. Like, so what do they?
Well, they're terrified of racist. So they just headed off. I'm going to be anti-racist. You know, I talked like my kid was pretty young, and they started doing this anti-racist where they said it's not to be not racist right after the left. So it's right after they said it's not good enough to not be racist. You have to be anti-racist. You're talking about these kids in that school are like what?
I know.
This girl has to be anti-racist. Can't they just play with their friends? Can't they just go to the park and hang with their friends? Can't they just go to sports? Can't they just encourage 6-year-olds to give a fuck what they don't. They all just play together. They just want to play with the people who are things. Who they have fun with and laugh. And here you've got some fucking grifter who latches themselves onto some school system filled with all these terrifying people. They're just terrified to be called out for anything. And then all the things are changing and everyone's like, whoa. And so they bend the knee. They bend the knee.
And it's with kids. Yes, because kids notice it though, which is fine. But then you give them like complex from such a young age, which is so unnecessary. And that's why I remember when my oldest daughter was 5, or something, black family, and So I pointed at him and said, why do people like that? I don't know. Why do some people and of course, and be polite. Then we talk. It's okay to notice. I think with if I was listening to them, like this would have been an opportunity for me to go home and make a really asking about it. And then create this complex. And yes, 20 years at a race. Yeah, it's awful. But it's a very, the fear, it's hard for me. I get, and it's all it doesn't mean anything. For you and I, for a lot of, right, to be they're terrified. They really been racist. Yeah. And for them, those kinds of when that's the when race you can get anything. And I mean, spoilers were a movie. The last thing race and we get them to really because they keep thought. And the other is if you have a anti-racist, well, some that increase, whatever you have, they get back. It's positive. And they get very good people grasp more work they do, more people who do doing their work. And then you get essentially like a racial version of Greta Thunberg. Like, world, what have you done? And everybody's, yeah, you like, so now you do a 16-year-old kid travels up the world and flying around. More or less, and for a child to be to become virtuous is, they love that. They love that. Yes, authority. Yes. Whoa. The moment they're the parents don't want to do anymore. Now, tell other people what to do. It's just it's one thing to see online people who have past, people that have been on with boy, they like to people like online. They like them, and I know I'm a lot of these things. I know these feeble, terrifying, and say the most heinous things about people, like not knowing, like what words having that, and they it's that thing. That's what it is. It's bad. Like real life, it's terrible. You hit somebody, kind of a monster. You're a monster. When it's like one of the things, that one of the things it allows really mean people, this idea really shit people to have a virtuous way of expressing. We'll get to the that's right. Right now, so the internet. I mean, the whole idea. You hear all him say Twitter is life. But just say that life because these are human beings. But if you're a human being, you're saying something. That's real life. It's not fake. It's happening in some kind of dream world. Yeah. So this on Twitter, YouTube comment section, and it's just It doesn't count. It's not really. Which is like writing on paper all these shit, and then they get and you say, like it just happens. It's a method. And, so I think condition. Oh, you would say that you don't have to think about it, and it's I think now huge way for people that are engaging. You know, the people that actually do it, I think they're just fully all day. It's terrible. Even if you're verbal, I think it's terrible. It's really terrible. People are just like all day. Like there's an argument. Why do you think that's a very position or all? That's all. In the real most of the day, that's why it's so unusual. Yeah. If you're used to conflict with people all the time, some guy, fuck you. But if you're not used to someone saying fuck you, you're also fuck you. But you're terrible. Freaked out. What's going on? The kind of verbal people engage in on the same sort of effects. You are perceiving the world to be this one of the things that's so polarized in the election. That people are rooting to across the fees into their view of the world, which is that this moral good versus evil. And both sides think the good, and both sides think the other side is the end of the world. And it's accentuated heavily by mentally they're on. Yeah, one of them. He seemed fine. I mean, I do. I'm on it. But I'm going to which is a tough job. I do often look at all. I don't think I'd be this stuff. I think I'd be off. Yeah. If I was not a public figure, because I don't know if you're on vacation. I have no issue. I have no compulsion. In fact, I have to vacation. It's an effort to get back in. It takes me a couple days. Then after days, but I have to reignite compulsion. I look at my phone. I have a problem, and then I'm also a minor, right? So going through my newsfeed is minor for both. Like what's going on? What they do? What? They fucking what? I need those. Those are really important. It's like those can be my next hour. Those can be they're chunks. Yeah. And it's I can go 3 days. It's not one thing. Every now and then, I got one. And then I put that in notes. I justify endless scrolling to get to those gold nuggets. Yeah, but if you didn't do was there something in, you think you'd be problem is I still read, and I still have this really intense curiosity. I'm really curious about all kinds of subjects. Really, really interesting. I mean, I would for sure still be paying attention to, the science issues, space travel, new discoveries, the universe. There's a bunch of stuff that I would just ancient history, ancient civilizations. There's no way I would. But they almost have to do my job. Yeah. I would like to. Right. Problem is, you do it just once, you get feedback. People say, "Hey, I really like your post." Oh, great! And then also, and then you're like, looking for feedback. So you're trying to post things to get likes, trying to post things to get reposts, get comments. You're engaging in comments. Now you're ecosystem. These people, you don't even they might be all really old in life. If you work with them, you go to the other side. But now, people that you avoid, you are now
like immortal with words on Twitter. It's fucking stupid. Not only that, it's cheap. It's they don't care. So even if they forgot, right? You're just scrolling. It's the latest thing that's all. You're scrolling. You don't care if they cut you out. Now you same deal. So yeah, I guess it could be intoxicating, but then it doesn't matter. That's one of the things that makes it so toxic. Is sort of like nihilistic. That's why. And this level was before, but now I feel like I'm constantly seeing these horrific videos of people being films are all over social media now. It feels like and that's really horrible. Because I don't really think what it's doing to our minds. I actually think we're all I don't use trauma loosely. But what's but it's a concept. It's like you see this whole video, and then you keep scrolling, and a second reading something, whatever, celebrity news. You want right? So it's like it's just horrific for you. It's just content with that, and I don't know. Absorbing stuff in this way, I think it's kind of mess with you.
Of course. I mean, again, that it like low income. It's not the same impact in there. Like I've seen videos where it's just national. This one video, gang situation. This guys drove by, and then the guy started to shoot back, and shoot back, and we're back, and gunned them more.
You know, right?
But it's not the same. If you were there, if you were across the street, what that happened, people die. It's just there's no 1% no, but Twitter. All right. Psych. That is. This motherfucker. And one man said this other person like, "Hey, Doc, wanna get life and their family." W. More than free shot, and that's because he's like, yo, this hey, Rabbi, here, Rabbi. Hi. Whatever. No, everything about it. The news sucks. Everything sucks. So Rogan sucks. Are people talking to me? Other people are already got. No, dude, 2 viewers. 2. 6 and get it right.
You pay attention to what people say. Like,
LFG, baby. LFG. LFG. It's
not good for you.
Yo, dog. This is Rabbi. Good God. Whoa, dog. You think you're gonna get it? Who knows? Who knows? Hey, oh my God. Eddie, 7 8 o'clock. You ever been take you to the fucking top. How are you gonna take me to the top?
Baby, I have more data online than any person in home with history. I just hear this all day. I'm really like 24/7 some things that we talk about are things like anti we talk about and we bring up
Still. And I try to
Bro, somebody's holy fucking shit. For 6 fucking years. Everybody look at that. I'm not saying it because I'm a fucking
Well, it's also at this point in time.
yo, dog. Your team sucks. Like, oh, cool, dog.
FBI former analyst did some sort of
Rabbi
the amount of bots versus this is like right around the
oh, dog. This is the worst. This is the worst ever. There's no ever this. If you watch this one, the worst. Hey guys, I'm in Bali. Hey guys, I'm in. What is people? Yeah, man. Hydroponics, farming, agriculture, and what else?
Twitter.
Bitch. Bitch. You said okay. Check out them.
American flag.
I am strong. I'm one of the second motherfuckers. I'm the prettiest motherfucker. Greatest motherfucker. West Side. I'm the best motherfucker. Next never seen this motherfucker. Hey guys. This is he's a sexy motherfucker. This motherfucker is sick. Dog, I love watching myself. Sick. It's like it's amazing. All the that was a Christian product, bitch.
And I don't know. I think you not really check that. And we have to recognize that.
Is like our parents like I'm like motherfucker, I'm over here. It's fucking crazy. Yo, dog, we're gonna watch all the football games. We're like, oh, man, how about you ask dumbass questions? EA. Again. The fact, look at these stocks, bitch.
Saying we're flat earth, same thing. We're it's only earth
yo, dog. Hey, any spam? I still Did anyone watch Georgia as number 4 Alabama? This motherfucker, I'm not talking about underage people, but this motherfucker 17-year-old, one of the biggest writers of all time.
I didn't realize it was until and from real people.
Dog, this motherfucker, this motherfucker, oh, this motherfucker, he's gotta be at 97. It was amazing. You know, like, yo, dog, there's like a quarterback like this. Want to see and this motherfucker, boom, 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 back, motherfucker, and that, no one.
All of them are colluding together because of
I learned like, oh, this is not fucking real, family, and now psych. Why? Because I'm a 100. Why? Because all that shit was.
Yeah, I know.
I love it. Yo, dog. How many people are watching you? One? I think that's more.
It's so bad.
I like
We just went and going
terrible. Like the most. You have worse. Like it. To hear. No. Like no one. Hey guys. Hey, you want?
They're letting us like take this as people. They know.
Yo,
Come out.
This gets.
If it's not,
Yo, I want to. Well, if what you Jack, who be yeah, lift three cup spaghetti. Still, what you don't think we're trying to 17 nobody who dropped all about the thing? Oh, get it. I'm back on the mic. I can't read on the hand. Why? Sir, here. This is
very satellite.
This is stream. Hey, we noticed. We noticed. Where's quality? He worked in the history. Oh, no. Let's get this shit. Dog. Look at look. Hey, you wanna what the literally why is let's yo this shit this is worth this is the worst during in this I've never this is what you did as Steve and the hit and the you are most all um and then this fucking that's about the side of 7 you are shitting it. Right. So you're no. Yeah.
Here's my.
You go, there was all right. Oh, what the
and also
property? What is this? Dog. This.
There's some.
No. No. Hey. Dog. No. Diaz?
They gave a move out to, is that what it was?
Oh, yeah.
To,
Yes.
We also in 1960 went to Antarctica. Is white, brown. And this is what is the
God. I don't think it should be. So you don't. Is it?
It's not evident.
Yo. Oh.
What I'm saying is the subject is it's really
Yo.
Absolutely enough. Right about one of the things.
This is tree. What's it? And this dog. No. This
images, and they said these were done AI program.
video.
So then another one. I think they only ran a few.
Actually, this
one of his
hey everybody. What is obvious?
and he was like looking at his forehead, manipulating his device,
Stop.
training.
Just stop.
Someone probably and as a really clear photograph.
Oh, you? Oh no. Wait, that, what is? Have oh. Hurry up. Give it up. Excited. So what? This is up. What's the?
You don't want to.
This is three. This three ever in it. I have one. They're not bad.
Psychological.
I have add or all right.
I feel like I would. Oh yeah. Actually,
This is green in the of the side. This is I bet you what do we no one what is
so then what?
so like are you gonna
Not like someone who was. What would they?
oh we
There is.
yeah that,
Zero. How they help. That's a whole.
I like
Evidence at all. Sliver of evidence.
God.
Acted alone?
No one.
Well, but
God. Oh. No one.
Conspiracy
Oh. They couldn't. This is called. What is it called?
But
no. This is okay. Is that it? Yo.
How did it happen? The major
The most significant.
Get rid of it. No. No. This is all. Yeah, dude.
They went somewhere. They did like
This?
Right.
Rabbi, you in the this is even though why? They're just not, you know, I can from that. So it the sound must be what even until any this caused me.
So here's everyone.
I hope like there's a
This is the
no, it was oh, everybody let me calm down. Oh God. This is the worst thing. You are the and this is the worst. The worst. Job.
There's a
Job. Job. I've seen I've seen even asked, I'm gonna off which is your it was that one without the same it's the of other
and it makes not only cook the pizza out of it. We talked about do we have it? They were saying, right. I was if they well, but if it's because we can
this is
know about the propulsion.
John. Oh, all right. All right. Video. This shit ain't no kids. I see stuff that this has kids. Kids. Hey, everybody. Fucking. Dog. People. How do you? This is in the. Ezra. This is for sure. Without it, this is ask it. Ask anyone. You can have they will every real thing. There are this is the other way. People were just that is just
weird stuff. That's so
I thought it sounded pretty good. And then it was like, oh,
everything else. Entire culture that they use. Everything except that. Every time, like in the past, sort of always involved.
Reconnect
on the moon, on Mars.
No.
I thought it was going to
Reconnect.
This is the launch of the Apollo.
Attempt reconnect.
The launch.
This is
dropping nuclear bombs out of
attempting.
Like 56. That's nuts. But 100 years later, now you have insane capabilities. Unbelievable maneuverability. Far beyond anything anybody could possibly imagine when Earl had that fucking bird looking thing. So everything well, but here I would say it's number one, I think.
What is the
first of
sorry?
Right. And it doesn't it'll just be at that pace forever in infinity. I think because you can take a historical perspective. Like it just takes a while. 1963 was long from the historical perspective.
Dude, stop.
What's the next thing? Next to Mars. Most people agree. That's so much. So the fact you go ahead and do that crazy. And the second thing, I do think I get your point. Practically speaking, but it's just true that it requires a society that really values exploration is willing to send people almost no appetite now. Maybe this power explosion you could point to.
You are.
Here's the problem. Like they don't get not we establish a space station. No. They just like we barely say Yeah.
But like all of a sudden, they have $165 million to fund this project. And who decided? Was it? Right?
People vote. Unfortunately, there are a lot of people who are basically okay with something like shit. It's insane.
I agree. My point is if you had physical politicians on television explain that we have and this might increase the overall weight or increase food on America. We're raise everybody. We have trillions of dollars in very, very and by using our United States taxpayers funds to fund this program and finance it, we're going to allow America to share this wealth and achieve energy distribution and consumption in this country in an incredible way. It's going to be beneficial to everybody. It's going to make money for the rich too, but it's going to take every person in this country. And this is how we're going to do it. Everybody.
Yeah, but nobody's being the case.
You think that the amount of minerals, the amount of resources, not just for food, but also for mining. Now.
Yo, Ben.
You really need to people out. So here's the question. If you could do it, but they want to do it, could they compartmentalize things? Could they need a program instead of the actual binary surface the earth at any given time? Could they just calculate that? Yeah, that's possible. Could they? They couldn't figure out a way to now on radiation belts and micrometers and all the other shit you deal with. Could they get enough people to shut the fuck up to the best interest of national security? Of course they could, especially in 1969. People were terrified. Just the president 6 years ago, people were absolutely terrified under the and if you're involved in the project, the people kept their fucking mouth shut. They knew the importance that was about shit.
But you must have way more.
Because you asked the real space program. So the space program is not paid, right? So just assuming I would tell you that the space program is real. The Saturn rocket is absolutely real. The module, the way they were able to 100%. They did go into space. But how far? This is the real question. And Bart Sibrel, the guy who made this documentary, he asserts that they went somewhere to Earth, in space, but not through the valley of radiation and not surface and back. And that they had done in some scenario, the model, who knows what it is, but they had this footage of people bouncing around. They brought this back.
Does he have any evidence of that event? He said, well, I know because of this.
Hey, guys.
And one of them is one that's very hotly debated, and it's the different light sources in photographs. So a lot of the photographs will have intersecting shadows. So they would let's go that way in more than one light source or a wide light sources, coming in. Not something that's, thousands of miles away from the sun. There's the photographs. The photographs so the video looks like you're filming Earth through one of the windows being blacked out, and then they pull down things that were blocking the light switches in the cabin, and it looks like you're in Earth. And it's very confusing because you're like, well, what is that thing? What exactly is going on? Because if they really are deep space and they really are thinking this small see from 200,000. Well, why did they take those things down? It looked like why does it look exactly like they're in the airport? That still goes. Have you ever seen it?
The specific.
You want to see it? For shits and giggles. Yeah, because we're it's a fun one. It's one of the most fun because if they did, wow. First of all, if they killed the president, wow. It's not like they got it. So if they did that too, like what else? What other played on the American? That's why it's not saying, but it is a fun. It's not as simple as Earth. That's but this is a fun one. This is a fun one. You're dealing with complete control over media, complete control over newspapers, the interest of national security, Cold War, the space war with Russia. We wanted so bad in the most hated things that have ever fought on our
Yeah, it's not as flat Earth, but it did remind me. To me, it's in the Sandy Hook.
No. Let me show you. Jamie, funny thing happened. Is he hiding? I know.
For sure.
I'm not even
exactly what I'm looking for. I pick a video, I try to find it out in there.
Okay, okay, you'll find it once it does. Again, not saying we didn't know. This is a fun one. This is a weird one. There's a lot of
it's a lot of it's such a it's so difficult. It's hard to believe what actually did it for sure. Which I can understand that mentality. But the thing is, you can go back in history and you can look at it for the sake of discovery and exploration. What others years ago that arguably more impressive. I mean, you name it, or like 1500s, and whether it's or James Cook or Columbus or anything, what they were able to navigate that ocean, being able to know their starting point, tiny somewhere, navigating. They have no GPS. They have no, I cannot conceive of how they could not knowing what we know whatsoever how we don't show in launching it as a Portugal wherever and make it anywhere. How could you feel like it's incredible? But it's incredible. It's incredible. It doesn't compare because it's now. So anybody can share right now. A small that you have enough resources and you have enough capacity, you can travel these routes. You can do it. It took a lot of years, but you can't do it right now. So they can do it now. Right? So something that they did incredible, no doubt. But something that they about or at least possible. It's a task. But it also centuries
but it got did everything. And then they also sextants and they understood constellations in a way that sextants are if you do it correctly, you understand which way the tides go, the water current, which way the flow is happening. They got a deep understanding of the currents. They do travel rate. They knew ways they could go with ships. So applying these continents were there. Very different, very dangerous, very courageous. But they did. Then everybody, and then they started. People started coming to America. Anybody with enough resources, they have a boat, they can No one can just say, "Want to go to the moon today and get their private craft, fucking shoot all the and land on them." So no one's like, that's a recent occurrence in terms of not technology. The technology is not just even like goofy shit compared to what we have. So you really can't compare the courageous of these early explorers. Because what they did absolutely fantastic. They left it how to do it, and then each person on it, and now it's easy to do. I mean, there's nothing like
100 years.
yeah.
Yes. Christopher Columbus, 300 years before him, I think. The technology, not that pretty similar. It didn't progress. They had maps, and they had a detailed, at least crude understanding of the shape of certain houses. Like there's plenty of maps that are rough. Pretty good job. The cartography and astonishingly good because it was so valuable. Good at that. Now this is let's just watch it. So this is Neil Armstrong. So give me some ball. Why is that? All right. So let's just he and I sound off. Go to the website, get the YouTube video out, get on YouTube. I'll watch it. Say it. So we'll play it. Yeah. That's enough.
You have more to do.
What do you think about that?
If you like to write, I don't know if there's.
I mean, it's true. Yeah. I'm at a slight. I'm going to. People have it. And response. I went to YouTube right now, looked up that video. Probably not sure. I don't. It's interesting. To me, I look into that. What? The first thing I okay, here's the claim there. I need to the official narrative. How do they respond? Right. So, one, those motherfuckers. They want to sell you. More sophisticated.
Maybe that there's.
You ready?
But the reality is,
You know.
God has you here. God wants you here. God can take you home at any time. But He's saying, Mary, honey, I have a plan. Sorry that it involves your pain. But I assure you,
I mean, there's
being a mist.
I would just
Momentary. And, in comparison that waits.
all right. Swear.
Light momentary affliction for
It depends.
all comparison. As we look not to the things that are seen, but to the things seen. The things that are unseen are
Just like
as you're here, honey.
oh,
And as long as you are pulling a breath, that very
for one
breath,
device, $100.
as long as you're pulling that breath,
Correct.
glorify God.
I have to thank you because she said absolutely nothing that I thought you would. Yeah, she has two perspectives, so I have to thank you.
Well, you're welcome. And
Yeah, I don't know. If you wanted to know, I think the known creator, the platform, for a day. Everybody.
Even though it has the same name, experiences it.
And if you just
Person
or
life.
for one day, you're waiting for you've seen it. No. You okay?
Fighting. You don't have to do anything abnormal. Do the vibrant, and you sound healthy, and you sound together, and the world deserves to have that here.
Yes, I can.
Okay, I think I'll take your advice.
Thank you so much for calling. I really appreciate
That's a good.
it. And you will be in my prayers. I know that is an intense battle, and I pray that you see why God has you here and what good you could be doing while you are here.
Oh. That was it. Okay.
Has over 100 commercials.
No. You're. Nice. No. Oh. I bet.
The Big Short.
Not really.
On the
Kind of.
I'm exploring what it means. And what
Okay.
the betting is doing to our and ourselves. Jersey.
Okay.
To understand America's newest form of legalized. Let's do against free iHeart app. Against the rules and start listening.
All the good stuff. Culture.
Season over. Doors still open on a
Wow.
potential season 4. Share the sports comic. Follow co-creator Jason. Life for foreign country with young children. No call has apparently been. But Lauren says he's down with whatever his creative partner chooses regarding the 11-time Emmy-winning show. There's also been some talk about a spin-off, but nothing is currently known to be in development. All 3 seasons of Ted Lasso are streaming on Apple TV+. All right, and that's what's popping on Camps on iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with a new way to enjoy our beautiful planet. Energy consumption is a primary contributor to a changing climate, producing around 27% of greenhouse gases in the United States.
Big shot.
By turning off your computer completely before you go to bed. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth.
The films, the stars, the milestones. Soon. What history? September 23rd.
Is it been
Years of podcasts on
like him?
Network ABC. Its first. Its sister show, The Flintstones, was produced in color since 1960, but aired in
What
black
are they? Is it pure bull?
actor, comic, and
Like
dancer.
that?
After his co-starring role in the early 60s sitcom Carpenter
Get through.
became a film and television
Stop.
mainstay. Poet laureate of television from his many game show and celebrity roast appearances.
September 24th, 1968.
Primetime's longest-running program, 60 Minutes, debuts on CBS. After bumping around the schedule for 7 years, it landed in the Sunday night leadoff slot in 1975, where it's aired ever since.
September 27th, 19.
The Tonight Show premieres with host Steve Allen, a South various hosts through the present day.
September 28th, 1990.
His
That
death,
could be.
singer-songwriter
and producer Marvin Gaye received of fame. In early Motown
Where we are.
solo albums over 23 years and rock fame. iHeartRadio.
There's a brand new credit. It's a down the car collision. That counts. Heavy duty roadwork is down to 2 lanes. Airborne traffic reports. I'm Eric Roy.
It is the Jesus. We host Happy to be with you this Sunday as I was talking life. From you. Technology. 900 5. The power of being touched. Design. With Pulse. Theme. Listening. Right? You're saying, you know, understand that, or if the God. Tiny.
I'm in agreement.
Verse 30, it says, but the very hairs of your head are all numbered. Now, in the case of producer Neil, that's not really difficult. But for people with hair, that's a pretty amazing stat. And therefore caring about even the hairs on your head. And with that comes purpose. And with purpose comes execution of that purpose.
But they shut down. Yeah.
It's not just being.
But one game.
Really just a series of decay. You have purpose. To shine as bright as you can, or as long as you can. That will shine upon and point to the glory.
Remember taking.
Jesus Christ show.
There you go. I do.
520-1534.
That off the top of
Vice Presidential Debate simulcast this Tuesday evening. And KOST HD2. Live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app.
A reminder,
big shot.
I'm Eileen Gonzalez live.
You have a big shot.
Lake County health officials say a person in the valley is
Oh.
dying from West Nile virus. It's the
Excellent.
first West Nile virus of the year. For a minute. Said Thomas over material cleanup. The rig overturned Thursday rolled on its side and its cargo of lithium batteries caught fire. Firefighters relocated the to a secure on the roadway.
Can't blame him.
Receiving letters from their insurance company stating they're losing coverage.
Under California law, insurance companies are free to write where they want and choose the policies they want to write.
Commissioner Michael Sollers drop customers when they want. Since 2022, 7 of the top 12 insurance companies have either reduced existing homeowners policies or more than 4,000 people, which is high.
As a tenant anti-harassment ordinance, now the City Council has voted to have it reworked with more. Councilman Ulysses Hernandez setting the minimum landlord payout to a tenant violated under the law at $2,000 with a max of $10,000 would help change behavior.
If you're not doing bad things, then you don't got to worry about this law. It's not about you.
The new ordinance, if given final approval, would lower the burden of proof for a tenant charging harassment and also include violations of a tenant's mental and emotional well-being. At LA City Hall, Michael Monks, KFI News.
A diaper bank in Orange County facing a shutdown has found a way to keep children covered.
The typical funded program suddenly left a budget.
They won. Yep.
600,000 diapers monthly.
Oh shit. I know.
Profits, foundations, plus some county and state
Get in.
funding. $1.5 million, enough to keep the program running for 2 more years. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Halloween with special events and festivities at their OC and L locations. Kids of all ages are invited to experience silly. We'll be hosting the 3rd annual Pumpkin Palooza, where guests can immerse themselves in 2 floors of thrilling activities, special party night festivities, and spooky science activities. Discovery Cube Los Angeles is hosting a weekend-only event, Enchanted Halloween, where activities will include trick-or-treating, glow-in-the-dark light up activities, spooky science parades, and more. We have a traffic jam on the 5 in San Clemente.
It's an injury accident on the southbound bypass Avenida Pico. 2 cars have knocked together in those 2 left lanes. Traffic backed up to Avenida Presidio. We also have a problem on the Ventura Freeway in Sherman Oaks. It's a solo collision, 101 eastbound before Woodman Avenue. That is blocking the slow lane. And the Riverside Freeway in Riverside, 91 eastbound before Madison Street. Still all lanes. This multi-vehicle.
Yeah. Like Nintendo.
The rest of the lanes. Something traffic reports.
Or Mario. That was a big one. What else? I mean, like Nintendo, Super Mario, I had Sega CD. Wasn't pop. Then 64 came out. I didn't get it for years, but my friend, and it was huge. And the big game was GoldenEye. It's amazing. For when it came, it was so groundbreaking. It was just like you had that, and if you wanted to be the person in, I don't know, 1998, you would have GoldenEye, like a pizza party, and my sleepover. You were the
to our teams, our states, and ourselves. I'm heading to Las Vegas and New Jersey. in America's new
Absolutely.
Search against the rules.
And it was based on so
All in one.
it was
From our library of over
I agree.
Troubles at work, a failing relationship. His parents had recently died, and so Marty decided to get some professional help. In the summer of 1981, he walked into the office of a psychiatrist named Ike Hershkoff.
Michael went to his office and we looked at each other, and he said, "Okay, why are you here?"
Marty liked Ike, and Ike, well, he seemed to see something in Marty.
At the end of the first session, he said, "I'm going to take him on as a patient." And he says, "I don't do that with everybody."
But this psychiatrist, it would turn out, wasn't like
No way.
From everybody
The best
I could turn to was Dr. I.
He began to change.
We didn't see him. He lived around the corner, and suddenly we didn't go there anymore. He wasn't coming over anymore. It's as if somebody died.
If Marty Markowitz had known what he was walking into when he first visited that office, worry about it.
Right.
29.
Instructed me to buy this house. Ike told me, "No, you can't use the master bedroom. You're going to stay in the back section of."
Wow, you got
Columnist for Bloomberg. The Shrink Next Door.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
SoCal weather from KFI. Low clouds and fog this morning, then sunny with highs in the mid-70s to
all right.
lower
Things are going
80s to around 90 in the valley. And
Good.
low
GG,
clouds
Doc.
around 60 tomorrow. Low clouds and fog in the morning, then high 70s to mid-80s, around 90 inland. Right now it is 59 in Irvine, 58 in San Clemente, 56 in Beverly Hills, and 58 in Downey. We lead local live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Eileen Gonzalez.
Listen up. Web for all your music. Sports.
Excellent.
Yes. Free. Never
You take care.
KM 640.
Over 2,000 years ago, I walked this earth. Teaching, healing, inspiring, and preparing to make the ultimate sacrifice. For God so loved the world that he gave his
There's how they get actually to read the track work. This one thought was to where multiple times. So how does he get explosive devices? How did he get up? How did they not find him? You see a guy walking a half an hour before the event. That guy's in jail. What are you talking about? There's no reasons for it. You're trying to shoot, or you're for golf. Or if you're trying to that's the only other reason for a range fire. And I was like, yeah, they knew about her. There were people there. Somehow or another, to the right. The whole thing sucks. It stinks to high. And then he's gone. They get his body. Someone snatches his body 5 or 6 days after the event, and 10 days later. The whole thing is nuts. Who is this? Why did he do this? Why is a 20-year-old kid taking shots in prison? Why didn't he? This is one where I'm totally open. Only because it's not even basically. So, would have been for a plan. If you get this lone crazy kid, you give him whatever, and no toxicology examination of the body that's released, right? So who knows what this kid's on. If you're really get someone to go shoot the former president, you'd probably do some crazy shit, right? And that would be the system. And then we'd be like able to trace, okay, how do you get this? Let's talk to all the people that are on his cell phone, all the people that are in his email, let's investigate, find out he got this stuff that he's on when he shoots at the president. You don't hear about that. So this guy somehow figures out how to get on the roof, take these shots, and they kill him. Now, if he shot if Trump didn't turn his head up, it's a headshot. Trump is dead. The world's in chaos. And this kid's dead seconds later. And then it's that crazy kid who shoots the president, and that's it. And then, okay, now it would have been a perfect plan if that kid just pulled it up.
I just feel like sometimes.
Yeah, and I just, I think about it when I do a security guys, and there's no way they would not. Anyone that was suspicious of any kind of crime, I got 3 or 4 guys, and I'm just I'm like just a guy doing a college. That never would not have happened with flags. How does that happen? Former president? It's impossible. It's not like they come up with some explanation where you can go, okay, everything you've heard since then just makes you even more confused. Yeah, the whole story, and the fact that it was race, and the fact that the brief moment where he didn't stop being so polarized, attacking each other and just trying to help this country heal, and then a week later, fuck that. Part of it, the fact that I'm part of it, it was a political mistake. A lot of it's media. Talking about some of it. You had to. So the timing is. And even at the like the fact that this guy almost killed should be like the center piece of this thing. When you got all the cameras on 4 days, and so every single planning of the convention changed now because of this, and it should take on a extra seriousness and just the whole team should change. Yeah, because of this incredible fist up fight. And I don't know. They've got they got MAGA on YouTube, and it's just like you are not showing us what this thing is, and so I think, right. Well, I think people are interested. It's probably look. He's got a great ability to push things aside, and it's one of the reasons why he didn't put everybody else against the White House. He kind of, didn't see many older. He got in. Same guy. I think he got his ability because so many people hated him for so long, he attacked so often, he knows how to shut it off and shut it out. He probably did that with his assassination tattoo. It's one of the reasons that I'm going to talk about it again. And he's basically helped them, other than briefly mentioning that he thinks he got shot in the head because of the way they talk about him. Which I mean, if we watched that right before the podcast of Trump on the computer. The bank never here. But James did it on. No. Just saying never aired. Is that true?
That's fine.
Well, because sometimes things get never aired on Fear Factor. You can't watch it on television. It never aired on TV, but it's just on the internet on YouTube. You can watch it on YouTube.
What you want.
There's things that get
aired from the day after. It's those things that go around.
Okay, so he might have. Okay, so it was against. But the way they talk, the way Colbert talks, and the way they talk, the views might. The views, when they're all hanging down, everybody loves them.
They both have wild. because Colbert apologized to him apparently, and the big tells him running for president.
Yeah.
And this was this was September of 2016, 15. So this was after
A year plus the election.
Yeah.
But everybody thought
Yeah, I think it was, they were happy to do and they wanted to beat him. So it really is a kind of story from their perspective. Yeah, because they looked at a monster, this monstrous figure, and the media created it. They gave him all the attention, all the oxygen room for every other thing because this is the guy they want, and they thought we're going to annihilate him. No way he's going to election won. And I think that's why ever since then, haven't been able the media they hate on that they have not had the Republican presidents. I think a lot of it's like this. They're projecting because they realize they did this, and they just
well, there's definitely this overcorrection. Robert Epstein, all that work with Google and these ephemeral instances of interacting with Google where it shows you with search results, with news stories that get brought to your feed. They're temporary. You record them. So you record them. And what he is found in his research is that, especially people that are on the fence, like people that are 50 to 90, like people that don't know before you can make it 90-10 just through these interactions with Google. It's really choppy.
What do you mean 90-10?
90-10, like if you want Hillary or you want Trump. Who if you manipulate results, if you manipulate this fill in, the suggestions is not all it just fills it in. Just through that, just through the suggestions, they can manipulate it to a significant difference. People that are on the stage, that are independents or that are undecided. And he said 50-50 and turned to 90-10, which is fucking stunning. It's stunning. It's terrifying. It's unregulated. And one of the things that happened was after Trump won in 2016, there was some sort of meeting at Google where they were openly talking about it. And they were talking about this happen again, which is such a crazy thing to say, that we can't let the people decide who they want to be president. Again, if that is what they said, if that is what let's find out what the actual quote was. I can see how someone would say that if they were an insurance company and they're, we can't let this get. I can see it. If you're just an individual voter, it's really happening. But if you're someone who shifts undecided from 50-50 to 90, and Robert Epstein is a legend. If that's true, that's a crazy thing to say because you're deciding you're going to decide the result of the election, and you give a fuck about the debate and free speech, people being able to decide for themselves because you think that you're right, and you think everybody else should agree with you.
You also think that you are, or you told yourself that you were the vanguard protecting democracy, which is insane. Of course, you have to people voting search for some guy who protects democracy. It's like this. But that's what they believe, and when you convince yourself that this is for their own good. And these people, they don't know. They're dumb. So for their own good,
they say we have to. They say that. They really talk about it, and they're connected and they're all on this team, and it's weird. It's a weird act that it's just like hypnosis. It's weird that you do that to people. It's weird that you just ideologically captured and join this team and lose all of it. Look at things objectively and just understand nuance and understand propaganda. People are spending money on this. Why is all the news have this one specific narrative? Fox News is totally different. Well, what is going on here? Nobody does it. And not only can you get them to, obviously they hate Trump, so demonize half of the country's population. Just, it was MSNBC yesterday, one of these others was talking about Trump and said he's despicable, but he's supporter of that too. And it went on. Which is you're talking about that's good. But we take it for granted now. 15 years ago, that would kind of be unthinkable. You wouldn't do that. You say whatever you want about politicians, you hate them, they're terrible. But it was just generally understood. You don't use that language just like all people. These are American citizens. Do you remember when Barack Obama debated? It was cordial, professional, respectful discussion. Choosing a better job. Kind of amazing. That was that 2012? Yeah, kind of amazing. I don't, because you can go back further and you can find back to the beginning in Congress of beating each other over the head with fireplace that sort of thing. And I don't, there's an argument a lot more interesting, but that shows passion for issues, I suppose. But that's what we have now. It's much more. There have been multiple cases recently, congressional hearings, where they start screening each other. See, who's the other one? Crockett, I think. And it's like a one. Just no one's all right. Like you can't be yelling out. Exactly. And then Google versus Trump leaks video over executives negative reaction to Trump's 2016 election victory. So what is the actual? I didn't see the actual that we were trying to find. There were stuff said that they weren't happy, and then this was a confidence video that got released via Breitbart in 2016. So he's saying here most people have said that in the election. Most people. How do you know? Myself as an immigrant or refugee, certainly find this election deeply offensive, and I know I think it's a very stressful time. It reflects many of our values. So scroll up.
The animated series
Thursday on Amazon Prime Video. The debut of the horror film House of Spoils.
As well less convinced is that I find many things Trump has done very offensive.
I don't agree to do anything. You have no idea. People do something great. Who knows? Take a little bit of wishful thinking.
Google pushed back that there wasn't any bias discussed in the video.
Well, that's for able to express their opinions in these meetings. Nothing was said or any other meeting to suggest that any political bias that ever influences the way we build or operate our products. So this is the official statement. So what else did they say though? Where was it? Saying we're going to make sure this doesn't happen. Right. They can find out.
Video with
Scroll back up.
Oh my god, I'm soaking wet with water right now. Take this shirt off. You want me to take this shirt off? Oh my god.
I think a lot of the parties, it's rhetoric.
It's getting steamy in here.
Yeah. One of the things always interesting. They act like it's, the future of the planet. Meanwhile, they still own everything. They own all this Google, the federal government. So the truth is, Trump could get it off. This happened last year. He's in office for 4 years. Bad place in the world. Then he's out of office. And they basically reversed everything he did in like 2 seconds. A couple of executive orders, most of it never took on even bureaucracy. So that's the point. He's handicapped
to do anything. The entire site, he might be able to everybody it all. So they second that and yet they still in there. It's the end of the world. They still can't. You think they'd almost have to, whatever. Let them do 4 years. Yeah, it's still not because we're still going to be trying. Did you see the conversation where this woman was talking to someone from Trump, saying worried that he's going to weaponize the system once he got into office? He got into office, he would weaponize the system and go after it. Oh, wow. Yeah. What are you saying? Are you saying whether or not Trump you have to acknowledge that absolutely happened to him right now. And then she put back and did a brilliant job with correct. Okay, I'm going to put this is a good one. But it's kind of like to see this conversation take place. It's just like, what? Like, how are you so blind what's absolutely happening? You can say that.
Okay, to be totally honest, this is my slushy that you brought from Sunday.
No. And that Trump is weaponized the political system. How are you saying that they're doing that right?
Like I said, guys, it doesn't
I know, but that's why it's correct. God, I know I saved it. Shit. Of course, the funny thing is, well, he didn't do that when he was honest. He's done that thing. I said he could get yeah. That's the thing. They always, their criticism is that they're not in places like they actually. That's the opposite. If anything, he has the opposite. If anything, he has the opposite. If he's actually hesitant to operate, he should. So, if anything, that's power. He's probably the least dictatorial, presidential candidate we've ever had. Yeah, probably. Think about what he actually did. He was in office. So that's why they can say something and it could be not true. He had enough, and then it just becomes a narrative. It's true that he's felon now, but is it true that it makes any sense? No. If he did it, felon. Okay, what did he do? Do you know what he did? What is a misdemeanor? And it also collapsed the whatever the fuck it is. So it's 34 counts for bookkeeping, right? But they don't. People saying they don't care. So they just repeat that thing. Convicted felon. I can't focus. Because it was really, I hate when I say something, but I know it. And the funny thing are also other ones that were just entirely corrupt. That it's because you're convicted felon doesn't mean anything right. So, but in this case, well, it's just we're in the where people are who believe bullshit. It's not as simple as being able to recognize bullshit. They recognize they have it right. They're willing to believe it because it's more convenient to believe it. Yeah. All right. Well, they said stuff like, yeah, I know. This was really interesting. You see this guy at it, and the way he goes after this is so interesting to
see her squirm. Because, yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. It's not terrible crime. You're making these that he deserves to be jailed for the rest of his life. It's crazy. It's a crazy thing to say. And that might become president. He doesn't become president. He might actually came back for 5 years, which is essentially the rest of his life. He'll be behind bars. Yeah, I kind of. The people I talk to say, well, if Trump doesn't win, and so he's got a lot of. I kind of think, are they? Maybe it's naive. Would they do that? Or he loses. Kamala wins, and they can want Trump. I don't know. I would tend to think, but probably not. Yeah, you don't. It's so hard to tell. People would do today. It's just the whole country seems so committed to their side. And that is, we don't know how we get past this. Whether Trump, like what happens? What happens then? There's there's real they want. I think that's what it comes down to. Whether it helps. I think that's the problem. If Kamala wins, actually do it. I don't see how it. I think it's just going to right even from there. It will. But I just don't have for defining for so many years. But if he does, because of that, what can he do? How much different is his take on it now? It's one thing the first time he got in, I had to find people, wrong people, but I know better now. But I can do a better job. It's kind of is what if I was really what is it? The person you actually and now all of a sudden what is the resistance like? What are the communications like? What can you say about how have these conversations with people and how you govern, how you get things done? Yeah, how much? Right. What is it? We all have sort of mystical feeling of what the actual. Very few people this part of the system has ever snuck through and attained position on him. Yeah, I'd be interested to answer that. It wouldn't surprise me if in a weird way when you become you feel very powerful. You're sitting there, just realize you're overseeing a gigantic, mammoth thing that's just so unreal. There's no way to call it. And especially in this case, he's got so many people within his own administration fighting against him. So, is there a lot of people in his own administration now you think fighting against him? You think it's just like back that what they do, period? I mean, at the time, he made some bad choices. Hell, you know, bringing guys there's no chance by somebody like that. And especially in Trump's first campaign, he drained the swamp and lock. Three big things. And we don't hear drain the swamp. I don't think it's never said, right? Which is unfortunate. It is actually the first thing that happened in there. What I would love to see is that. Okay, he's in there now. He got back in. He's trying to kill him. He doesn't think it's real. It's it for him. 4 more years. I'd love to see him just. They're going to put me in jail. I got what to say. And just ruthlessly push their agenda through, no matter how much they complain about. I'd love to see them do that. I think that they're really will. But I don't know. So,
I hope it does.
What's also going to be very interesting to see what do they do to try to prevent this from happening in the future? Because one of the things that's been discussed is misinformation, and that free speech does include misinformation, which is a wild thing to say. We just went through with COVID. What people were saying was misinformation turned out to be 100%, and not just COVID, but not much of things. 105%. There's quite a few different things you point to. Like, who the fuck is inside misinformation? Only the guys, the people that have everything. Like, this is a crazy thing to say. To be running out, get people to support that. This is the what it means to be able to freely express ideas and communicate. And whistleblowers from corporations telling you about something they're doing, it's illegal. Whistleblowers from government agencies telling you they're spying, it's illegal. All that shit. Like to have the filter through the government is an insane thing. And yet, that we talk about it, is something bizarrely that the left.
Well, even if most of the stuff is like in the case when there's somebody that is it's just not true. There's plenty of that good. That's still free speech too. You have the right to say things that are not. You have the right to make things about the world. You have to. So the idea that fight free speech is, of course, absurd. And then that also central authority to be arbitrary is not
exactly. It's like a child view of truth and lies. It's childish because one of the only ways to find out if it's correct or not, let's say something incorrect, as someone who knows a lot more about incorrect thing. Right. It's not working. You know, like I had terrorist, brilliant guy, but wrong about it. Right about it. Brought him in, Eric Weinstein. And Eric Weinstein is a genius, a legitimate genius. Explained him very patiently, carefully. This is why you're wrong. This is what you need to know. And he said, look, you've got some good ideas. You're off on all these different things. I'm going to actually and let me help you. And so anybody saw Terrence Howard talking through the podcast had this idea. Like, oh, wow, maybe he's right about this. Anybody who's on the second podcast with Eric clearly corrects it and actually knows what he's talking about. It's brilliant. Now, that's what's supposed to be. An actual corrects everything. And then you have this. Now it's been, but it's not silence. He doesn't know what the fuck he's saying. No, it's like, now it's someone who knows what we're talking about. That's the benefit of free speech. Everybody listens. All these complex things, they're discussing. But otherwise, you can't eliminate it in that way.
That's why free speech things. People act like it's complicated. It's a complicated. Where do you draw the line? Speech. What? I think it's just you should have the right to express your opinion. Everyone should be able to say that, their point of view. Wrong or right, reprehensible word, you should be able to say it. Yeah, you can't defame someone. You can't threaten somebody. Those aren't really. That's different. If it's just your opinion, it should be allowed legally. It should be allowed on every platform. I think it's kind of actually to differentiate between that and there's certain kinds of speech that should not be allowed. Yeah, it's complicated and it's childish idea that just holds it over the government. That's it is complicated. There are going to be very much things that are true, but the way to combat it is not the government. Especially when they do laws. Or they just that's a crazy position for the left. The ones who speak to the party and the ones who speak the most educated. It's just a bizarre perspective. Just because you don't want to. Just you know. And they speak to is the other late. But you can't there's two walls.
Yeah.
About free speech. Well, of course you can. Hate speech and disinformation doesn't matter. But what is hate speech? Speech is you're expressing that you hate something. That's people people hate it. It's legitimate. There's something. So the idea that it's automatically illegitimate to express views, it's just communicating hatred. Ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. It's also people on Facebook, like hate speech can get to the point where if you call hate lynch your person, that's hate speech, right? That's dead naming falls under hate speech. And so you saying you can't do that? That's fucking ridiculous. I can call him a cunt, but I can't say his name Bruce. That's insane. Like, what world are we living in? Decide what's getting by a league. So you're cast, you know, speech. It's like completely subjective.
And it implies all power. They can decide what kind of things you want to make, what not.
Right, and it makes things hard to do. Something like very benign versus something truly awful. It's all under one stupid umbrella.
I know. Hate crimes.
Where did you be on her?
Different world, right? Yeah. That is he is actually one of the main and going in. It's always when the left tries to kill Adam, one of the most human beings on the planet right now.
And literally, historically, he's like a Nicholas
and he'll SpaceX.
Stephen King,
right? Yeah, so like Stephen King, rocket blue. It's like, yeah, you're rocket.
Not only that, like this tweet about how it damaged the ionosphere that when it blew up. But you know that makes up like 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Like every time rockets you shit it damages it hits. It's like it punches. It's like you control
and I'm supposed to do a test run. But
yeah, there's this tolerances. I mean, they have a lot. That's what you have to do until you get one.
Yeah, this is very much speech. You need people stuff. Do it more things. You need, and of course, social media is a platform at all to just sticker a few people.
Yeah, but that's okay. You know, let them go. Who cares? You know, it's interesting to watch. It's all of it is interesting to watch. You know, there's a lot of people and they serve as education to others. You see the folly and behaviors, how stupid they look, and how ridiculous this is, and it's here for you. You learn from it. You have a better understanding. You have a better understanding. You are capable of, you know, being interesting, intelligent people, but also being foolish at the same time. And that the world is various influences, and especially with the use of social media, because, like I said before, it's an anxiety. And there's so many things that are attached to it, so deeply rooted in online conversations, so disconnected from the natural world. And it's odd to watch. We're there for education and understanding, greater understanding of the weird nuances of people thinking. Because that's genuine what this whole thing is about. The left and right, never gets played, terrible. All of it is human thinking. Trying to figure out what's the best for all of us. Because we get along.
I mean, that's the it could be if you use it, it does give you access to all these things, which can be quite hard. But we don't use it the right way. You have to the right way. My kids, smartphones,
to be
They're gonna get bullied.
without
Well, now. That's yeah, I agree. But as they get I think in the world having too, I think it is very addictive, but also there's people that know how to walk, know how to that's not skill that I think everyone's.
Yeah, I think once we haven't quite introduced this stuff to the kids, but once again, the first time ever cell phone, and you're I may have no understand the use of stuff, right? Emotion, intellectual tools. So you got to introduce it. Yeah, most kids, millions of kids, 9 years old. So yeah, a lot of my kids with friends when they come 8, 9, 10 years old. I just think it's like that's it can only they don't have it can only happen.
I think we're 20, 30 years ago, 20, 30 years ago, I think what we do those goddamn phones. What did like what we don't even know what the kids today who are on their same sort of horrific images you and I are talking about. Like what does that do? Like I never heard how many kids are being exposed to murder videos when you're 10 years old? Probably quite a few. Pornography. Yeah, oh. Right? Because it was different. When I was a boy, you knew a guy. Oh, it was crazy. Now, and it's instant. You have 5G. You go to any site you want. I mean,
I think it's a study to look at, but it's young, and it's not just they'll say, "Oh, I found it," but it's not all. I think it's going to help all how you big how readily.
That Chuck Crazy show. That new show where the people have chips. Crazy. Same guys. It's amazing. It's on Max. HBO. And they said addicted to pornography.
Really?
Yeah. They get addicted to pornography. These certain chimps get older. They get an iPad. They show them the internet. Someone shows them pornography. They get addicted to pornography.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. And they start sexualizing.
Well, that kind of goes. Well, obviously, even like my 2-year-old twins, they don't. They're just about like, yeah, and they don't have long to make an exception. If we're going like a 20, just so we don't see tablets in the car, just games. But then we get where take the tablets, but there's like 2 or 3 days. They're jumping. They're constantly. They're constantly. Once you get past that, there's real there's something that creates this compulsion, and kids take it really quick, and it just becomes another for them. Part of their really quick.
Yeah, it's the addiction, which we all have, then the addiction to social media, which a lot of people have, and then these weird insulated groups that live in neighborhoods. So one of the things I'd like to post about this show, this racist government, is like the struggle section. But these people are the first scene where you, before they know, you're sitting there talking to these people about this. Who are you? Like, where do you live? How do you feel like this? Like, what's going on? seems so ridiculous to someone who's so ridiculous. It seems fake. It's like you're trying to
Yeah. People ask us, is all the real? It's all totally. And that in particular, who are struggling because they have privilege in reading privilege. And Rashida, a black woman, she'll do these and people pay money and talk to them. That was another.
When did it?
At some point, it started. Well, I started potentially looking but then I on my own discovery, and I had to leave because the one is if you're white, white kids, and you can't white kids are split. So in this, if you get emotional, right, go to the room, get away from us there. So I want emotional. It's a very emotional experience for whiteness. And I guess while I was with this guy, they looked it up. Whole thing. They kicked me out. The guy was trying to grab you. I said, touch. He's like, I'm not going to touch you. Just answer your questions. Come answer. They answer your questions. Everybody. Okay, too. One of the people, the professional coach, it's not in the movie. We just know about them. They get paid to go with. Yeah, what? A professional. So these are. That's okay. We thought about somehow we could upload it, but it would seem fake. Like Greg, but this is too crazy. They're very. They feel they have a lot of. The fact that they're. There were people emotional about it. There's the part where she says, think about being what emotions being white. And everyone goes, I have revulsion. I just feel crazy. This is who you are. It's just it's a sickness.
Yeah. Well, it was very funny. We try to get people hugs, probably to get people self-flashing.
Yeah.
And people are like, slowly, well, you lost of it.
I didn't think if we exercise would bring the whips out. And we debated. We really got. I didn't think anything. I thought that we didn't so I thought I'd bring the and so then that's it's a narrative. So it shows me like, but then they start taking. And I'm like, I don't think I can beat yourself right now. So I was not.
You lost. Racist person.
Yes. There was really the right before. Spoiler for this, but when I'm berating racism,
God knows every.
And well, yeah, you can watch it. That was for me the most shocking to me that happened. That really took me back was in that moment. It was and it was kind of dark.
Yeah, they got to. Yeah, it's a great one. And it's It's just like what is a woman? In sort of the same vein. Just it almost satire, but you realize it's ridiculous. But you do a great job. You do a really good job. Calm, deadpan. Because I don't have. I would not. I would have at some point. It's just I wouldn't be able to not enjoy it to the point where it's really unpleasant. Your environment it's insane. But it's exhausting. How did you do that? I don't know if I can't say I did it. I just know what we're making a obviously if we I wouldn't be reacting this way. So it's just kind of what we seeing. And also but the main thing is the whole to create an environment where the other person is comfortable saying what they really believe and doing what they believe. And that means not reacting. If you laugh at them, they clamor. If you argue with them, if you show any real skepticism, they clamor. It's a boring music. All you're getting are the top. And that's especially the case we found. That was the case with one woman. Exactly. In this, they've been doing hustle, and they're good at what they do, and they're usually sensitive to detecting when something's skeptical, and if they get that, they kind of go into a different mode. And they go into the HR, DEI mode, where it's very sanitized, very surface level. They're not going to tell you stuff about they're not going to get into brutal, terrible stuff. So we just thought maybe just create an environment where they'll read it themselves. Kookiest version, which with What is Woman, all that explain and asking questions, but this would require more affirmatively being with them and demonstrating that I'm board with this. It's a feel that you have when you go into it. Like I was there, and I didn't know you. I was like walking around. It's just an edge, just a touch of it, that makes it even funnier. You're hanging in there. You're dead. There's some moments where favorite moment was you asked Robin DeAngelo and then when she gave your definition, you explained her, corrected her, and she didn't pick up the way you did. Yeah. It's very subtle. It's very subtle. I was watching it just really loud. And it was like, you just, oh my God. Kind of. And I think the camera, she was kind of like, what did you just, yeah, she was trying to figure out, she was trying to this. But I think she couldn't, the possibility that she was in the room with someone who doesn't already care about that. It's like unthinkable. She couldn't she probably, that was probably the first time in like 20 years in a row. She responded, no, she most of the people have taken so they're kind of the truth is it's not what they say. Listen, if we pull any tricks like that, they happen. They know that everything is there. We didn't change anything. It's all real. They know that. Especially, she, if it goes in, she's willing to do things that are quite a bit her, and
Forces have confirmed
But,
killed another.
you know, we don't. So what can she say?
Well, listen, man, congratulations. It's really funny. It's great. And I think it's a great way to expose some of this shit. You can expose it by yelling and on Twitter, but do it the way you did. Make it as hilarious as yes. Congratulations. All right.
I just sent you.
Oh, oh, nice. Nice.
You could take a picture.
Nice.
So we're trying to get it out. Make it available.
It's very fun. All right. Thank you. Bye.
Schiff says he has a plan to bring businesses back to California.
Building again, bring the cost of things.
Good job. Yuri.
Try and find it. Hey. Introduce
Eric, good.
Jeremy Mc. And you guys both do.
COVID-19.
Yeah. Came in with the tail end. I remember meeting. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I kind of took the tail end of filming Tiger King. Yeah, that's the first experience I had.
Struck like with that where everyone and everyone what going on?
Yeah, Cap.
And then you showed up crazy, like basically vein, and it is so odd how nutty these animals, these people that have captive animals at their home. It's such a bar. There's I want to see like a clinical psychologist examination what type of personality wants to have these enormous wild captive in their homes.
Yeah, sure. It's incredible. I'm an animal. You have to be people to tell
what we are. That's the weird part about it. It's bizarre that like to keep animals in cages.
And some
yeah,
free control and dominion, and of course, we're not animals. We're not apes.
Well, we certainly are. Those people still believe in it, but the reality is observables also there. So, unfortunately, we're just weird. But the show I just episode 3 last night, and we got to number 4. I was bummed out. I was like, oh my god! The people get it's really fucking good. It's great. It's like
as well as the surface trees leading.
It's like first of all, yeah, it's when you saw the like like this I mean it's example, absolutely terrific. And the one situation where the woman was so drunk kept the champ at the end of the show.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. I'm not. In this case, I am. But just to I work at reptiles. I try to see turtles and tortoises, actually are endangered animals along with primates. If you think that it's over half primates on the brink and over half battle like you have to make a choice, killing off Galapagos or killing off, any iguana. I will make that's right. The tortoise. And I'd like that. So,
Well, they have the animal liberation, which essentially doesn't think that any animal should be captive. And I do, but then you have Carl. How do you Carl? I'm going to be because they will. Which is great. A little. It's one of those things, like how it's, like from, and I, they're all are justice that's been done. Like we somehow come from, turn them into these things, but the reality, we have dogs, and dogs. It's a great relationship.
They're genetic. And
it's like we should going back. We should live. We should live. Which is also great.
What is it, Erica? More like
chimps close to us. We are these hominid, and yes, he's closely related us.
Yeah.
Back to why a lot of people tiger is well are great, and they and they're great. And what we is treat so you have skin. That's right. Right. So that was sort of in the end.
This episode, especially a small fish, he's running through. And when you everything it can be enough. Thankfully, this place you go recruit. And you make sure right now, ZipRecruit is for you to make hiring this powerful matching technology. As soon as you post your job, ZipRecruit will get to work for your experience faster, easier hiring. ZipRecruit. For post on ZipRecruit, candidate first day. Try to create this exclusive web address. Recruiter.com. Again, ZipRecruiter.com. ZipRecruiter. Smartest way to. I think you. I had earlier, Texas and tigers of no statistics, but more tiger activity in Texas than a lot in private life. They're done in people's yards. There's these wild tigers in the yard. Yeah. And there's thousands of tigers in Texas that are in people's. Yeah, that's just going around. Nature. Yes, there's more than 3,000. There's less than 3,000 tigers. Yeah. I think there's 5,000. Well, it's also other animals that are in Texas that are which is very rare and is danger in the wild, but it's so common. They have 30,000 acres, and they're wild. I don't have a problem. Like, if they figure out a way to sure tigers have to be 60,000 acres reserve, and you could fund things where were completely monitored. But what you're mostly getting is small, fortunate, fed, cold meat, and that's not everything. Anything that's low, they keep populations down. That's what that's what they do in the wild. And so, everything it's all stifled by being kept. We were talking about the only output because there's so when my dog and you all the pieces this giant head you can take away, right? And she brings the legs, and you're so confident that they people that we allow eat giraffes. Giraffes don't at the zoo. They totally right. But there's a lot of nothing but incredible
2004 that the culture certain animals that really like the whale vegetation
monkey
and those there's I guess more to being in captivity.
Solitary, just having predators, and then there was But my daughter, they were young, but not. And we were and man, to this day, there's this primate, and this one was just screaming like an avid torture. Just one scream. It was by him. Just this tiny little cage, and there's nowhere to go. Just staring at him. And he was just losing his fucking mind. I can't. Because I felt animal.
I was the Singapore, which is a good zoos in Asia, one of the best zoos, along with the but there was a polar bear at the Singapore. This is 90 humidity, and it was green because it was covered filled with green, and you just it was just if you could maybe have a Phoenix, Arizona, even if you have an Alaska, polar bears are amazing animals. So polar bears extraordinarily have hunting instincts. So all and I drove and I'm sure it was on my way home. Just because I had a job or dropped hours on the way I saw the zoo. So I'm just checking this out. And I went to the zoo. There's this little zoo somewhere in Massachusetts. And there was this polar bear just going in circles. Like he was just going in circles. Tiny little. And I was like, what is this? Why is this okay? Like, what is this?
It's not a lot. It's terrible. We this current project for the time is in. You can spend more time than 2 years. Which loosely covers animal international. And through that interest, we had incredible opportunities for all of these, world truths about American Zoo. One thing that's deeply fascinating is something like 252 accredited zoos in this country. 7 zoos annually, is more than the major organizations combined. Wow. The way in which it functions is like this: 80-20 rule. 5 or the majority of cover most of the zoos, and they run complexes and very into conservation. Now, there's a lot of stuff. I think that we're learning to take the value of zoos for kids is no longer intended. There's great things that they do, but there's nothing wrong. Zoos are out.
Well, really, rocks is with black. Yeah, and they, just like us, and they start all these new programs. And particularly, just mentioned, they have a new law called enrichment, which means give a baby something to do, so nothing to say their food advice, the work to have food in the home, have to do things. That was shape up for zoos. And now we're still involved. Zoos are scared when the tiger and the crazy. But just a grandkid will still see.
You think so?
Well,
time.
I have little boys, 4-year-old. I think it's really interesting when you go through these experiences. They're obsessed with animals. You're kind of educating them on these kind of whole issues about the animals. The animals are created for feelings, and that's how they feel, and it's related in some form of bridge to humanity. And we, you ask, when you go to this, hey, where do they no one really has
sort of a big part of our next, which is about complicit about their anyway. So
yeah, no, but I get emotion from this. What's really cool about this kind of medium that we're in, we have all this information, all these people, a large history of work in conservation, zoos, and PETA legislation, laws that really encourage the idea of utilizing this information to a point in today's context, which is, it's you go to a zoo, no one seems to know where this comes from.
Right.
It's a very simple idea that many people miss when they're not. I'm not anti-zoo totally either, and I have no ability to also suggest that. I'm interested in asking questions of what we can do to make these distinctions better.
Yeah, for sure. There should be have a certain amount of behaviors for each individual species, so that they can all closure else fingers off. They need, they need activities. Ideally, what we should do is emulate their wild. But then you have this moral question: Are we going to let them into the tiger cave, let them sort it out? That's really what they want. What lions want to do is stay down on the snakes, and instead we do is slide a head on a cage, and that's torture. It really is torture for them to make the space small. It's torture for them to not be able to express their instincts. It's one thing. You're talking about
where they the last survivors. You had this, and like, wow, now it doesn't exist anymore. So this sort of like the last try to keep the thing from going extinct, and it may not. There's a lot of that's yeah, they having specimens that are alive. You know, there's on this day.
I know. I also if I listen to Guinea, so far people are like, hey, yes, but I unlike my
well, they're try find you know
yeah.
They're very, very, very difficult to find. She's been an enormous amount of time. Yeah. And then with a very unpopulated area, extremely hostile. But our hopefully they exist, and I would love to spend so much time looking for. But other than dying species, I can't see a good argument keeping these things. It used to be that a zoo existed before the videos, right? So if you wanted to find them, you know, the only way to be alive is to go to the zoo. Oh my God, look at that. It is a but at what point is there other better now? I think much better lions in the wild.
No, I mean, we're like just it's like good. I mean, 150 years ago, like to have a park, a library, really. So they as you know, the good city is entertainment, and really designed to have anything to do with conservation or anything to do with animals. But yeah, hey, like you mentioned, of course, here in Texas, you know, there are things that have to be called by state. It's that one extinct. When they are in the wild, zoos may offer them into call assurance and try to maintain genetically diverse groups for the day that you know there's reason to have.
How much success has there been with green animals?
The Eastern box turtle. No. I see. Animals, you know, whatever it's called, there's a Devon Forest that done some work with that. Yeah, you know, much less than it should be. I mean, animal factory of that stage or what, much less than.
Yeah, I mean, it should be a priority. Yes, certain animals specifically.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm trying to think. Wild is really successful. Outdoors, the problem is the beach. It's the Great Red Canyon in Arizona. I was here 70, maybe 28 in the wild. Captivity today, hundreds in the wild, but at a very expensive price tag. Because what made them in that case was a lead bullets, you know, kill a deer, condor would eat the done. So condors, that like I said, just a lot of management to keep them alive. About what
lead bullets just killing them.
I mean, that's
yeah. I was reading something recently about that. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't attribute. You think about the animals that are shot with a bullet. It's so small.
just yeah.
You know, it doesn't make sense that it would be enough to kill off these animals. Obviously, some other factor that we are considering.
I believe the condor often looking for a carcass. I would You know, the fact that there's just less just out there.
Right. That's the argument. The argument is less predators, there's less prey, right? So California, for example, you have fairly small population because of so many animals that kill deer, right? So you have has a coyotes. California has a lot, and there's a lot of people who live hills that did not like coyotes. I'm like, do you like rats? Okay, well, if you don't like rats, coyotes, don't leave your dog outside. Yeah, so I was gonna, my daughter's got killed by a coyote, and he's killed by coyotes. And they kill dogs. They kill baby cows, baby. That's just what they do. That's their job. But there's an ecosystem, and that's part of the ecosystem. And what's really unnatural is okay.
It was about to coyotes brought into here like a people would bring 100 acres and get 100. I mean, they were actually sheep. Sheep are dominant. Catch sheep easier than cows. They would slap them. It's horrible. They pour gas. Light them up. Sweet coyote. Which is really
well, cool. They're just not bad. I mean, I remember when I'm California before, I was saying that it's like those they're pre-furnished apartments, just rent, they allow you to reach the place. And I was driving to Burbank, and I was driving up the street. What is dogs around? And I'd never seen.
Oh wow!
I was on the streets, and that was rare. But 30 years later, insanely, I lived in a fairly rural area in California. I lived in a city, and I had a lot of people. It was cool. The experience I was almost like
yeah, they look cheap.
Yeah, they're cool. There's something cool about them. The reality, I don't know if you know why they're so successful, but the reasons why is they're the only. So red wolves get interbreed with coyotes, and that you get gray wolves not with coyotes. They just kill them, and so because the gray wolf, which lived in California, West Coast, was the predominant predator. The coyotes developed and that after was when they call, they yell out. When one is the female, it changed her reproductive system where she was developed, and then so because they were persecuted by wolves, they expanded their territory. So now when people came in, for killing off wolves, which they did successfully, but they never able to kill off coyotes because of this trait. So coyotes are now in every single city in the United States. This was 30 years ago.
There was predators, and these are animals, and one of the coyotes weirdly can do live their human activity.
Yeah.
Then coyotes because the garbage, water, air, highly creature.
Yeah.
Just I do coyotes, and I listen to it every night. Party.
I'm sure you've seen that video of the hills. This man was unloading a coyote came with smashed his toddler, like right in and you things, slow people and animals. It's what they
you know, like dingoes. Right.
You know, there's no doubt we live in complex ecosystems, and we do not like the idea that we've developed these bizarre establishments called cities. And in these cities, we have removed ourselves from nature. And if you have mountains, we're out of well aware they have to lock their language. They have like a list. They talk about like there's broken this. Everybody's on they're this system, living in this system. Most people in the United States that live in the area know I they're an ecosystem because we've essentially done some very bizarre isolated nature, which is one of the reasons we have this strange idea that we are not a problem. You know, it's weird. We're weird in our communications. We're weird in what we allow ourselves to do.
Yeah, that was one of the things that I just couldn't ever, you know, I couldn't ever with this woman. You know, the art, and you know, it took the page. The Genesis. You just said, "I'm not. This is an animal." Anyway, she just never.
Well, to be kind, she's not bright. You know, she's not bright. Well, you know, unfortunately. And this seems to be part of the theme, which is weird. You know, one essentially running like a little sex ball, right? That and the Tiger King himself, the actual exotic, who is also but you know, he's just got this personality. It's so interesting and fascinating. And if he wasn't in jail, it's really unfortunate, you know, because if he wasn't in jail, he would be very popular.
Can you imagine if he was?
Well, he's trying to and he in part, I mean, he was constantly after a shoot guy. But I get mentioned all. You've got to help him. You got to do that.
Well, he also hell, he gets the you look at his phone, he's getting video call. When we're filming this second season of Tiger King, where we covered this pardon. There's a where it was on a list, supposedly, that Trump was going to make a hilarious.
I don't remember the specifics of his accusation. Was he caught trying to hire someone to whack that?
Yeah.
What? So, you know, is there any to this idea of whack right?
It's worse.
Carol Beth. There's a lot of circumstantial, I would say, evidence. Who else? And it feels it was her family. And so, yeah.
And what dispose of the body?
I don't know. Dispose of the body. It's nice thing.
Well, yeah.
You know, but
the circumstances in the will. I mean,
right.